Chapter 3001. The Chosen Goddess. After a long silence, Xinsha placed her hand gently on the armrest. She ignored Izisha's accusations. "If there's nothing else, I'll go back and rest." Xinsha turned around and faced Izisha with her back as she said the words. Izisha did not move. She fixed her gaze on Xinsha, like the Snake King from the jungle, as if wanted to see through Xinsha's soul. Even after Xinsha was out of Izisha's sight, Izisha remained on the same spot. She gave a radiant smile in the direction of Xinsha, as if she had discovered a great secret. As she was smiling, her emotions gradually changed. She became indifferent and slightly annoyed. In the end, she looked bizarre. Izisha never expected Xinsha would be her competitor in the final stage of the election. Of course, what upset Izisha the most was the divine soul. She was a former goddess. During her tenure as the goddess, Izisha had never been recognized by the divine soul. As a result, she received numerous criticisms during her tenure. Even though she took control of the Parthenon temple to the point that hardly any forces dared to go against her, everything she did that came with minor flaws would be deemed as not recognized by God because she lacked the divine soul. She was a goddess who was not recognized by God. She was a goddess who forced her way into that position by killing, intimidation, and power. This was the crowd's comment about Izisha. On the contrary, the pious, ancient, and godly faction always praised Xinsha's insignificant deeds exaggeratedly. They praised her to the skies when she spread blessings to the temple or contributed greatly in other areas. She was a God-chosen goddess. Given such a saintess, even gods would abandon them if they failed to worship her as the supreme faith in Parthenon temple. When Xinsha first arrived at the Parthenon temple, she had nothing and was just a trainee maid. The Hall Mother and the other old sages were superstitious about the divine soul. Hence, the divine soul was the factor that had exalted Xinsha to the position where she could share equally with Izisha. Today, Xinxian became Izisha's greatest competitor in the re-election of the goddess. Izisha's previous arrangements and sacrifices were meaningless. She had mastered the resurrection divine art. She had engineered her own death, after which she had resurrected from the crystal ice coffin. She did all this to make people aware that she had mastered the resurrection divine art despite not having the divine soul. Her ability to resurrect from the dead was the best example. However, when she woke up from the crystal ice coffin, she realized nothing had changed. All the Parthenon temple cared about was the divine soul. It was God's choice. They only cared about obtaining the recognition of the divine soul instead of that supreme divine art. During her tenure in ruling the Parthenon temple, those who had long dissatisfied with her finally found a way to vent their frustration, which was to provide unconditional support for Izisha's competitor. Izisha stood at the crossroad of the Saintess Hall. She looked increasingly hideous. She had paid an unimaginably heavy price in order to be re-elected. However, in the end, she might be overthrown by the people who expected her downfall. She had gotten rid of her greatest threat in the world, Wentai. Although Wentai was dead, his soul seemed to dwell in this world and manipulate everything from the shadows. After Izisha returned to the Saintess Hall, she looked indifferent. A female sage, Mera, walked up to Izisha and bowed to her solemnly. The way she bowed was different from usual. She bent down a lot. She was close to half kneeling and with her face totally facing down. "What are you doing?" Izisha frowned as she asked. "I'm bowing to you," said the female sage Mera with a smile. "I know." Izisha sounded indifferently. She had been with the Parthenon temple for many years. How could she not be able to distinguish the difference between the salutations? The way the female sage Mera bowed to her was a salutation shown to a goddess. The election was not over yet. Before the result was released, this salutation should not appear in any occasions, including private homes. "My lady, why do you have to be so strict? I just thought you are almost certain owning the throne of the goddess. It's been many years since I performed the salutation. It's getting rusty, so I practice it lest anything goes wrong during your succession ceremony. If I do it wrongly, the rest of the sages will mock me," said the female sage Mera. "Stop doing such meaningless gestures. Izisha looked cool. Apparently she was not interested in Mera's flattery. She disliked this type of useless red tape. A person who was powerful enough to take control of everything did not care about superficial etiquette. What she needed was everyone's respect and fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Noted, my lady. Mera was embarrassed. She thought she could please Izisha with her cleverness. Mera quickly switched the topic and said, someone sent you a lot of exquisite small jars. I saw them. Izisha saw the jars as soon as she stepped into the Saintess Hall. Mera arranged the exquisite small jars very neatly. This was the only thing that Izisha found pleasing to her eyes over these days. It has to be someone you're very familiar with who delivered them over. The person who delivered them also made a point of explaining that the contents are stored in a sealed package. You have to personally open them. It seems like each pattern represents a different gift. I guess this old friend of yours is celebrating for you in advance, said Mera. Mera was under Izisha's lead for a long time. Thus, Mera understood Izisha's habits and interests very well. Izisha disliked exquisite objects that most female attendants and sages did, such as jewelry, expensive clothes, and luxury courtyards. She did, however, have a special liking for artistic jars with exquisite patterns and unique shapes. The place where she lived was decorated with various flower jars, celadon vases, and antique porcelain. She replaced them once in a while. Despite this, very few people knew about her interest. As such, Mera was confident that the artistic jars collected from all over the world were given to Izisha by someone who knew Izisha very well. Besides, that person had to be a detailed-oriented person and also cared very much about Izisha. Izisha walked into a hall with an exhibition of flower bed. She sized one of the short, small jars up and took it. She then opened the small lid with the shape of the leaf. She thought the jar contained some kind of exotic fragrance. However, a pungent smell filled her nostrils. Izisha was irritated with the smell. When she looked into the jar, her expression immediately changed. Smash! She smashed the exquisite jar onto the floor ruthlessly. It shattered into pieces, and the grey powder inside the jar spilled out. Chapter 3002. Revenge designed specially for her? What's going on? What is it? Mera quickly rushed over to Izisha. The female attendants in the hall were so scared that they hid themselves. They peeked and watched from afar. They did not know what had happened. All they saw was Izisha smashing the jars ruthlessly and looking so angry that her body trembled. They rarely saw her in this state. Izisha could control her emotions very well. She always kept her cool even when she was furious. What had angered her in this way? Smash them all, said Izisha angrily. All of them? Yes, all of them. Izisha cried out in a shrill voice. Soon, the sound of the jars shattering rang through the hall. The beautiful jars were smashed to pieces. The sharp pieces were scattered around the floor. Each jar was filled with white and grey powder. The female servants took the initiative to clear up the mess. Who sent them? Who sent all these things? Asked Izisha furiously. It's from my younger sister in the Hall of Faith. She said. Mera was so terrified that her voice trembled in fear. Do you know what's inside the jars? Do you know what they are? Izisha could not control her anger. Mera looked puzzled. She thought the white and grey powder were either spices or special salts. Even if Izisha disliked the jars, she did not have to fly into such a fit of rage. I don't know, said Mera in a low voice. See carefully for yourself. Look at them clearly. Izisha grabbed Mera's hair and pushed her down to the floor ruthlessly. Mera almost screamed. When she saw the grey powder scattered all over the floor, she twitched, as if she had been electrocuted. The powder and the jars were cremains. The urns contained the cremains. Who on earth had the guts to deliver a batch of urns with cremains to the running saintess of the Saintess Hall? A while ago, when Izisha had looked into the urn and smelled the powder, it had given her the creeps. There is a name written on the lid, one of the cleaning attendants whispered. Right after Azisha heard her words, she picked a lid and turned it over. Indeed, there was a name written on it. It was Dani. Dani was Azisha's right-hand woman who was assigned to the Sacred Hall of Liberty in America. Dani was there to deal with some voting issues, as well as helping Azisha to deal with Khufu from the shadows. Are these Dani's cremains? My lady, this is your nephew's name, Quintus. Mera noticed a familiar name on another lid. Azisha had been training some of the talented young people from the shadows over the years. Her nephew, Quintus, was one of her favorite trainees. He was a golden knight in the Hall of Knights. He was expected to succeed Norman and become the next fighting magistrate. The fighting magistrate was an important position in the Hall of Knights. In fact, Azisha prepared to let Quintus become the Golden Knight fighting magistrate by the end of this month to make a case for her own campaign. But he was dead. His body was reduced to cremains to fit into a small, exquisite urn before it was delivered to her place. Anyone who saw this would go mad. Each urn contained a person's cremains. They were all Azisha's most loyal supporters. They held important positions. Those people could pave a path for her and bring her many votes. As a result, Azisha showed more concern and paid more attention to those people. How did they die? What happened to them before they died? Even Azisha had no idea when they had died. On top of that, the murderer filled Azisha's favorite artistic jars with their cremains. The murderer wanted her to see the cremains of the deceased. Azisha admitted that she was not a kind person. However, the murderer was not only brutal, but also barbaric enough to create a massacre suit specially for her. Do you want me to call my younger sister here? There must be some misunderstanding. Mera was scared out of her wits. It was only then that she realized how serious the issue was. No need. Take these out and bury them, said Azisha coolly. A misunderstanding. Azisha did not think it was just a misunderstanding. Everything was carefully plotted. Whoever was behind this knew that Mera had been serving her for many years. They knew Mera had a younger sister in the Hall of Faith. They knew they could deliver the urns to her place through Mera. Moreover, many of the people who secretly worked for Azisha had their names written on the lids. They knew everything. Needless to say, Mera's younger sister would either have escaped or been killed. Even though she was just one of the pawns, no one could survive under someone so brutal. Wash the floor 10 times. Azisha instructed. Yes, my lady. Azisha returned to her bedroom. She sat on the cold, smooth chair. Her eyes were red with blood veins. After 2 hours, Mera approached her cautiously. Mera dared not to tell Azisha that her younger sister had committed suicide by poisoning herself. The people from the Hall of Faith had carried her body away and buried it. Mera dared not to grieve for her younger sister's death. She was aware that if she could not calm Azisha's anger, Mera, her family, and her clan would suffer the consequences. Is it possible that this was done by the stubborn God-preserving faction? They are reckless. They did all this to bring you down, said Mera. It's not them. Azisha suppressed her anger. She was in a position where she had to regain her composure even though she had lost control of her emotions. When she lost control of her emotions, she could not think calmly and respond to the situation well. She had to find the opponent's purpose for doing something like this. Then, Mera dared not simply make an assertive statement. After all, Azisha had many enemies. I know who did this. You can ignore this matter. I'll have someone else handle it, said Azisha. Okay, replied Mera. Are there any unbroken urns left? A thought sprang up in Azisha's mind. Yes, there are, said Mera. Send one to Yishinsha. That's not very nice, said Mera in horror. She's in charge of the Hall of Knights. People from the Hall of Knights were killed. She should investigate the matter, said Azisha. Oh, all right. Then, it shouldn't be a problem. I'll glue Quintus' shattered urn back and send it to her. After all, he's your nephew, said Mera. Chapter 3003. Buried Seed. It was only dusk, but Izisha already felt tired and sleepy. She got up from the recliner and saw a girl hurrying by while holding a big urn. "Is this the cremains you cleaned?" Izisha stopped the girl. The girl was afraid of Izisha. She did not dare to raise her head and speak. She just nodded and hid her hand that was cut while cleaning those broken urns behind her. Izisha had already seen it. "Give it to me." The girl nervously handed the urn containing all the cremains to Izisha. "Put that down and give me your hand," Izisha ordered. The girl did as she was told. When she extended her hand, she still dared not raise her head for fear that Izisha would scold her. Izisha often lectured people, including great sages and female believers like them. Suddenly, the female believer's cut palm and finger felt warm. She secretly glanced at her palm and was surprised to find that Izisha's hand was covering it. Izisha's hand transmitted a warm light which healed the wound of the female believer. The female believer opened her mouth wide in surprise. "Izisha healed me. Even the combat knights don't have this honor. Is there any place with a better view suitable for burying this urn?" Izisha pointed to the urn of cremains on the ground. "There is a quieter place behind El Mountain Spring to the east," said the female believer bravely without fear. "Got it." Izisha nodded. She picked up the funerary urn and walked toward the east. The female believer was puzzled. She did not know what Izisha was going to do. Moreover, word of the funerary urn incident had already spread in Sanctus Hall 2 hours earlier. The female believers, who were here to serve members of Goddess Peak, were also aware that these were the cremains of some of Izisha's relatives, friends, and subordinates. El Mountain Spring was in a relatively remote location on Goddess Peak. Goddess Peak was large, and a part of it had a virgin forest. When Izisha was in charge of the Parthenon Temple, she often buried some female attendants of Goddess Peak who opposed her on a mountain in Goddess Peak. Every Greek regarded the magnificent and sacred Parthenon Temple as a holy place and a paradise on earth. Izisha, however, viewed it as a luxurious cemetery. All those who died in the Parthenon Temple battle were buried there. Izisha arrived at El Mountain Spring and saw a person loitering near it. There were very few men who could step into Goddess Peak. At least in the past, Izisha prohibited all men from entering Goddess Peak except combat knights of the Hall of Knights. However, Yishinshia gradually changed the rule, making it less strict. "I'm sorry. I seem to have lost my way. This place is huge, and I lost my way while strolling around. Do you know how to get to Sanctus Hall?" The middle-aged man looked very ordinary, and his clothes were extremely plain. He smiled gently, which made him look like a person with a particularly optimistic attitude. It was the first time Izisha heard someone address her in such a way. This was Greece, and they were at Goddess Peak of Parthenon Temple, yet there was someone who did not know her? "This is the first time I've been here, and I came to visit my daughter. I heard that there are many rules here, so please forgive me if I said something wrong." The middle-aged man scratched his head. His dark brown eyes made him look innocent. "You have said nothing wrong so far. If you walk in the direction I came from, you'll reach Sanctus Hall." Izisha deliberately stared into his eyes for a second. She was a psychic mage, so it was difficult for someone with a low cultivation level to deceive her. "I got it. Thank you. The scenery here is so pretty. It's the first time I've seen such a fairy-like place. However, I'm a bit bored since my daughter is very busy. I don't want to disturb her, so I can only go out and wander around." "I can't even talk to anyone," said the middle-aged man. "You're indeed very talkative," said Izisha. "Ha ha ha, I admit it. I think I'm talkative too. If you find me noisy, I can stop talking. Why are you carrying a jar? Are you here to get some spring water? Do you need my help?" The middle-aged man smiled. "This is an urn. You can help me bury it. I don't want to get my hands dirty." Izisha glanced at the soil around her. It was all soil formed from decaying leaves. Ever since she had been cursed, she had developed a fear of soil. "Sure, but why do you want to bury it? Are there pickled mustard greens inside?" There are cremains inside, Izisha said coldly. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know that your relative passed away. Why is your relative so heavy? When the middle-aged man took it, he almost dropped it. Izisha did not answer. The middle-aged man kept quiet. He found a place with dry soil and quickly dug a hole. We do the same in our hometown. When our loved ones pass away, we put them in a small box and bury them in the mountains or near rivers to symbolize their passage back to their homeland. All dead people have to be buried, so you don't have to be sad. Sometimes living in the world is like entering a casino. The rules, benefits, and various things of the casino attract us to bet and fight for chips. It's always in our heads that we should stop gambling and live a quiet and comfortable life in the countryside, but it's only when we die that we can do so, said the middle-aged man. He shoveled away the soft soil with a branch. His movements were swift, as if he often did similar things. Izisha stood at the side and watched calmly. It was true that the cremains of people Izisha was familiar with were here in the mountains. Though she only felt anger and barely any sadness, she felt a little emotional listening to this man's nonsense. Their faces appeared in front of Izisha. Many of them had tried their best to please Izisha, and she often felt disgusted. However, they might have really thought of her as an important person. Please go and pick a fruit. The middle-aged man had a lot of dirt on his hands, but he did not seem to mind it. Fruit? Izisha asked in confusion. At the core of fruit is a seed. Instead of burying the jar, why not scatter the cremains here and plant a seed? There's also a spring next to it. A good thing to do instead of mourning for a loved one and watching the cold tombstone weeping is to watch a new sprout grow, blossom, bear fruit, and become a towering tree. In this way, you won't feel that they have left you. When you're in pain, you can lie quietly under the tree and feel guarded by them, and your heart will find peace, said the middle-aged man. Chapter 3004. Memory Seal. There was no such sort of burial ritual in Greece, and she had never even heard of using soil from burying a loved one's cremains to nourish a seed. But Izisha thought that this method was good. It was better than finding a random place to bury dead people and never getting close to the area within a radius of 1 kilometer outside this land in her life. Izisha found a fruit. Fragrant fruit trees were everywhere on the goddess peak. The female believers would pick them up regularly, wash them, and send them to the saintess hall. A pear. Yeah, a pear. Izisha handed it to the middle-aged man. Eat it and give me the core. The middle-aged man glanced at Izisha and felt that she was a little dull-witted. Izisha hesitated. She was indeed a little hungry as she had not eaten anything since the public speech in the morning. I'm going to scatter the cremains. The middle-aged man opened the urn. Izisha nodded and took a bite of the pear. Why are there so many cremains? I thought it was your relative or something, but it turns out to be a large pet. Is it a griffin? I often see people here riding griffins. The middle-aged man immediately made this inference when he saw the huge pile of cremains. Izisha took a small bite, but she could not swallow it. Forget it. He is not a member, so I don't have to explain things to him. Yeah, it's a big griffin, said Izisha. The middle-aged man scattered all the cremains into the pit and then walked to the mountain spring to wash his hands. Izisha wanted to stop him as the mountain spring was not for washing dirty hands, but he had already put his hands in it. She could only pretend not to see. After Izisha finished eating the pear, she walked to the edge of the pit full of cremains and threw the core down. Alas, why did I wash my hands? The middle-aged man walked over helplessly. He picked up the soil on the ground to fill the pit, which dirtied his hands again. Izisha smiled. The middle-aged man went to the mountain spring to wash his hands for the second time. After that, he bid farewell to Izisha. Seeing the freshly dug soil on the ground, Izisha remembered what the middle-aged man had said. Don't use magic. I know there is a kind of magic that can make trees grow, but don't use it for this. Just let it grow naturally. When Izisha looked up at the mysterious starry sky in the middle of the night, she could not help but think of the past. Izisha remembered that when she was a student, the students around her would always be anxious when the exam was approaching. However, she never felt that way because she never relaxed. She had been in the Parthenon temple for many years. Just like in the past, she never rested for a second. She knew that working in the Parthenon temple was not like learning magic. It would be possible for her to take the time to make up for the chapters she missed and ask other people if she was not sure about an area of knowledge. Her decisions and intentions were related to the Parthenon temple, Greece, and many places that needed the help of the Parthenon temple. She had to take responsibility for many things. One thing that made her want to give up the most was that rain of blessings could only fall on one field, while disease in another area would quickly destroy the townspeople. The town survivors would eventually ask her why she let the disease torture them to death. Could it be that the Parthenon temple was biased? It was only willing to save those people who were of benefit to them and the wealthy areas that could support the Parthenon temple with a lot of money. She had witnessed too many people die over the years. She thought the suffering in Bow City would be the most shocking death she would ever see, but she never thought it was just the beginning. In the Parthenon temple, she witnessed such things happening all over the world almost every month. The divine soul bestowed upon Yi Xinxia the resurrection divine art. But the resurrection divine art could only save one person, and hundreds and thousands of others would die. Diseases, plagues, curses, darkness, wars, monsters, natural catastrophes. The Parthenon temple was powerless against these frequent outbreaks of disaster. The real purpose of the Parthenon temple was no longer to relieve suffering. Everyone was focused on electing and cultivating the next goddess and trying to form a relationship with her power. Yi Xinxia kept telling herself not to forget why she started. However, she had a problem, which forced her to gather all the power like the previous goddesses and win the position of the goddess at all costs. If she wanted to execute her plan, she had to change the Parthenon temple and let it focus on its original purpose. But how could she change the Parthenon temple? The only way was to be the goddess. In a situation where she could not even survive, it was impossible to execute her original plan unless her plan coincided with Azisha's. Only by giving up her original plan and gaining supreme divine power could she have the chance to execute her original plan. There was also another important reason she could not lose to Azisha. A black stone. The goddess had a black stone. The gear of fate had returned to its original position, but Xinxia could not let the tragedy repeat. Your Highness, the Hall of Knights has been fully controlled, so it is impossible for them to renegade. There are 2 high priests in the Hall of Faith who will support you unconditionally, but Azisha still has control over the Hall of Judgment, Tata said in a low voice. The situation is clear, said Xinxia. The Hall of Judgment has a close relationship with the Holy City, and what we are most worried about right now is the interference of the Holy City. The quasi-priest you asked me to drive away asked me to tell you that there will be no one in the Holy City to vote for you, and they will support Azisha unconditionally, said Tata. Got it. Xinxia nodded. Why are you not worried? You must know that the votes of the Holy City are important. If they all support Azisha, you have no chance of winning. If there's no other way, you should agree to their conditions. After all, we can't rely on that person. Everyone in the Holy City wants him to die. Your decision will not affect his final judgment. It is better to make a more sensible choice so that your position as a goddess will be guaranteed, Tata said anxiously. Xinxia stared at Tata. Tata did not dare to speak anymore. Don't say such things in the future. When I was young, I faced many such situations. I was powerless at that time, Xinxia said to Tata in a softer tone. Ooh? You remember? Tata was surprised. Tata had met Xinxia a long time ago. At that time, she was still held in Wen Tai's arms, illuminating the surroundings like a bright pearl which lit up Wen Tai's smile all the time. Tata had taken care of Xinxia from when she was younger than 4 years old. At that time, Yi Xinxia was the little princess of the Parthenon temple, but it did not take long for that to change. I don't know why, but I have been remembering memories from the past frequently, as if some sort of memory seal had opened. Some of them are so vivid in my mind, said Xinxia. Chapter 3005. Resurrected Person. Mostly, Yi Xinxia had no memory of her childhood. She thought that she had forgotten everything. After all, many people have no memory of things from when they were too young. But recently, whenever she was sleeping, meditating, or in a trance, memories would gradually flood her mind, and she could feel the emotions from that time. Yi Xinxia was a psychic element mage. She tried to recall the memories deep in her mind by dreaming, but she was horrified to find a small shackle at the bottom of her memories. It locked a blind spot that she thought she had forgotten. It was like a small black box of fear in everyone's heart, placed and locked in a dark corner that she would never touch. No matter how many years passed, she had no courage to open that box. The things inside would accompany her for life. Whenever and wherever she accidentally touched it, it would make her shudder. Was it an act of self-protection? Yi Xinxia, who had learned psychic element magic, knew very well that when one faced a major setback or suffering, the brain would selectively erase this memory directly from her mind to not overwhelm her. Did someone impose a magical shackle on the mind to force her to forget important things? Who was the person who imposed this memory shackle on her? If you remember what happened at that time, you should understand that only by becoming a goddess can you have decision-making power. We can't compete with Azisha without the support of the holy city, Tata said calmly. Don't worry about it, Yi Xinxia replied. Okay. Since you seem to know what to do, I won't bother you anymore. However, Azisha sent you another small problem just now. Her nephew Quintus was murdered, and his cremains were locked in an urn. This was sent to the Saintess Hall. It is a very bad incident. The act is disrespectful to the temple's sacred authority. I guess that it's the anti-temple heretics once again. They deliberately create panic when elections are around the corner, said Tata. Paina presented a broken and re-glued delicate jar. Yi Xinxia wanted to check it, but Tata stopped her. It's human remains, Paina said with certainty. Are you sure it's Quintus, the Golden Knight who is running for the fighting magistrate? Yes, it's indeed his. He was beaten, whipped, burned, putrefied, and eaten by ants before he died. The murderer either hated Quintus or hated Azisha greatly, Paina replied. There are only cremains. How do you know about all this from this pile? Tata was puzzled. Soul autopsy. The cremains contain part of the memories of the deceased. His crushed soul can also be found there. Paina explained professionally. Paina was now a great sage, and she was mainly in charge of the Hall of Judgment to deal with dangerous aliens. She often joined forces with the Holy City, the Divine City Tibet, the Swiss Snow Palace, the Japan Emperor Pavilion, and the British Cross Castle to eliminate evil people hiding in the world. Paina had seen a lot of cruel methods in which people were often killed, but what the Golden Knight Quintus suffered had made her a little uncomfortable. What kind of person would torture someone in such an inhumane way out of hatred for the Parthenon temple? Paina, can you take care of it? Tata asked. Well, let's take care of it together, said Xinxia. Paina was a little confused. By rights, the goddess did not need to take care of such a thing. Azisha won't ask me to take care of a torture and murder incident for no reason. She wouldn't do it just to distract me. There must be something more to this, said Xinxia. Xinxia remembered what Azisha had said to her at the intersection of the Saintess Hall. What was coming would come. Xinxia knew that she would face it sooner or later. She had stayed in the Parthenon temple just to have the courage and ability to deal with all this in the future, after all. Do you know something about this? Paina could guess from Yi Xinxia's expression that she knew more than she let on. I think it's the Black Vatican, said Xinxia. Be Black Vatican. Tata and Paina's faces changed. Everyone was terrified of that organization. Their methods were the cruelest in the world, and their willpower was stronger than most thugs. Yeah. Is it Yi Chang? Tata's voice trembled. Paina's face was pale. She clenched her fists. Is this witch finally going to show up? Paina would never forget the wound Yi Chang had inflicted on her back with a knife. That was a few years ago. When Paina and the Swiss Holy Court mags were chasing a chief extraditor, they were caught in a trap set by Salon. Salon killed all the Holy Court mags. When the chief extraditor was about to commit suicide, Salon had stopped her. "I know you. You're the little girl who is seeking attention around the Parthenon temple. I like your diligence and perseverance, and I also understand that you're not willing to be a foil for others. However, fighting spirit and recklessness are two different things. You should think wisely. Otherwise, no matter how much resurrection divine art the Parthenon temple has, it won't be able to drag you back from the gates of hell." Salon had sounded sarcastic. Paina was a special female sage in the Parthenon temple. She once died in a battle with the anti-temple heretics. Everyone knew about that battle. Her body was brought back, and when Tai resurrected her in Godly Seal Mountain. She was a resurrected person. A female sage resurrected by Wen Tai. Paina had always cherished herself. All the believers of the Parthenon temple were eager to get a real blessing of God's seal, and the resurrected person was a person whose forehead had been kissed by the divine soul. However, most of them thought that Paina was not worthy of resurrection. She was just an unknown person in the Parthenon temple at that time. Many people died for the Parthenon temple, but why did Wen Tai choose to resurrect her particularly? Paina also knew that regaining her life was precious, and she dared not be negligent in her actions from then on. She wanted to be recognized and let everyone know that she was worthy of being favored by the divine soul, worthy of being selected by Wen Tai, and worthy of the resurrection divine art. She tried her best to make more contributions to the Parthenon temple but eventually fell into the trap of the chief extraditor. She had died again. The most ironic thing was that Salon recognized her. Chapter 3006. Weird Forgetting. When Paina was resurrected, Salon was beside Wen Tai, holding a 1-year-old baby girl in her arms. Salon recognized Paina. She laughed at Paina, which made her wish to pull out her sword and stab Salon's heart. She had failed the divine soul and Wen Tai's choice. Once again, she carelessly handed over her life. Salon did not kill her. She, instead, picked up a saber and left a mark on her back which bled profusely. The wound was not fatal, but it made Paina feel humiliated. There are many Red Cardinals and a Supreme Pontiff whose true identity has never been known in the Black Vatican. It may not be Yi Chang who did this, Tata said. I'll investigate. Paina clenched her fists. We have to find her. According to her usual behavior, this torture and massacre may be just the beginning, Xinxia said to Paina. Understood. She is taking revenge on Izisha. In fact, we don't have to be so. Tata knew exactly what Yi Chang was going to do. Izisha was Yi Chang's lifelong enemy. When Wen Tai was judged by the priest, there were 11 stones in total. When guilt and innocence were equal, Izisha chose to kill Wen Tai even though she was his sister. This was the source of the biggest change and split in the Parthenon temple at that time. Izisha executed her own brother. Yi Chang hated Izisha deeply. When Yi Chang became the Red Cardinal Salon, who owned a group of believers who were notorious all over the world, she took revenge and brutally killed all those who threw black stones. She did not hesitate to slaughter the families of those people and destroy the whole city. The whole world thought Salon was a madwoman who killed everyone she saw. Every place she went was left full of corpses in her wake. However, those who used to be with Wen Tai knew this happened because of Izisha's decision. It was Izisha who turned Yi Chang into the Red Cardinal Salon, and the increasingly powerful Salon finally started her final revenge. I'll go to Izisha to inquire about the situation. You've been busy all day, so you should rest now. I'll report to you as soon as there is any progress. Paina bid farewell to them. Xinxia nodded and let Paina leave. You should take a rest too. Tata knew that she had said many things that should not have been said today, so she thought it would be better to leave early. Xinxia was indeed tired. She could not even remember if she had had her dinner. After changing her clothes, Xinxia was about to find someone when there were a few light footsteps outside the main hall. Xinxia, are you done with your work? The middle-aged man walked to her with a smile. Yes. Dad, where have you been? I haven't seen you all day today. Xinxia smiled. Seeing loved ones was always comforting to her. She felt as if the entire cold Saintess Hall suddenly had a lot of warmth. Mo Jasmine sighed. Let's not talk about it. I made a mistake and went to another Saintess Hall. I met someone there, but when I mentioned you, her face darkened. You made it to Azisha's side. Xinxia blinked. Who is Azisha? Is she the other goddess? You can't blame me. When I got lost, a lady pointed the way to me. I didn't know there were two Saintess Halls, so I thought that was the way back here, Mo Jasmine said. That woman is silly. She should have told me that there are two Saintess Halls. Maybe she thought you were visiting relatives, said Xinxia. It's all Mo Fan's fault. He insisted on having me stay in Athens. I'm not used to Goddess Peak. It is full of girls. I'm still more comfortable with London. I can grow flowers, and Brother Trian can play chess with me, said Mo Jasmine. It's all my fault that I don't have time to accompany you, Xinxia said, ashamed. That's fine. This place is actually not bad. I'll go for a walk in the city tomorrow, so I don't have to stay on the mountain all the time, said Mo Jasmine. Okay, I'll have Chris accompany you. No, I'll take a stroll by myself. I'm quite comfortable walking in Athens by myself. Alas, it's better to have a daughter. You can do great things for the country and take care of the family. Look at Mo Fan. He is like a homeless child. I never see him. He won't even call me. Mo Jasmine complained. Xinxia hesitated but still did not tell him the truth. Mo Jasmine's current state was good. He had no cultivation, so he did not understand and did not need to know things that didn't concern him. Dad, can you tell me about the past? Xinxia was a little reluctant to speak. Well, it's been many years, so I can't remember clearly. At that time, there was an old house next door. Your mother moved there with you, and we became neighbors. Mo Jasmine knew what Xinxia wanted to ask. Any more details? Xinxia asked. There's nothing special. Your mother looks ordinary, and she is a bit stupid. She didn't know anything about cooking, washing, cleaning, and taking care of a child, so she often came to ask me for help. Eventually, our two families became one. Mo Jasmine did not think there was anything incomprehensible in that story. She was a widow with a child. As a neighbor, Mo Jasmine would do his best to help her. After living together for a short time, Xinxia's mother suddenly disappeared. At that time, Mo Jasmine thought it was normal. After all, she was a single mother and might not have wanted to be burdened. He always thought that such a life put too much pressure on her, and she decided to leave. Mo Jasmine treated Xinxia as his own daughter. Mo Fan also liked her a lot and cared for her like his own sister. Although life was a little bit difficult, Mo Jasmine was still relieved that the two children had grown up healthily. Mo Jasmine looked at Xinxia. He suddenly seemed to have something very important to tell her, but he couldn't remember. In spite of his best efforts, Mo Jasmine could not recall it. It was extremely strange. After a while, Mo Jasmine gave up. Why do you suddenly want to know about this? Did you find something related to her? Mo Jasmine asked. No. I just remembered some things from my childhood and wanted to talk with you. I don't know if it was just a hallucination or if it did happen. You still remember things from when you were a child? Yes, I have some vague memories. Chapter 3007. Leader of White Magic. Mo Jasmine only talked about trivial things. Xinxia sat there, listened, and eventually fell asleep. In the dream, the trivial things Mo Jasmine said formed her complete childhood, and Xinxia experienced it over again even though she had no memory of it. It was like being trapped in a repeated memory that was lost. When she was awakened by a large swath of blood rushing toward her face, it was already morning. She saw the mountains and the forests. She heard the sounds of birds coming from afar. Are you awake? Yes. Tea? Okay. She felt groggy. She accidentally fell asleep, but it felt like she had lived through years of her life. When she tried to recall the things that happened in the dream in detail, she could not remember anything at all. The sky had brightened by the time she washed up. When the sun was just rising, she received news that the Tulsi family was about to announce their support. Your Highness, among the members of the Parthenon Temple, only people from the Tulsi family are still hesitant. The eldest son of the Tulsi family has a grudge against you, so I think he will hinder your victory, said Fiona, a maid who was always by Xinxia's side. Go and call Jerome and Tulsi, said Xinxia. Call them? I'm afraid they have joined forces with Azisha, said Fiona. Tell Tulsi I want to chat with him about the Mountain City Titan, said Xinxia. Will he agree to come? He will. Xinxia did not have much appetite for breakfast, so she only drank some grape juice and tidied up her makeup. She looked at herself in the mirror. When she looked at her reflection for a long time, she felt as though the person staring back was not really her. The person in the mirror had her thoughts but showed a different expression. Everyone in the mirror was like this. Their faces would slowly distort if stared at for long. Tulsi and Jerome are here. Fiona ran over hurriedly. Let them wait. Xinxia took a pen out and wrote a letter. Then, she sealed it with letter oil and cast a small spell to prevent anyone from prying. Who is this letter for? Fiona asked. Send it to Lady Carolina, said Xinxia. With magic door. Yes. Your Highness, I just remembered that the Grand Holy Altar Master of the Senkai's altar, John, will come to visit this morning. They informed us 3 days ago. At noon, Halen, the Lord of the Hall of Knights, will hold an Apollo's attention ceremony for all the Golden Knights. You will also need to attend the ceremony and Fiona wanted to report today's itinerary in one go. We will discuss the plans in the afternoon after the Apollo's attention ceremony, said Xinxia. Okay. It will be another busy day. Your Highness, I roughly calculated the time where you can take a break. 10 minutes on the plane. You have to go to the southernmost part of Greece in the afternoon. People hope to see you at Greenbud City's memorial ceremony, no matter how late it is. Fiona told her about the afternoon's itinerary. Xinxia ignored her. Fiona was always talkative. Tulsi and Jerome are still in the hall. They are a little impatient. Tata walked in when she saw that Xinxia still had no intention of going out to talk to them anytime soon. The Tulsi family was an ancient family of the Parthenon Temple. Their support was crucial. The situation was clear now. Xinxia and Azisha had almost the same amount of support. The Tulsi family was vacillating. Their loyalty was related to an important war in Greece, namely, the Battle of Titans. Like the undead in Egypt, Greece had destructive Tyrant titans. They were ancient gods abandoned by the Greeks. With a heart of hatred for Greece, they often appeared as ghosts. If they appeared in urban areas, it would mean unfathomable consequences. The threat of the Titans could be greatly reduced by whomever the Tulsi family was willing to support. The goddesses did not want to be scolded for pleasing the world and not solving the problems of their country. Any saintess who became the goddess needed the loyalty of the Tulsi family. Tata was very anxious and justifiably so. After calling 2 key figures from the Tulsi family here, Xinxia ignored them. Today should be Xinxia's last chance. If she could not get an accurate answer from the Tulsi family, then there was a high probability that the Tulsi family would support Azisha. Once many city-states in Greece knew that the Tulsi family supported Azisha, they would also follow suit. After all, the Titans were everyone's fear. Who are Lizzie? Xinxia looked around but did not see the familiar female knight. Yes, Your Highness. Hua Lizzie walked out of the indoor garden. She was somewhere Xinxia could not see her, but she always watched over Xinxia. Tell Halen that the Apollo's attention ceremony will be held outside the Saintess Hall. The weather is good today, said Xinxia. Okay. Your Highness, Tulsi and Jerome are leaving. Tata became even more anxious. She had to show them some respect anyway. The Tulsi family was important to the Parthenon Temple. Prepare them lunch and let them follow us to the Greenbud City's memorial ceremony, Xinxia said to Fiona. I don't want to keep them here for lunch. Fiona pouted. She disliked the Tulsi family. I didn't say we have to have lunch together. Xinxia winked at Fiona. Fiona immediately understood. There were so many dining halls, so she could find a remote place for them, preferably out of sight, where they could have their lunch without encountering anyone. My little princess, if you neglect them like this, you will drive them to Azisha sooner or later. Tata was anxious. She could not guess what Xinxia was thinking. The Apollo's attention ceremony began, and all the golden knights in the goddess peak of the Hall of Knights would attend it. The fighting magistrate Norman wore golden emerald armor and led all the golden knights. They appeared in front of the Saintess Hall. The front of the hall was spacious and sunny. Every golden knight exuded the holy aura as befit those above the super level. They stood solemnly in front of Yi Xinxia, Halen, and Norman. Halen was wearing blue-gold holy armor and read aloud the Apollo language of ancient Greek. The sun shone brightly in the sky. After the Lord of the Hall of Knights, Halen, finished reading, Yi Xinxia held her hands high. She wore a long white dress without any embellishments to dim her graceful figure. Yi Xinxia seemed to be holding the red sun in her palms. Countless golden lights from the sky pierced through the goddess peak of Parthenon temple like spears, turning the goddess peak into a holy palace. Blessing element. The power of the invincible blessing element. It was the only magic in the world that could improve people's cultivation. For the golden knights who had advanced to super level, the blessing was likely to allow them to awaken more supernatural power. People who already had supernatural power had a high probability of entering the next stage of cultivation. Chapter 3008. Who owns the stone? The Saintess gave them a chance to watch Apollo. They supported the Saintess because her blessing could help people advance beyond mediocrity. The ceremony was solemn. Even if everyone was excited and joyful because of the gradual awakening of some special powers in the blessing of Apollo's attention, they could not express it at will. They saluted one by one and left. After leaving the sight of Halen, Yi Xinxia, and Norman, they cheered in the forest. They said some words of gratitude and pledged their loyalty. After staying in the Parthenon temple for so many years, Xinxia knew that the loyalty of the knights did not depend on the long-term baptism of the temple culture but on the power, glory, respect, and expectations they fulfilled. It was no wonder they only supported those who had the divine soul. Only the blessing of the divine soul could bring them these things. The ceremony was over before noon. Halen and Norman did not leave and entered the Saintess Hall together. Norman was talking with John, the Grand Master of the St. Kai's altar. The two had a close relationship. Norman, is this the power of the Saintesses of the Parthenon temple? It is incredible. If I weren't the Grand Master of the Australian Magic Association, I would also like to stand with those golden knights and feel the attention of Apollo. Maybe my light element, which has never advanced to forbidden curse, will have a glimmer of hope, the Grand Master, John, said. This is just the power of the Saintess. When Her Highness becomes a goddess, the blessings she can bestow will be even more extraordinary. Parthenon Temple has a deep foundation. Otherwise, how can we possibly expect to have so many believers all over the world? Norman said with a smile. In fact, the effect brought by Apollo's attention surprised Norman a little. The divine soul seemed to blend with Yi Xinxia perfectly. Every blessing she cast seemed to be bestowed by the real God. Even many forbidden mags coveted it. The blessing element is the leader of white magic, after all. Outside the holy city is the holy land of the Parthenon temple. This statement is true. St. Kai's altar. Alas, not only is it lifeless, but it also doesn't have that kind of impressive magic. Everyone only knows how to enjoy themselves. They have become so fat to the point that they find it difficult to even move. We'll only fall behind and become weaker. The Grand Holy Altar Master, John, sighed. The St. Kai's altar from the Five Continents Magic Association. But the Grand Master, John, knew that the gap between the Australian Supreme Magic Association and the Parthenon Temple was too big. The leader was someone who could bestow real power and the blessing of the gods. On the other hand, the leader of the Australian Magic Association did not even bother to make empty promises. We all know that your light element doesn't advance to the forbidden curse because of the evil curse when you returned from the extreme south. I have already negotiated with Her Highness about this matter, and she will remove it for you, Norman said to the Grand Holy Altar Master, John. I'm really grateful. I don't even know how to repay you. John was so excited that he almost wanted to salute, but Norman hurriedly stopped him. Supporting Her Highness of the Parthenon Temple in Australia is the best way to show your gratitude, said Norman. After returning to the hall, Xinxia invited Grandmaster John for a meal. When John saw that Norman and Halen were not qualified to sit with her, he panicked and did not dare to sit at the same table with the Saintess. However, John soon found that people around Xinxia chose their seats at random. Norman and Halen did not sit down because they insisted on maintaining their etiquette as knights of the Parthenon Temple. Grandmaster John, there's something I would like to ask you, said Xinxia. Feel free to ask anything, Your Highness. After seeing the magic of the blessing element of the Parthenon Temple, John had already become hopeful of becoming a light element forbidden mage. Therefore, he respected the Saintess even more. Senkai's altar also has a stone from Holy City, right? Asked Xinxia. Who? John's expression slightly changed. I just want to know who owns this stone now, said Xinxia. This? To tell you the truth, this stone is not owned by one person. It is jointly kept by me, Buck, and Gomis. We can decide what to do with the stone, John said in a low voice. Tell me about their temperament, said Xinxia. Buck is staying neutral, and Gomis will probably obey the Lord of the Holy City. What about you? Xinxia asked. Unknowingly, John's palms were a little sweaty. If you can remove my light element evil curse, I'll support you. But even so, we can't have the stone since Buck will most likely obey the Holy City, John said cautiously. The Holy City could not give John anything, except for an arrogant attitude. The Supreme Magic Association should have the highest law enforcement power, but the existence of the Holy City had never allowed it to have full control. After becoming a light element forbidden mage, John would become a double elements forbidden mage, and he no longer needed to humble himself in front of the Holy City. What angered the Great Master John the most was the trip to the extreme south. The Holy City initiated the trip, for which he paid his future as the price. The Holy City had not given him a solution until now. After he got to know Norman and learned about the blessings of the Parthenon Temple's divine soul, he knew that he had hopes of removing the evil curse and becoming a light element forbidden mage. Not only will you be able to get rid of the evil curse, but the blessing of God's seal will also open the door of God's gift to the third element, Xinxia said to John. John opened his mouth to say something. If he activated the third element of God's gift, he could surpass Gomis and become the strongest person among the staff of the Australian Magic Association. If you support us, we will support you too, said Xinxia. How could John not understand what she meant? Actually, Buck owes me a favor that can only be repaid with his life. The Grand Master John immediately expressed his hidden thoughts. Okay, let's eat first. The delicious food was served course by course. It was the first time in more than 10 years that Grand Master John experienced such a wonderful feast. Delicious food could make anybody happy. Xinxia finally had an appetite. It was near dusk when Xinxia boarded the plane and headed to Greenbud City in the south. Tulsi and Jerome accompanied them. These two were representatives of the Tulsi family. They were supposed to take the oath. They did not know why they boarded this plane to the southern countryside. After getting off the plane in Greenbud City, Tulsi finally could not stand Xinxia's silent treatment. What on earth do you want? What I hate the most is Orientals like you who like to pretend to be so profound, Tulsi said as he pointed rudely at Xinxia. Like before, he did not have much respect for the Saintess. I see. I was pretending to be profound. I gave you a whole day to reflect, but you didn't want to tell me anything. I had no choice but to bring you here so that you could witness the disaster of Greenbud City with your own eyes and let you feel the grief of those who have lost their loved ones. It is also my hope that I can evoke a little remorse in your heart. Yishinxia looked at Tulsi calmly. Chapter 3009. Unforgivable. Jerome looked at Tulsi in bewilderment. Tulsi trembled. He looked terrified. "What have you done to Greenbud City?" tasked Jerome in surprise. "You can take your time to confess to the residents of Greenbud City." Xinxia signaled Hualizi to push her forward. Tulsi went from arrogant to terrified within minutes. He was at a loss. He was so lost that his heart was full of regret, and he descended into a crazed frenzy. Countless people died in the tragedy of Greenbud City. In just one night, all of Greece lived in the fear of the Tyrant Titans massacre. When the tragedy happened, Mo Fan, Zhao Manyang and Mu Bai were in Greece. It was at that time that Tulsi and Mo Fan fought to settle the issue. After an investigation, Yi Xinxia discovered the evidence to Tulsi's crime. How did the leader of the outlaws control the Tyrant Titan with an evil spell? The Tyrant Titan was an ancient god, but it was as savage as a demon. Still, its divinity remained. Without the help of a certain special power, nothing could enslave it. The Tulsi family mastered that special power. The special power was passed down to generations of the Tulsi family. Tulsi taught the leader of the outlaws the ancient mind-controlling spell so that the leader could control the Tyrant Titan, which eventually led to the Greenbud City's tragedy. "I have the evidence of you instructing Dick's military attaché to help you cover up the horrible crime," Hualizi said to Tulsi. Tulsi looked as if someone had sucked his soul away. He almost fainted on the spot. It was the Pope from the Arian Church. He was the desperado who owned the Tyrant Titan's black-turbid moon. Little did Tulsi know that his close friend who taught him to live a life of debauchery was the Pope of the Arian Church. He also did not know the outsider would master the god-controlling art completely. None of his family members had learnt to do that. His friend had taken control of the Tyrant Titan. Tulsi was still unaware of it when the tragedy in Greenbud City happened. It was only after he learned the issue in depth that he realized his recklessness had led to this blunder. Imparting the knowledge of the Tulsi family's magic to others was absolutely forbidden. This was a taboo, and it had caused such a horrible incident. The Tulsi family's reputation was ruined. The Greeks hated them so much that they would willingly transform into wild beasts and tear them apart. Jerome finally knew young Master Tulsi had committed a great sin. He quickly dragged Tulsi before Xinxia and said, "Get up. Kneel in front of her. Now." Young Master Tulsi was so shocked. His body was drenched in sweat. A while ago, he was arrogant and showed no respect. But now, he wished he could bury his head before Xinxia's shoes and seek her forgiveness. "I really had no idea he was the Pope of an evil cult." "Xinxia? No, I mean, my lady, please, don't make this matter public." Young Master Tulsi's expression alternated between remorse, fear, and humility. Xinxia stared at him icily. She did not say anything. Jerome was Tulsi's elder. He knew how to save Tulsi. "We'll change our oath. We will swear to pledge our loyalty to you. Young Master Tulsi has made a horrible mistake. He will do everything to make up for his mistake. Please spare him this one time," said Jerome. "I'm not in the position to pardon your sins. Go and confess your sins to everyone in Greenbud City now. Let Izisha decide how to sentence you," said Xinxia. "My lady!" Jerome cried out. Xinxia let Hualizi continue to push her forward. She was greeted by the sight of the mourning crowd of Greenbud City. "My lady, Tulsi is willing to pledge his loyalty to you. It can tilt the scale to your favor. This is the key for you to become the goddess," Tata said with a great sense of urgency. If Xinxia could forgive young Master Tulsi in exchange for his family's absolute loyalty to her, this would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Golden Sun Knight swore an oath this morning. They will protect Greece and its people. They will not spare even one savage tyrant titan that tramples our city or our land. The Tulsi family is no longer trustworthy, so the Golden Sun Knights will take up the guardianship. From now on, the Tulsi family will be struck off the Parthenon temple. Yi Xinxia spoke with unprecedented solemnity and indifference. She could not afford to keep a family who did not take the citizens' safety seriously in the Parthenon temple. She could not forgive people like this. Jerome, young Master Tulsi and Tata knelt on the floor. They hoped they could convince Yi Xinxia. But Yi Xinxia did not even bother to turn and look at them. With Hua Li's help, she arrived at the memorial platform and faced tens and thousands of residents of Greenbud City. They were the deceased's kith and kin. Xinxia faced the people and said, "I've been through a suffering similar to yours. I almost died. At that time, I coiled up inside a small fridge and thirsted for even a glimmer of hope. Suffering like you all, and I almost died. I can never forget the torture even today. The long agony of gasping for air in the middle of fear." Xinxia had personally experienced disasters. She had witnessed tragedies under Blood Alert. Tata and the rest did not understand why Xinxia did not take advantage of this opportunity to subdue the Tulsi family. By doing so, she would stand a higher chance of winning the goddess campaign. Xinxia could temporarily put aside her original intention, but she would not give up on it. If she were to forgive this type of person to become the goddess, she would feel disgusted at herself. In the end, Xinxia exposed the identity of the main culprit, young Master Tulsi. After she made his name and his deed public, the prestige of the Tulsi family would be ruined. They would live the rest of their lives as street rats. They would be despised and humiliated. They deserved it. They did not deserve sympathy. If they showed pity to the Tulsi family, who would show compassion to the countless bodies buried in the deep underwater pits of Greenbud City? The goddess had the power to strike the Tulsi family off the list. If both of the saintesses agreed that the Tulsi family was not qualified to stay in the Parthenon temple, then they could remove the Tulsi family from the Parthenon temple. Young Master Tulsi was held in custody. Jerome and a cadre of elders kneeled before the Hall of Saints. They waited under the scorching sunlight, hoping they could see Izisha just for once. Izisha was in charge of the Hall of Judgment. Hence, she would be the final judge in this case. She would decide if she wanted to strike their names off the list, or to condemn them or let them stay. Xinxia decided to strike their names off. Of course, Izisha could overrule Xinxia's decision. The person who had the ruling points had the power of internal enforcement. "My lady, why did you refuse to see them? They have been kneeling on the staircase all day. If you spare them, they will swear to support you till their deaths. The Tulsi family is still very powerful. It's their eldest young master who did something wrong. You don't have to impose such a heavy sentence on them. They can work hard to redeem themselves and regain the citizens' acknowledgement," said Mera to Izisha. HMPH. Yi Xinxia is very kind-hearted. "If I were her, I would have beheaded him and his clan's heads," said Izisha. Tell them to F***ck off. Otherwise, use their blood to clean the dust on the staircase." Chapter 30:10. The person with strange irises. A red spot slowly appeared on the clear blue sky above Athens. It expanded and covered the whole sky. The people on top of the building sensed an enormous figure covering the large area. It was a red dragon. It flapped its wings and flew past the sky-rise buildings of Athens flashily. It left a torrent of dust and leaves in its wake over the streets as it flew to the Parthenon temple. It must be Lady Carolina. It's her red dragon. How can she fly over our city at her own will? The enormous dragon looks extremely dangerous, said several mags of Athens. Her red dragon has a green certificate issued by St. Petersburg Church. Thus, her dragon can fly all over the sky of Europe. It naturally is Lady Carolina's expensive and luxurious private jet. Speaking of which, why is she heading to the Parthenon mountain? The Victorian family often pays a visit to Greece. The news frequently reported that they are very close with the Saintesses and Duke Elaine. I suppose the Victorian family supports Yi Xinxia, right? I suppose so. But Lady Carolina is Elaine's stepmother. She, too, has the same right to inherit the Victorian family's fortunes. Hence, it depends on who Lady Carolina wants to support. If she supports Azisha, then the Victorian family and a vast majority of the ancient, British great families will share equal number of votes. The election was around the corner. The focus of the topic was on the two saintesses' sculptures in Athens. Many Greek restaurants divided their menus to join in the fun of the election. It was clear that Lady Carolina was an important figure in the election. She represented a certain number of the British votes. Her high-profile appearance sent the people of Athens into a strange circle of deep discussion. The discussion involved the election matter and the unspeakable relationship between a certain person with the two saintesses. The most shocking news of all was that the choice of goddess was already pre-decided. The insider information was appalling. Everyone preferred to do things that captured the crowd's attention. The goddess election had a more exaggerated influence than the World Cup. The World Cup was a celebrated event for the men. Meanwhile, the goddess election was an important occasion for both men and women. The election lasted for a month. Before the start of the official election, the worshippers of the Parthenon temple would fill Athens. Various traditional rituals and events surrounding the election would take place in Athens. Therefore, that month was the best time for travelers from all over the world to come to Athens and enjoy the unprecedented serenity, elegance, luxury, and amazement of the events in the city. Flowers bloomed after an abundant rainfall last month. Truckloads of fresh olives were delivered to Greece and were used to adorn every corner of the city. The flowers looked pure and pretty. They were seen in every corner of the city. Greece without its goddess was like a city without a soul. It had been many years since a goddess was elected to lead Greece. The signs of deterioration of the city were obvious. Today, the election finally kickstarted. The Parthenon temple's ultimate leader possessed resurrection divine art, and she would descend to the city soon. The street lamps were decorated with flower chains. The draping flower chains glowed brightly with luster even in the middle of the night. When they walked on the streets in Athens, they thought they had accidentally stumbled into a European aristocrat's grand wedding. They were intoxicated by the beautiful sights, not to mention that each turn was a surprise in itself. At that moment, the great Mage Parina was on the dream streets. She wore a light grey sweater and covered her hair and part of her forehead with a hood. She looked like a night runner who did not want to grab people's attention. She enjoyed her own peace and music under the quiet city. After shedding the luxurious robes that belonged to a great mage, Parina blended into the dimly lit corners of the city perfectly well. The place was far away from the city and the Parthenon mountain. There were no streetlights in the remote place. Even the administrative officers refused to pay attention to that place because the tourists would not visit it. The sparsely scattered floral remnants was a pathetic indication that they, too, were celebrating that festival. Parina trotted along. Her steady breathing was audible on the quiet but filthy path. As she passed by a jumble of forest, a pair of greedy eyes lit up in the middle of the darkened tree trunks. The eyes were glued to Parina's shapely grey figure. Parina ran into an even more remote, narrow path. The pair of eyes vanished before resurfacing from a dilapidated hut next to Parina. The owner of the eyes coveted her graceful, athletic figure. The path was so quiet that even the sound of stray cats rummaging through trash cans was loud. When Parina trotted to a dilapidated house with dead ends, the owner with that pair of greedy eyes appeared before her suddenly. Under the faint moonlight, she saw a man with a skinny jawline. He looked like someone suffering from anorexia. He was a bag of bones. However, he had a pair of gleaming eyes. His gaze was so sharp as if they could skin someone alive. "How can I help you?" Parina stopped and stared at the person with strange irises. "I suffer from a disease. I'm in unbearable pain," said the person. "I'm not a doctor." "You can go to the hospital for your condition," said Parina. "Any woman who is as beautiful and mature as you can cure my sickness. After you make me happy, I can turn your skin and bones into a beautiful small jar as a token of my appreciation. My handiwork is regarded as a treasure in some of the world's most famous men's vaults. Isn't this every woman's wish?" The man with strange irises spoke eagerly. "You've been making a lot of these small jars lately, haven't you? Your hands are shaking. Is it due to overworking? Asked Parina. The man was surprised at her words. Under normal circumstances, a beautiful night jogger like her would be afraid of him. He expected Parina to flee in shock and cry for help in the deserted streets. Meanwhile, the man himself would pursue her while enjoying the chase. I've indeed made a lot of jars. A big client provided me with many perfect materials, said the man with strange irises. Okay. I've come to the right person, then. Parina removed her hood and revealed her forehead with the sanction mark, as well as her tourneblonde, long hair that gave off an air of nobility. Why, you are the daughter of Resurrection, Parina. The person with strange irises was so shocked that his eyes flickered. Who gave you the materials to make the 40 urns? Parina approached the person slowly. I hunted them myself. The person with strange irises slowly retreated. He looked stunned. Chapter 30:11. The Red Cardinal. A cry of help rang throughout the quiet outskirts of the city. The skinny figure stumbled on his way as he fled in panic. Behind him was a lady with long, wavy tawny blonde hair. She quickened her pace as she chased after the man with strange irises like a fearless warrior. Her graceful pace was much faster than the man who staggered. The man with strange irises climbed up like a monkey. He ran quickly through the trees, window sills, and poles. He was as fast as lightning. However, regardless of how many kilometers he ran, when he turned around, he always saw Parina's upright figure on the intersection of the road. She stared at him icily. She was intimidating. Bam! The man with strange irises was as frightened as a street rat. He hit a garbage truck on the corner of the street before crawling backward in the middle of the garbage. I never kill people. I didn't kill any women. I stole women's bodies from the hospital. They were supposed to be cremated. My job is to. I confess I am a cremator. The man with strange irises tried to show her his professional documents. But he realized he hadn't brought anything with him. Who gave you the permission to hunt people? Parina questioned him again. You're the first one I approached. It's a pleasure to meet you. I know you have assigned the NYX goddess to stop me from embarking on a criminal path. Thank you so much. The man with strange irises got up, then he fell on his knees before Parina in the middle of the garbage. If you don't answer my question, I'll show you the Creator's power from an execution sage. Parina walked up to him and stepped on the back of his head. The man's nose was broken. Blood streamed down his face. He let out a cry. He was so scared that he trembled. He's a black druggist. He sent me some dead bodies. He knew about my skill, so he threatened me to do things as per his orders, said the trembling man. Did he come here alone? Asked Parina. He came with an Eastern woman. The Eastern woman wore a red robe. When he mentioned the woman, his face changed. He looked as if he was certain he would die now that he had exposed the woman. Where did you meet them? Asked Parina. Inside a private mansion. Take me there. You don't have a choice. They passed by bustling streets. The fragrance of olives filled the city. Parina took the man in chains as they went to a residential area where wealthy men lived. The roads were spotless. The green forest was neatly trimmed. It looked like an ancient, noble manor filled with Greek majesty. The residence located halfway up the mountain was in sharp contrast to the hustle and bustle of the city. They arrived at a luxurious mansion. It was a large vintage house. The clean and exquisite French windows did not affect its overall style. In fact, it brought out its nobility and grandeur. You better think carefully. Are you sure this is where you met up with them? Parina tugged at the shackles and pulled at the man. The man got up from the floor and said firmly, "There's a bronze statue inside. You can see it once you enter through the door." Parina took a few steps forward. She indeed saw a majestic bronze statue. It was the statue of the bust of a Tyrant Titan. Don't play tricks with me. This is the Tulsi family's property. "Are you taking advantage of the Tulsi family's downfall by shifting the blame on them?" said Parina furiously. "Why would I try to trick you? I met them here. They even provided a craft room for me. There are still some flakes of human skin left inside the staircase on the first floor. Did the Tulsi family provide that to you?" Parina asked in disbelief. "I'm not sure if it was really the Tulsi family, but this is where I worked," said the man cautiously. Parina looked solemn. She could not conclude that the Tulsi family was involved in this case based on his words alone. She had to go inside the craft room and see for herself. She wanted to see if the remnants of the flakes of human skin were really there. "We'll sneak inside. If there's nothing there, I'll use you as my raw material and craft an urn following your way," said Parina coldly. "No. My craft doesn't make anyone feel pain. You don't know how to avoid inflicting pain on them. You'll only torture me instead. I didn't say I particularly like crafting." The vintage mansion did not have foolproof security. Parina sneaked in effortlessly. When she reached inside the staircase as mentioned by the man, she saw a craft room. There were dozens of carving knives, polishers, and small drills of different scales and precision on the table. The smell of blood was strong. Although the place looked clean, Parina sensed that it was as filthy and brutal as a slaughterhouse. "There are some strands of hair here. They seem to belong to a man with a strong figure." "I suppose so. I also don't know who he is." "Dust." "No, I mean, they are not dust. They are finely ground bone powder." The man with strange irises showed Parina the traces of his crime one by one. "Were they still alive when you did this?" Parina frowned. She noticed a lot of blood stains on the machine. "They were dead." "Are you sure?" I give you one last chance. Were they still alive when they were brought in here? Tell me now." Parina could not quite contain her anger. This looked like torture. This was brutal. Some of them were still alive. The man with strange irises finally spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, Parina felt like she couldn't breathe properly. What kind of hatred led to doing something like this? A quick death seemed like a luxury in the face of such a thing. No pain. I guarantee you that they didn't feel even the slightest bit of pain. "My handiwork will only bring them happiness," the man with strange irises said with great conviction. "Shut up." Parina wished she could stomp on his head and crush it. The man with strange irises dared not say anything more. Parina instructed him to collect all the crime evidence. She was aware that the matter was serious. She had to inform Yishinxia as soon as possible. She also had to inform the Hall Mother. "It's the Red Cardinal." "Did you see her face?" asked Parina. "I did not dare to look at her." "Perhaps you can," said the man with strange irises. "What are you talking about?" Parina was stunned. "She's upstairs." Parina stood on the staircase. She was about to take a step but abruptly came to a halt. She felt as if she had been frozen by a certain power. The woman was inside the house. She was the Red Cardinal. Chapter 30:12. Holding a sharp blade. "She knows you're coming. TSK. TSK. TSK." The man with strange irises had been maintaining a humble attitude all this while. At that moment, he burst into laughter suddenly. Click-clack! 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 They heard the crisp sound of high heels on the floor before a slender figure appeared on top of the stairs. The woman took a step down. Parina took a step back. The Red Cardinal continued to walk down the staircase. She stared at Parina indifferently. Meanwhile, Parina's face had turned as white as a sheet. She kept retreating. Her legs trembled violently for every step she took backward. She felt a searing pain on her back all of a sudden. The pain was so unbearable that she could not even stand upright. Parina thought the scar had healed. However, when she faced the perpetrator again, her wound ripped open. Was this a certain kind of sharp blade curse? You never change. Why can't you use your brain for once? Why must you always take your life so easily, thinking that you can resurrect from the dead again and again? You always think you can do better the next time. But alas, the Red Cardinal walked into the craft room and stood still. Paina had backed up against a wall. She leaned on it. It was still hard for her to stand up straight. "Must I turn you into a small jar so that you can grow?" said the Red Cardinal. The man's eyes lit up. If he could use the elegant Paina as his raw material, he believed he could bring out a level of craftsmanship that was beyond human limits. However, the man's eyes seemed to have annoyed the Red Cardinal. She glared at him. He was so frightened that he prostrated on the floor and dared not to look at her or Paina again. He wrapped his hands around his head. "What exactly do you want?" Paina summoned her courage to ask. "Is it that difficult to guess? All I want is revenge. Hasn't this come across your mind before? I still remember the way you stared at that person. Despite the fact that your heart has sunk, you tried hard to show the same adoration and admiration like the rest," said the Red Cardinal. "I'm not going to become as crazy as you," screamed Paina. "I'm more sober-minded than the rest of you. Since we're born into this world, we cry when we get hurt, and we take revenge when we are wronged. We will do everything to take back what belongs to us. I'm hurt, so I want to seek revenge and take back what is mine. And you, even though it's obvious that you're hurt too, you act like nothing is wrong. Although you're angry, you continue to pledge your loyalty to your enemy. You have become so numb to losing everything you hold very dear to yourself. Your heart has been distorted, yet you act sickeningly calm. Tell me, are you crazy, or am I?" retorted the Red Cardinal. The Red Cardinal's words subverted most people's views of the world that were in line of logical thinking. The Red Cardinal was a desperado whose views of the world were distorted. Many people who listened to her went astray. Paina could refute her. "You won't get away with this. Athens and the Parthenon Temple are not places where you can do whatever you please." Paina gathered her courage. "Even your last words are so uninspiring," said the Red Cardinal indifferently. After walking out of the craft room, the Red Cardinal heard the man's hysterical laughter. She paused mid-stride before returning to the underground craft room. After some time, the man's miserable scream rang throughout the vintage mansion. Splash! At the courtyard small pool, the Red Cardinal turned on the tap and washed her hands that were covered in blood. She cleaned each of her fingers meticulously. "How do I handle Paina's body?" Yangchia was dressed in a female servant's dress. She approached the Red Cardinal, who was washing her hands. "Send her body back to the Parthenon Temple," said the Red Cardinal. "The effect of your medicine will go away soon," Yangchia warned her. "Have the other Red Cardinals arrived?" asked the Red Cardinal. "The 3 new Red Cardinals are your disciples. They won't dare to act slow," replied Yangchia. "There were supposed to be 4 of them." Unfortunately, Blue Bat was. The Red Cardinal heaved a sigh. She admired Blue Bat. Blue Bat had a sharp mind and possessed thousands of skills. If she was given some information, she could speculate the entire story. Unfortunately, she was not able to tame Blue Bat entirely. If Blue Bat could completely forget about her identity as the member of the Enforcement Union, she would be an outstanding successor to the Red Cardinal Salon. She is indeed powerful. Not many people can make us suffer a setback. Yangchia nodded. There were a whole bunch of idiots in this world who thought they were brilliant enough to dig out the key figures of the Black Vatican, and they exhausted much of their energy on the unnecessary people. Those idiots were the Holy Judges, Enforcement Union, Sacred Hall of New York, and the Holy Altar Mags and others. But Blue Bat was the only one who encountered the true leader of the Black Vatican. And Blue Bat was the only one who remained steadfast in the middle of the crazy church. She had caught Salon off guard and thrown the NDA's plan off track. The rebels who were supposed to gain victory had been destroyed by the Federation. The Black Vatican was originally able to expand 5-fold, but the Blue Bat's actions had caused the Black Vatican to suffer severely in the ceremony. This was especially so for Wu Ku. Wuku was an important figure elected by Salon as the new Red Cardinal. Wuku's intelligence and ability surpassed the incompetent Red Cardinals. Despite Blue Bat's betrayal, Salon was never angry with her. Instead, Salon was frustrated with herself that she was not good enough in her own exemplary behaviors and teachings. Blue Bat was likened to a razor-sharp blade. Salon's own mistake had caused her to hold the wrong direction of the blade. As a result, Salon was hurt by the blade. If only she were able to hold the hilt, everything would turn out differently, and she would ruthlessly pierce the invincible forces. Early in the morning, they woke up to the sound of birds chirping outside. Despite the lack of sleep, they were not annoyed at the soft chirps. Yixinxia opened her eyes. She looked outside the sheer gauze curtain and saw the green mountains and forest. The beautiful angles of the mountains were smoothed out by the dense leaves. Several spirit birds with long, fairy tails hovered between the mountains. "My lady! My lady!" She heard voices outside her bedroom. Yixinxia got up. She did not sit on her wheelchair. She walked to the door. After she opened the door, she saw the people kneel before her. They lowered their face so low that she could not even see their eyes. Yixinxia sensed a bad omen. "Paina," Fiona sobbed. Yixinxia's breathing came out rapidly. She closed the door and leaned behind it. The crowd remained in place and continued kneeling before the door. After a few minutes, Yixinxia opened the door once again. There were tear streaks on her face. "Is her body intact? Is her soul broken?" asked Yixinxia. "My lady, she can't be resurrected again." "I know. I just want to know if she was in pain when she died." She died in peace. Chapter 13. Strutting around. Parina's funeral was held on the same morning. Izisha attended her funeral. She fixed her razor-sharp gaze on Yixinxia, as if looking for Yixinxia's hypocritical smile in the middle of sadness. But why was Parina killed? Izisha was confused about her death too. While everyone in the Parthenon temple could die, Parina was the only one with the highest possibility of staying alive. Did Parina discover something important that even her special resurrected identity could not save her? Salon had killed her. The only difference was that Parina's body was not made into an exquisite jar or turned into cremains. Her body was sent to the Parthenon mountain foothill in decent condition. "My lady, what's going on?" Mera whispered to Izisha. Parina discovered something important. "Ask the adjudicators to investigate the people she met and places she went to," said Izisha. "She's dead." "Most of the clues have been erased," said Mera. "If the person is just one of the Red Cardinals, she will have turned Parina into cremains in an urn, just like the urn sent to our hall. However, the person showed some mercy when she killed Parina. It has to be something related to Wen Tai. Her emotions might have left behind some clues. Parina's body will lead us to the mad person," said Izisha with great conviction. "All right, I'll inform Milo." It was noon, and everything went on as usual. However, there were some rumors circulating among the Parthenon temple. People began to discuss the past. Some speculated the real cause of Parina's death. Parina was the great sage of the Parthenon temple, so her death would bring about a certain level of influence. "I don't want to take too much time over a dead person. If there's nothing else, I'll go back to London." Lady Carolina sat inside the hall and said impatiently to Tata. Right after she spoke, Yixinxia appeared at the entrance of the hall in black, long-sleeved shirt. She looked pale. Lady Carolina remained in her seat and watched Yixinxia. "My husband is still well preserved inside the time frost. I dislike beating around the bush. If you want to gain the Victorian family's support, this is my condition. As for the events involving negotiation, sincerity, and friendship, I am sorry, I don't buy those," Lady Carolina said bluntly. "I don't plan to talk to you about that," said Yixinxia. "Then, there's nothing to talk about between us. The honor is yours if you become the goddess." Lady Carolina stood up and walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, a red dragon landed majestically. It pressed its weight on the stone tiles, as if wanting to crush the expensive tiled floor. Lady Carolina hopped onto the back of the red dragon. She looked down at Tata, who followed behind. Lady Carolina smiled. She said to Tata, "Ask the Saintess to give it a thought. If she changes her mind, she can come and visit the Victorian manor, and I won't let the ballot slip out of my hand. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, Izisha also possesses the resurrection ability." She was dismantled into 8 pieces and laid inside the crystal ice coffin before miraculously coming back to life. She didn't master the true resurrection art. "You must trust us," said Tata. "Actually, I don't really care about the authenticity of the art. It doesn't matter to me as long as someone can bring my man back to life. I wish you all the best in the election. See you." Lady Carolina was in midair as she said the final words. The red dragon flew in the direction of northwest and gradually away from Athens. Then it left Greece. It flew past several European countries before heading toward Holy City. It was still early. So, Lady Carolina stayed in the Holy City for a while, as if it was a transit station. Lady Caroline dared not simply reveal her special identity in the Holy City. She let the red dragon land on the plain, then she walked to the First Avenue of the Holy City. She walked to District 7, on First Avenue. Lady Carolina had her own club in the Holy City. She had made a lot of friends from around the world. They always had a way to satisfy her preference for a drunken night out. Just when she was about to step into her secret base, she noticed a familiar figure inside an old coffee shop at the corner of the hustle street at District 7. Lady Carolina walked over to the place, pretending to buy some drinks. She looked at the person near her and was shocked. "How did you get away?" Lady Carolina could not help but cry out while pointing at the man drinking iced coffee. "Sorry, do I know you?" The man stared at Lady Carolina in confusion. "Do you think you're a stranger to the world? You're the newly promoted wicked god, Mofan." "You're a sinful man," said Lady Caroline. Mofan took large sips of the iced coffee. He smiled. "You have a good sense of judgment. I've been walking around on the streets for some time, yet no one comes to me and questions me like you." There was a hint of hostility in Lady Carolina's gaze. It was clear that she was going to summon the Holy City Guardians. The wicked god escaped from the Holy Palace and strutted around the streets to enjoy his tea time. "Running into me is the start of your bad luck." Lady Carolina's face changed. The surroundings immediately turned into an ice cave. The drinks on display were frozen into ice within a second. Her aura was so strong that it suppressed most of the powerful mags. They had difficulty breathing. "Who are you?" asked Mofan. Lady Carolina said her name haughtily. "Such a small world. I didn't expect to bump into you in the Holy City." Mofan was surprised. He really hadn't expected to run into the B*TCH who had banished Mooningshua to the extreme Southland. Unfortunately, they were at the Holy City. Otherwise, Mofan would have grabbed her hair and smashed her face on the floor. "How can I help you, Lady Carolina?" Just then, a spirited woman with purple curls walked out with a frozen coffee. Lady Carolina frowned. She was the Archangel Sharja. She disliked people addressing her as Gabriel. So, the people in the Holy City called her by her name. Many times, Sharja dressed up like an ordinary, pretty girl. She sometimes liked to pretend to be a tourist. Most pedestrians could not recognize her as easily and would not know that she was one of the rulers of the Holy City. "Thank God that you're here." "The demon," said Lady Carolina. "Before the final judgment, he's just a suspect. Moreover, he surrendered himself to the Holy City. He recited the divine oath, so the Holy City has to protect him," said Sharja calmly. "Still, it's unbecoming for him to strut around the Holy City like this." Lady Caroline could not quite accept it. Chapter 30:14. The Victorian Family. How could a criminal enjoy his coffee in the evening so leisurely? What was the Holy City to him? Was the holy city just a vacation resort to him? Many people in the holy city could not wait to see Mo Fan die a violent death. What difference does it make? If he has sinned, he's on probation before he leaves the world. If he hasn't sinned, he's enjoying the freedom that belongs to him anyway, said Sharjah. Lady Carolina could not convince Sharjah. Still, she could not accept the fact that this man was walking around in freedom. Why couldn't the holy city keep the demon in check? She expected to see Mo Fan hanging highly in the claws of the golden dragon. She expected to see him all bruised and battered while being hung in the scorching sun. She hadn't expected this. But it's upon China and Asian Magic Association's behest. As long as he remains in the holy city before judgment, the holy city archangels agreed to not deprive him of his human rights. Sharjah waved her hand. She had no interest in providing Lady Carolina with any more explanation. A mass of purple aura spread and melted the adverse effect caused by Lady Carolina's frosty magic. After that, she continued wandering around the holy city like any other ordinary girl. Meanwhile, Mo Fan stood in place. He fixed his gaze on Lady Carolina and gave her a smirk. Lady Carolina felt a chill spread down her spine. She sensed that Mo Fan was trying to remember her face. He looked as if the first thing he wanted to do after breaking free from the holy city was to kill her. Lady Carolina snorted. She was not afraid of him. Why did she need to be so calculative with someone who was going to die soon anyway? Enjoy your last freedom. That's all you can do, sneered Lady Carolina. Mo Fan had already left. Lady Carolina went into her winery. When she recalled Mo Fan's expression, she was no longer in the mood for any drinks. Forget about it. Let's just go back to England. She went out of the city and hopped onto the Red Dragon. They flew to the England coast. The place was much colder than Italy, Greece, and the Holy City. There were hardly any other colors except the weeds along the lengthy coastline. The Victorian family's manor was in the coldest area. Around the manor was a variety of cold-resistant plants, and because of this, the manor looked like a unique oasis in the middle of a barren land. Colorful flowers bloomed around the manor. Despite lacking sunlight, the flowers grew well and added a splash of color in the area. Lady Carolina's favorite plants were the thorny flowers dangling along the high walls. When she was younger, her childish husband had climbed the wall that was filled with thorny flowers with his bare hands in order to find a place to spend a night with her in private. She walked quickly into the mansion. She went down along a spiral staircase and into the basement ice cellar. No wine was stored here. Instead, there was a 100-year-old ice world magic stone. It was used to freeze a middle-aged man who had died 6 years ago. The man sat on the chair, looking like he was deep in his thoughts. Lady Carolina stood before the frozen body and stared at him for a very long time. "Dear, I've not been able to obtain the special God's gift. This place can preserve you for another half a year, at most. Don't worry, the saintess from the Parthenon temple needs my vote. You'll be brought back to life very soon," said Lady Carolina to the inert body. The man couldn't hear her words. It looked as though she was speaking to herself. It was as if she was performing a stage play. "When you wake up, I won't hate you anymore. When you wake up, I will give you all you want. It's my fault. I shouldn't have thrown a fit at you because of those unimportant women. We're husband and wife, after all. We should forgive each other for everything. I know you were just flirting with them. You still love me from the bottom of your heart. When you wake up, I'll put up with all your flaws. It's my fault for freezing you here. I just want to make you stay. I don't mean to take your life away. Lady Carolina was in tears. Knock! Knock! There was a knock on the thick, wooden door of the ice cellar. "Who is it?" Lady Carolina immediately turned as cold as ice. "Madam, the saintess from the Parthenon temple is here," said the servant from outside the door. Lady Carolina was delighted. She could not stop herself from planting a kiss on the frozen middle-aged man's cheek. She was so happy that she looked like a lady embarking on a new life. I'll come after I change my clothes. Is it Izisha or Yishinsha? Asked Lady Carolina calmly. It's the younger one, said the servant. Great! There was joy in her words this time. Izisha possessed the resurrection divine art. However, she had only resurrected herself thus far. Besides, there was much controversy about her resurrection. It seemed like her resurrection divine art was not the orthodox Parthenon temple resurrection method. It did not belong to the white magic. It was suspected to have originated from black magic. Yishinsha, on the other hand, mastered the resurrection art that was approved by the soul of the Parthenon temple. Even the Forbidden Curse Alliance never questioned her ability. Although Lady Carolina was closer with Izisha, she could make her family give their full support to Yishinsha for the sake of resurrecting her husband from the dead. The family meeting was held in the afternoon. Lady Carolina knew what the meeting was about. Duke Elaine showed clear signs of the party she supported. She was very close with Yishinsha. The mass media had reported about this before. As an insider, Lady Carolina was aware of this too. On top of their close relationship, there were also many interests involved in it. For people in the Victorian family had the most power. One of them was Duke Elaine. If the Victorian family was a public listed company, Elaine would own 30% of the shares. The other was Lady Carolina. She and her husband owned 25% of the shares. Lady Carolina told the public that her husband was critically ill but had not yet been declared dead. Another one was Old Weller. He was the younger brother to Elaine's father. He owned 15% of the shares. The last one was a mysterious person who did not belong to the Victorian family. That person owned 30% of the shares. There were no other minority shareholders. These four people held the Victorian family's shares. Today, the Victorian family was the greatest family in England because of the enormous dragon. They were in a position where no other Europeans could compete. The four people who held the power of the family controlled England's economy and magic system to a certain extent. Chapter 30:15. The Mysterious Guest. Yishinsha obtained full support from Elaine. Elaine also held the most power. However, Elaine had no control over the other members with 70% of the ownership. As long as Lady Carolina stood firm on her decision in the meeting, Yishinsha would face obstacles in gaining majority of voting support from the people of England. Inside the meeting hall, Lady Carolina put on her favorite dress. Her dress was a noble blue color like distant stardust. It accentuated her snow-white skin and slender figure. Lady Carolina knew she would be the main character for this day. She would be the one to decide the Victorian family, the Parthenon temple, and Europe's future. Lady Carolina saw Yishinsha. Yishinsha sat beside Elaine. They both looked as if they were still undergraduates in the middle of a beauty parlor chat. Lady Carolina found them pathetic and ridiculous. So, these two little girls think they can control the entire Europe, huh? There are still many people in the city who are more capable than them. The meeting has begun. Please take your seats, said the executive. The Victorian family's key figures were no more than 20. Aside from the four people with absolute power over the family, the others were more like advisors. In the end, they still had to obey the views of the four people with the most power and let them make the final decision. This was rarely seen in other great families. They rarely had absolute control over their positions. Let me make an opening speech, said Old Weller. He glanced at the main entrance. After making sure the entrance was closed, he began his speech. Today, we are going to make an important decision. The decision we make will directly impact our ability to gain international prestige. We're going to decide the goddess of the Parthenon temple, and we're aware of the Parthenon temple status in the world. If we make the wrong choice, then I think we should just stick to expanding in England. The group inside the meeting hall burst into laughter. The Victorian family was also known as the Dragon family. They were the talk of the town these days. The European mags discussed them. Many clans were somewhat unimpressed with the Parthenon temple. In fact, the Parthenon temple had a solid foundation. However, relying on the goddess resurrection divine art alone could not change the world. Meanwhile, the Victorian family had caused drastic changes to the situation in Europe. The children wanted to become the dragoon mags instead of just an outstanding mage. My lady, I'm sorry. Some young people just think they know everything. Old Weller could not help but shake his head upon hearing the laughter. He apologized to Yixinsha, who sat at the far end of the round table. Yixinsha did not take that to heart. She sat there and observed. The group was not surprised to see Yixinsha involved in the Victorian family's meeting. After all, she had invested a sum of money in the family in the name of a saintess many years ago. She had helped the family to resolve many immediate issues. She occasionally showed up at family meetings, but she never interfered in their decisions. My lady, we're aware of your intention of being present in this meeting. But what can you bring to us? As far as we're concerned, Izisha has a perfect network with the ancient, great families of Europe. As for you, you can't bring anything of substance to our family aside from having the loyal believers of divine soul and gaining fame from charity, said a noble young man who had laughed a while ago. Duke, as much as we would like to build a closer relationship with the Parthenon Temple, we don't seem to be lacking anything now, said Thompson, who was in charge of the dragon hatchery industry. We still lack a lot of things. For example, we lack dragon taming techniques, said Old Weller. Old Weller was in charge of taming dragons. Dragon taming technique was key to the Victorian family. Regardless of how powerful a dragon was, if they failed to tame it, it would be pointless. They had to tame even the most powerful and irascible dragons and turn them as obedient as a sheep. The Victorian family had achieved a breakthrough in this area for the past few years. But they had not gained 4-star taming levels. If they achieved a 4-star security level in taming a dragon, it would mean the dragon they tamed would be safer than the pets kept in the city. Most national governments longed for them to tame the enormous dragons. Aren't we here to talk about supporting votes? It shouldn't take such a long time to discuss it. Don't you think so, Yixinsha? Lady Carolina stared at Yixinsha. Lady Carolina had already laid out her conditions for Yixinsha. The result at the end of the meeting all depended on whether Yixinsha would give up her precious resurrection divine art. To put it bluntly, it was a deal between Lady Carolina and Yixinsha. Discussion, asked Duke Elaine. She was puzzled with their words. Elaine, of course you were not there for the discussion. We all know your thoughts. You will certainly support your best friend unconditionally, said Lady Carolina with a smile. Lady Carolina had to act politely before Elaine. You all have misunderstood. This is not a meeting for discussion. Uncle, I already stated the main point for today's meeting when I summoned you all here. I'm here to make an announcement instead of discussing whether to support Izisha or Yixinsha, said Duke Elaine to Old Weller. What's the difference? I understand how you feel. Even though the Victorian family supports Yixinsha, we can't possibly give our support unconditionally. So, I think we shouldn't discuss the issue. Instead, we should make a direct announcement, said Old Weller calmly. Meanwhile, Elaine shook her head. The people in the meeting had differing opinions. Some did not mind giving their support unconditionally, while others said the Parthenon Temple should first show them their sincerity. Some said they could make other choices. Lady Carolina smiled even more radiantly when she saw the group arguing over their different opinions. Lady Carolina hoped this would make Yixinsha aware that the Victorian family was not certainly the bargaining chip for her to win the election. With that, Yixinsha would agree to Lady Carolina's condition. You don't have much time left to consider my offer, whispered Lady Carolina to Yixinsha. Why don't we listen to Elaine's announcement first, said Yixinsha. Elaine stood up. She did not show them a gentle and elegant smile. Instead, she looked solemn. She radiated an air of intimidation of a reigning queen. The group fell silent. What is it that makes everyone so arrogant today? Perhaps with the power and wealth the dragons provide us, it has rendered some of us weak in our intellect. Elaine reprimanded the group without hesitation, especially the young people who assumed they did not need to strengthen their ties with the Parthenon Temple. How did we conquer the enormous dragons? questioned Elaine. Chapter 30:16. The person behind the scene. Isn't that the greatest secret in our family? We don't know how except you and the mysterious guest, said Thompson. The mysterious guest was the anonymous person who owned 30% of the shares in the Victorian family. His appearance was the reason the Victorian family's dragon taming technique had improved by leaps and bounds. They started with taming the flying dragon before expanding to training other enormous dragons. Without the mysterious guest, the Victorian family would not have achieved their current glorious state. I'm going to announce the true identity of the mysterious guest today, said Elaine as she looked at the group. The meeting room was in uproar. Finally, Elaine was going to announce the true identity of that mysterious guest. The group looked forward to her announcement. After all, they had no idea about the identity of the mysterious guest even today. They all looked at Elaine. Meanwhile, Elaine walked slowly to the far end of the table. She walked up to Yixinxia's seat. The next moment, Elaine did something that caught everyone by surprise. Elaine helped Yixinxia up and gently led her forward. She invited Yixinxia to the empty seat between the four people with the greatest power. Yixinxia then sat down between Old Weller and Elaine. The group was shocked at the sight. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was especially so for Lady Carolina. She had tried many times to dig out the identity of the mysterious guest. She did everything she could to curry favor with the mysterious guest. And the person was Yixinxia? Some of you say we don't need to strengthen our tie with the Parthenon temple. What a joke! Perhaps, many of us have forgotten that the Parthenon temple not only has the world's ruler-level blessing but has also mastered the psychic element that surpassed all magic organizations. How do you think the dragons that were once so wild had suddenly turned docile? Elaine gradually raised her voice. She appeared even more solemn and sacred. They are truly a bunch of idiots. They don't know how the Victorian family achieved its current glory even today. Many years ago, Elaine visited Victoria and the Victorian family's dragon taming base with Yixinxia. Elaine told Yixinxia that the dragons they tamed had a very high risk factor. As much as they wanted to tame them, they paid a risky price for it. Yixinxia suggested using the Parthenon temple's psychic magic and combining it with the Victorian family's understanding about the nature of the dragon in order to tame the flying dragons. They often spent time together discussing the theory. Hence, the outsiders thought they were very close with each other. And why not? After all, they both shared the same goal, which was to create the world's most powerful tamed beast, the dragon. The Victorian family around the table fell silent for a long time. All this while, they thought that the mysterious person who held the Victorian family's power might be a certain old man. They assumed the person was a psychic element old mage who had mastered the world's most powerful psychic element magic. They thought the person was a wandering, unorthodox god who had accidentally run into the Victorian family and perfected their dragon taming techniques. Yixinxia occasionally showed up during the family's meeting. Most of the Victorian family members thought their investment fund came from the Parthenon Temple Fund, so Yixinxia was present in the meetings because she had invested her money on them. Dragon taming required a large sum of money. The Victorian family did not gain its financial support from England. The Parthenon Temple had great wealth. Thus, the Victorian family members thought their connection with the Parthenon Temple was only limited to monetary deals. They had never related it to psychic element magic they relied upon. In other words, the saintess of the Parthenon Temple, Yixinxia, had been supporting the Victorian family from behind the public curtains. She was the reason the Victorian family could enjoy its current glory. The meeting had lost its purpose. Elaine owned 30% of power. And Yixinxia also owned 30% of power. The Victorian family was at the height of its power, and the two were the decision-makers of the family. They did not have to seek other people's consent in the decisions they made next. Old Weller, henceforth, the Victorian family, its allies, its business partners, and its trade dealers have to support Yixinxia in her election. If not, we will terminate all their agreements. Regardless of which country, regime, great family, and organization they belong to, said Elaine to Old Weller, who was presiding over the meeting. Old Weller did not recover his senses for a long time. The news was truly very shocking. It turned out that the Parthenon Temple was the backbone of the Victorian family. And the white magic leader, Yixinxia, frequently showed up in the Victorian family meetings. Why had they never suspected her to be the mysterious person? The result is truly unexpected. We naturally respect your decision. Our family will not exist without the Parthenon Temple. I'll have someone to draft the proposal and have them execute it. Others, do you have anything to say? Asked Old Weller. No. Nothing. Good. It has always been our pleasure to be able to cooperate closely with the Parthenon Temple. We have to thank the Parthenon Temple for bestowing us with such supremacy. Saintess Yixinxia, thank you very much. Thompson squeezed out a respectful smile despite his dismay. And no one had a harder time to accept this truth than Lady Carolina. It was supposed to be her win. She was very confident that Yixinxia needed 25% of her voting power in order to ensure she could gain support from the entire family and its allies. Lady Carolina did not expect this outcome. In fact, if she wanted to grow the dragon gambling industry in the future, she had to do it under Yixinxia. Was this the reason why Yixinxia had no fear of Lady Carolina? When Lady Carolina was in the Parthenon Temple, even Yixinxia had to treat Lady Carolina respectfully. Meanwhile, Yixinxia treated her as she would treat anybody else. With the support from the Victorian family, Yixinxia had the ability to compete with Yixinxia head-on during the election. Therefore, the result of the election became uncertain once more. Lady Carolina was an important member in the Forbidden Curse Alliance. She was aware of the world's insider information, especially the goddess election. Both the Holy City and the Forbidden Curse Alliance hoped Yixinxia could be re-elected as the goddess. With the two forces manipulating Yixinxia behind the scenes, Yixinxia was no match for Yixinxia despite her strong appeal. This was often the case in most elections. It looked like they would bring about a whole new reformation on the surface. In reality, everything remained the same. An election did not entirely depend on the number of ballots, but it also depended on the whims of the top management. Although the Parthenon Temple was detached from the Magic Association, the previous Parthenon Temple goddess was very close with the Magic Association and the Holy City. The Holy City could not interfere with the internal affairs of the Parthenon Temple, but they could interfere with the electors. Chapter 30:17. Expelled from the Victorian family. Yixinxia was loyal to the Holy City. But Yixinxia was different. Everyone knew about her relationship with Mo Fan. Unless Yixinxia made the same decision as Yixinxia and put Mo Fan to death in the final judgment, she would not gain even half of the Holy City's support. The Holy City did not only contribute to the saintest number of votes. In fact, not many organizations dared to stand in opposition to the Holy City. Once the Holy City decided to support Yixinxia, the entire Europe, the world, and the organizations within the Holy City system would support Yixinxia. The system was so large that no matter how much effort Yixinxia put in, she would never change the tide of the Holy City's choice. However, the Victorian family's participation could change everything. But gaining the support from the Victorian family alone was not enough. They had to gain support from the organizations in Europe that had dealings with the Victorian family. They needed dragons. Dragons could bring significant growth to their economy. The Holy City dared not express their choice of support openly, but the Victorian family was different. Based on the drafted proposal, the Victorian family was determined to stop the business dealings with those who supported Yixinxia. This was yet another huge tidal wave that was strong enough to fight against the Holy City's interference in the election. Therefore, the result of the election was uncertain. Lady Carolina stared at Yixinxia. Yixinxia sat quietly in her place. She did not speak up for herself. Still, she managed to turn the Victorian family's situation to her electoral advantage. There were no emotions flickering in her eyes. Lady Carolina felt a chill spread down her spine upon noticing Yixinxia's scheming character beneath her young and calm appearance. Did Yixinxia truly rely on the divine soul? Was she Wentai's previous subordinate? The meeting was held to make an announcement. They weren't made to gather for a discussion. Elaine was right. The content in the meeting had zero tolerance for any controversy. The group left the table. Lady Carolina refused to leave. If the meeting were a game between her and Yi Xinxia, then Lady Carolina would have lost everything. Yi Xinxia did not need Lady Carolina's help. Instead, Lady Carolina needed Yi Xinxia's support if she wanted to fortify her position in the Victorian family. It was truly a 180-degree turn. Still, Lady Carolina wanted to have a word with Yi Xinxia. After all, Yi Xinxia was the only person in the world who could save her husband. Yi Xinxia seemed to have sensed that Lady Carolina had something to say. After she signed the proposal, she rested her gaze on Lady Carolina. "I'll leave Victoria in an hour. You can take me to see your husband," said Yi Xinxia to Lady Carolina. Lady Carolina was shocked. The truth was, Lady Carolina did not tell the two saintesses anything about her husband. She told them she only needed the resurrection divine art. "I'm a psychic element mage," said Yi Xinxia to Lady Carolina as a way of explanation. "I'm sorry," Lady Carolina subconsciously blurted out the words. She no longer sounded as arrogant as before. When they arrived at the ice cellar, Lady Carolina tried very hard to give her an explanation of her actions. After all, she was the one who had killed her husband. She did not want the rest to find out. As Lady Carolina explained to Yi Xinxia, she looked into her eyes. Yi Xinxia's eyes were so bright and clear that she could see through one's lies. Yi Xinxia's eyes looked so pure yet full of wisdom. Yi Xinxia knew everything. Lady Carolina sucked in a deep breath. She had lost once again. Not only did Lady Carolina have to beg Yi Xinxia to resurrect her husband from the dead, but Yi Xinxia had also found out the secret that Lady Carolina had kept hidden for 6 years. "He doesn't need the resurrection divine art, my lady," said Yi Xinxia. "What do you mean?" asked Lady Carolina in shock. "He's at a critical point of life and death, like the 0 degree Celsius of the mixture between ice and water. He needs muscle recovery art instead of resurrection divine art," said Yi Xinxia. Lady Carolina was in disbelief. That meant her husband was not dead yet. He was frozen, but not dead. Lady Carolina could not sense that he was still alive. She had a healing element forbidden mage to check on her husband's condition, and the old mage had told her that her husband was dead. Could this be the difference between the people in the Parthenon temple and other mags, or was this what set apart someone with a divine soul from the rest? "Take him to the Parthenon temple and I'll implore the Hall Mother to perform the muscle recovery art on him," said Yi Xinxia. "Are you willing to save him? Are you willing to help me?" Lady Carolina looked surprised. Lady Carolina was no longer of any value to Yi Xinxia. Yi Xinxia did not have to waste her precious time on Lady Carolina. Moreover, the muscle recovery art was a magic from the Parthenon temple's Hall Mother. Any spells from the Parthenon temple were incredibly valuable. They would not simply give the spell away to an unworthy person. They were not a charity organization. Yes. But Lady Carolina sensed something was wrong. "I need 25% of you and your husband's power," said Yi Xinxia. "That's impossible." Lady Carolina rejected her outright. The dragon gambling industry was a popular project in Europe which Lady Carolina had created alone. She created a huge lucrative business for the Victorian family, so she certainly would not give up her power. The water at 0 degrees Celsius will eventually freeze. "His survival instinct is alive but only just," said Yi Xinxia. "I can give you 10% of the power." "He and I cannot lose everything," said Lady Carolina. "You can get back to me after thinking things through." Yi Xinxia turned around and left the ice cellar. Lady Carolina was frozen in place. At that moment, she finally sensed how terrifying Yi Xinxia was. Yi Xinxia had provided Lady Carolina with a ray of hope but with no room for negotiation. Yi Xinxia and Elaine chatted for half an hour. When the sound of an airplane was heard outside the manor, Lady Carolina appeared before Yi Xinxia. Lady Carolina decided to give in to Yi Xinxia's condition. She could accept the fact that her husband was dead. But she could not accept the fact that she had killed him when she could have saved him. He was not dead yet. It would be her atonement. She could atone for her sin and save her beloved husband. Of course, she had to pay a heavy price by giving up all their power over the Victorian family. From today on, the Victorian family would have nothing to do with Lady Carolina. While Lady Carolina may still be a part of the Victorian family in name, the family was under the control of Yishinxia and Elaine. "I'll sign the agreement once he awakes," said Lady Carolina. She turned around and left. Elaine watched Lady Carolina's receding back and turned to Yishinxia. "Are you expelling her out of the Victorian family?" "Yes, because she exiled my friend," said Yishinxia. Chapter 30:18. The Black Robe and the Black Dress. Yishinxia woke up from her sleep. She did not hear the usual chirping sound from the forest outside her house. When she opened her eyes, the forest was still covered in darkness. The stars were sparse in the sky above the mountains. They looked hazy and distant. The sky was still dark. Yishinxia closed her eyes again. Unlike the past, she did not fall back to sleep. She was in a clear state of mind. It was so clear that she could paint a subtle painting in her mind. She could even see the patterns on the pillars very clearly. She saw pots of white flames appear before her. Later, she saw red figures. She also noticed a man in a lengthy white robe with unkempt hair who gave off an air of majesty. She sat in the middle of the white flame pots. A woman chatted with the man in the white robe. She could not hear the exact conversation. She saw people fall on their knees and cheer, as if an era that belonged to them was about to arrive. Yishinxia opened her eyes. It was dawn. She heard the familiar chirping sound. The sea was blue and the sky above the mountains was red. She had the same dream again. She wondered if she had seen it before or if she had imagined it all. Yishinxia was confused. She lifted a pen. Before the images in her dream faded from her mind, she quickly sketched them. "Fiona, help me find out if these images represent certain symbols." Yishinxia rolled up the paper and passed it to Fiona. "Okay. But before you start your day, drink the cup of flower tea from the Godly Seal Mountain," said Fiona. "I've been sleeping quite well lately." Yishinxia knew about the special effects of the flower tea from the Godly Seal Mountain. "Really? I'm glad to hear that. You were still facing the sea when you fell asleep last night." "I thought you didn't sleep well," said Fiona. Yishinxia looked at the mountain and glanced at the sea. It had two different orientations. The bedchamber was long, and the beds had almost extended to the outside of the base mountain. This was a common sight in the Parthenon temple. It was extravagant. Yishinxia was deep in her thoughts upon hearing Fiona's words. The bed was extremely large. Yishinxia usually slept on one side. Ever since she was young, whenever she slept, she did not have the habit of turning over because of her leg's condition. "Recently, all I see are the mountains whenever I wake up," Yishinxia said to herself. "Ha ha. It seems that you didn't really have a good night's sleep, after all. I often move from one end of the bed to the other when I am asleep. My lady, imagine how many times you have to turn over to get to the other end of the large bed," Fiona said to Yishinxia. Yishinxia hesitated for a while before she took a small sip of the warm flower tea. She was having some difficulty sleeping recently. "My lady, your white dress and black robe are ready. Do you want to look?" asked Fiona. "No need. I look forward to seeing you put on the white dress. You look beautiful in that dress. You give off an aura that comes naturally from the owner of the white dress, just like the Greek goddess that we adore. You are the symbol of wisdom and peace," said Fiona. The white dress had become a special symbol of the Greek goddess. The Greeks did not usually wear a white dress. It seemed to signify respect. During the flower festival, the Parthenon temple's personnel wore black robes and black dresses. The final elected goddess would wear a holy white dress. She would become the limelight among the crowd. The Parthenon temple's culture had become a part of the Greek cultures, especially the Greeks in Athens. On election day, the Greeks and the tourists all dressed in black to blend with the atmosphere. A city full of olive branches and jasmine flowers, with an elegant and dignified woman dressed in a long white gown ascending step by step to the altar of the goddess in the middle of the spectacular and colorful black crowd certainly was a striking sight. The stunning figure in white was a crown that surpassed all glory. It was a perfect symbol that inspired the country with many races. At the arrival of the election day, Athens was covered with flowers. The city looked like a perfect garden. The angles of the high-rise buildings looked as if they had been smoothed out by the beautiful branches. Although it was a modern city, they seemed to have traveled to an ancient, mythical country with flower branches as walls and petals as streets. Many people were dressed in black robes and black dresses. Black color itself had a very broad definition, not to mention that the Mediterranean clothing was highly variable. There were various types of black clothing. Some wore shiny, smooth black leather jackets with black stripes interlacing with the light. It was a moment for everyone to show off their uniqueness. There was a wide array of styles. The black robes and black dresses were just one tradition. Only the Parthenon temple personnel strictly complied with the rules of the robes and dresses. Meanwhile, the rules did not apply to the Greeks and the tourists as long as they wore decent colors. Of course, some young people who wanted to show off their personalities wore whatever color they liked. However, these people would usually be squeezed out from the election site by the majority of the people in black clothing and other believers. People had subconsciously followed the culture and custom of wearing black robes and black dresses during the election day. There was no law enforcement or explicit prohibition about the tradition. If they refused to blend in the culture, they should not join in the fun in the first place. They should follow the crowd. What will happen if I refuse to dress in black? One of the tourists asked the tour guide as they walked along the streets in Athens. That is your choice. But I have to warn you, many crazy people will bring their own black spray or black paint on that day. Anyone who doesn't dress in black on the main streets will most likely be sprayed in black, whispered the tour guide to the tourist. Who? Do those people have a few screws loose in their heads? It's true that quite a few of them are mad on that particular day. They don't mind the risk of being detained. Okay. I'd better wear black, then. By the way, where did the flowers come from? It looks as if the city is filled with flowers. Are they transported from various states in Greece? I suppose so. The flowers play a major role in this festival. How could the flower festival live up to its name otherwise? The more flowers there were, the stronger the fragrance that filled the buildings. There were at least 3 flower chains draped on every street sign and streetlights. The laurels that had been planted throughout the city. The laurels seemed to have been enchanted by a certain spell. They bloomed and covered the concrete buildings. When people wandered around on the streets, they felt as if they had accidentally barged into a Greek mythical garden. Chapter 30:19. The hearts of the people are the will of God. The election lasted for 4 days. The Asian Parthenon temple was the first to ignite the sacred fire in Athens. The sacred fire of the Parthenon temple, from the 5 greatest continents-affiliated temples, arrived from across the ocean. The affiliated temples had inscribed the name of whoever they supported in the sacred fire. The sacred fire was escorted from Greece to Athens by a group of adjudicators who swore their undying loyalty. They ensured nothing would go wrong for every sacred fire. There were a total of 5 sacred fires. All the sacred fires would arrive on this day. The sacred fires represented the official start of the goddess campaign. Our compatriots from Australia, the southern end of the Pacific Ocean, support Saintess Yishinshia to be our goddess. The old priest, farmer, read aloud. The sacred fire lit up. The flame spirits that resembled dragonflies flew to Yishinshia's sculpture and accentuated her soft and serene image. Our compatriots from America, both North America and South America, support Saintess Isisha as our goddess. The old priest, farmer continued. Every sacred fire arrived at a different time. The old priest farmer read the name as soon as sacred fire arrived at the city. There was once an incident where someone intercepted the sacred fire. It happened over a century ago because of a conspiracy. Today, the affiliated temples of the continents did not make the routes public. They also refused to inform outsiders of their support. The support ratio on this day was 3-2. Yixinxia obtained support from 3 affiliated temples in Asia, Australia, and Europe. She gained an upper hand in the election. In just one night, many people had difficulty sleeping. Although many of the insiders predicted the outcome of the sacred fire, the electoral advantage could influence the public opinion. On the second day, those who were concerned about the results of the election finally smiled. Today, they would announce the support of the magic associations from around the world. It was clear that Izisha was greater than Yixinxia in terms of her network and influence. The magic associations from all over the world supported Izisha to be the goddess. She gained complete victory in today's election results and suppressed the public opinion from last night. The Hunter Union, the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance, and the Ocean Union support Izisha. Many national regimes are very close with Izisha. Judging from today's results, if it weren't for the Victorian family and its associated forces siding with Yixinxia, she stands no chance of serving as the goddess. Izisha focuses on diplomacy. If that's the case, Yixinxia is at a disadvantage. After all, she lacks the powerful magic association support. Aside from Australia, the rest of the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance supports Izisha. Didn't Yixinxia manage to convince the magic associations to support her? The election results today surprised Yixinxia supporters. Izisha had a terrifying influence in diplomacy. Not only did she overcome yesterday's disadvantage, but she may also win the election due to her lead. Some people were overjoyed, while others were concerned. The final results would jeopardize the interests of numerous parties. Izisha was in a favorable position, and people were arguing vehemently about her. The night filled with anxiety eventually passed. On the 3rd day of election, the old priest announced the number of supporters from within the Parthenon temple. The internal management support was significant. If the internal management supported the same saintess, or if Izisha led in the number of votes, then she would be the goddess. I am the Lord of the Hall of Knights, Halen. I swear to pledge my undying loyalty to Saintess Yixinxia. Halen read out the name of the person he supported before the 2 sculptures. In other words, if Izisha became the goddess, the Lord of the Hall of Knights would have to pack up his desk and leave. But this was the way the internal management did things. If they chose wrongly, all hell would break loose. People in the Parthenon temple could never be neutral. They either rose to power or fell from grace. We pledge our loyalty to Saintess Yixinxia. The Golden Sun Knights of the Hall of Knights declared. We pledge our loyalty to Saintess Yixinxia. The Silver Moon Knights of the Hall of Knights announced. We pledge our loyalty to Saintess Yixinxia. The Blue Star Knight of the Hall of Knights reinforced. The Hall of Knights represented the most powerful armed forces of the Parthenon temple. All of them supported Yixinxia to be the new goddess. The majestic aura pervaded the entire Athens. The results of the campaign became even more tense. The result from the internal organization of the Parthenon temple was clear. The Hall of Judgment supported Izisha, while the other 3 greatest halls supported Yixinxia. The election results today dampened the arrogance of Izisha supporters. Everyone assumed Yixinxia was certain to win the Parthenon temple's election. The Parthenon temple was almost certain to fall in the hands of the saintess with the divine soul. The outsiders found the results getting even more exciting. However, Izisha and Yixinxia were as calm and still as lake water. They were aware that this was the final result. Both parties would most likely end up neck and neck in terms of internal and external votes. But the Parthenon temple could not have 2 goddesses. They could not hold on to 2 saintesses forever either. People in Athens have always maintained a tradition of democracy and fairness. Even though most of the goddesses in the past won the goddess peak with a majority of votes, it is different this time. This shows that both of our candidates are equally talented and outstanding. Regardless of who becomes the goddess, they would bring endless glory to the Parthenon temple, said the old priest, farmer, aloud. His voice was enchanted, so that everyone in every corner of the city could hear him. The neck-and-neck result meant that the final election would progress to a special segment. And many people waited in anticipation. Since the two candidates are equally outstanding and won the votes from the inside and outside of the Parthenon temple, Athens will decide who will be the goddess. Everyone, who are you willing to support? Give us a final answer. The hearts of the people are the will of God. The old priest, farmer, said to the crowd gathered in Athens. The hearts of the people were the will of God. The people in the city were the ultimate decision makers. Everyone in the city had a vote. In fact, this was an ancient voting method in the goddess election. The first goddess was voted by the people of Athens. After thousands of years, the goddess election attracted worldwide attention. Therefore, the votes of the people in Athens were no longer used as sole reference. After so many long years, even the people of Athens forgot they also had the right to vote for the goddess. They were the key to the election of the goddess this time. The whole city was in uproar. At this very moment, your decision is the will of God. Our glorious people of God, please listen to the truest call of your heart and tell us who is the daughter of God of our Parthenon temple, said the old priest, farmer. Chapter 30-20. Olive flower and Jasmine. Athens would make the final decision. Every person in Athens, including tourists who came to feel the vibe of the election, was eligible to choose as long as they wore black. But there were 900,000 people in Athens, including the tourists. Did everyone have to take out papers and pens to write down their choices on the spot? You all must have seen that there are two kinds of flowers all over the city, said the Hall Mother gently. The voice of the Hall Mother was also enchanted, so it reached everyone's ears. It was not loud, and yet all 900,000 people could hear it. Many flowers were sent to Athens a month ago, but olive flowers and jasmine were the only kinds displayed. Do you know the praying magic of the blessing element? Asked Hall Mother, Pamis. Of course, Athenians knew the praying magic. It was the most miraculous magic in the blessing element. A blessing element mage would cast this spell. During the casting, all the people who prayed would give this spell a little power. The spell would be powerful depending on the number of people who prayed. A Greek goddess once prayed for lightning element magic. The people in the city prayed together, and their praying made the lightning element magic even more terrifying than a forbidden curse. With this lightning element magic, they successfully killed a tyrant titan in the past. This prayer could be for rain, wind, timely snow, health, healing, destruction, or power to kill supernatural entities. Praying magic could be powerful if enough people prayed together. Of course, only a few people could cast the praying magic. Hall Mother, Pamis, was the only surviving supplicant of the Parthenon temple. Have you all seen the flowers around you? The olive flowers represent Yeshintia, while the jasmines represent Isisha. The prayer you silently recite while holding the flower you want will help me complete a praying magic. Every 10,000 prayers will add a holy olive flower to Yeshintia's statue, and every 10,000 prayers will add a 1,000-year jasmine to Isisha's statue. Praying magic was rare, but it appeared in this grand election. The people of Athens were excited. It was probably the fairest and most impartial election. Since both saintesses had the same number of support, it would be up to the people of Athens to make the final choice. With praying magic, they could not cheat. Every supplicant must abide by this rule. They could not hold two flowers and recite two kinds of prayer. Even if the Hall Mother was the caster, she could not control the result. Everything was fair, and the results would be displayed right before the public's eyes. Many elections had backroom deals. Even if the box was opened in front of everyone, there were still many ways to change the result. However, backroom deals did not work with magic. Therefore, the result of this election was uncertain. After all, the Athenians did not know they would be the final decision makers. The two saintesses also had not known that the Hall Mother would decide on who would become the goddess with this method. Athens was the foundation of the Parthenon temple. The Parthenon temple was born in this place and gained glory here. Looking at both Yeshintia and Isisha's face, it was clear that they had not known that the Hall Mother would decide on who would become the goddess with praying magic. It was unknown who the Athenians preferred from Yashintia and Izisha. Both Yashintia and Izisha were single-minded over their concern for every Greek and Athenian. They would not tolerate any incident that threatened the peace of these people. The preference of the tourists was not important. Athens had limited the number of tourists to a maximum of 100,000 people. Since there were 800,000 locals, the residents of Athens would decide on the final result. Yashintia. Izisha. Are you two willing to let the praying magic decide the result? The Hall Mother, Pamis, asked for their opinions. The two nodded without hesitation to express their willingness. Very well. It seems that the two saintesses have enough confidence in the residents of their own city. In that case, our goddess will be born from a prayer. Residents of Athens and people of God, please think carefully and announce your answers to the world, the Hall Mother, Pamis, said aloud. What an unexpected election! It was so fair that even the tourists could not believe it. How many organizations and regimes would let the people decide? With such thinking and culture, the Parthenon temple was destined to reign in glory for thousands of years. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in a black robe looked at the people around him in a daze. Everyone was looking for the flowers around them. There were countless jasmine and olive flowers. Even if there were too many people, they could still find one. Some people even held a bunch of them to show their unwavering support. Young man, can you give me a flower? Jasmine scratched his head in embarrassment to a young Athenian man beside him. The young man had cyan olive branch tattoos on his neck and arms. It was clear where his support lied. Here you go. Uncle, thank you for supporting Goddess Yashintia. The tattooed young man generously gave Jasmine an olive flower. Jasmine enjoyed bustling places. Although the Parthenon temple had arranged a seat for him, he still felt more comfortable among the crowd. However, he did not expect that he would become a voter. He smiled. He could finally do something for Yashintia. Although his vote was insignificant out of the 800,000 people, Jasmine still held the olive flower proudly. When he recited the simple prayer, he closed his eyes tightly. He was as devout as the time when he burned incense and worshipped the Buddha while praying for a good school for Mofan. Uncle, do you have a flower? This jasmine is beautiful. Let me give you one. A beautiful woman enthusiastically handed over a jasmine and approached Jasmine to kiss him on the cheek. Jasmine was taken aback. He hurriedly stopped her. I have a flower. It is an olive flower. HMPH, stupid. The enthusiastic Greek girl instantly turned into a cold and proud enemy. Her eyes were full of disdain and contempt toward Jasmine. Jasmine felt embarrassed. He looked at the woman and found that she kissed the passers-by on the cheek and handed them jasmine flowers. Seeing that several male tourists had been fooled, he became anxious. How could she do that? Chapter 30:21. Wrong prayer. Please support Goddess Yashintia. She will do better than Izisha. The tattooed young Athenian man kept offering olive branches to the people around him while giving them a soft smile. Even if others were unwilling to accept it, he would still thank them. Soon, several friends of the young man with tattoos also offered olive branches along with him. They passed on these fragrant and elegant keepsakes and passed on a common idea. Every country needed tranquility and peace, and no one wanted to suffer endlessly. That was their message. Give me some. Jasmine resolutely joined the olive branch delivery team with the young people. Ha ha, uncle, let me draw on your face. One of the men had a paintbrush. Without hesitation, he painted a small olive leaf on Jasmine's face. You look energetic, unlike those lifeless old fogies. The tattooed young man grinned. We can't lose to those supporters of Izisha, the street painter waved the paintbrush excitedly. Hey, are you all the supporters of the olive flower? A small group approached them and saw their distinctive tattoos. Yeah, let's do it together. We need to let others see how big the olive flower supporting team is. Do you want some face painting? I brought stickers. That's lame. Come and draw on my chest. draw it next to my heart. Jasmine followed this group of young people and felt the enthusiasm of the Greeks. They easily got drawn into the surrounding atmosphere, but they could still maintain their rationality and calm while expressing themselves to their heart's content. They danced impromptu, sang together, and chanted supportive slogans. When the wind blew, it stirred the large curtain of flowers, which was as beautiful as a bride's veil. The Hall Mother, Pamis, stood quietly in the city's election square with a smile. It had been a long time since she saw such a lively Athens. It was probably the charm of empowering people. Athens was the foundation of the Parthenon temple, so it could not be more perfect that the people of Athens were the ultimate decision-makers in this election. The two saintesses stood next to the Hall Mother. At this point, it was useless to say anything. All they had to do was to watch these people quietly. After completing your prayer, please let go of your hands and let your faith fly to God, that is, the sky of Greece, said the Hall Mother. People held flowers and completed their prayers one after another. Hundreds and thousands of flowers, as holy as snow on the Alps, danced slowly in the Acropolis filled with festivities. The petals and catkins were lingering and fragrant. The eyes of people looking at the flowers were like an upside-down starry sky. The rain of flowers flew toward the wishing cloud, and the brilliance of the wishing cloud shone on everyone. At that moment, the prayers were completed, and the rain of flowers, which looked like a turning back of the clock, provided everyone with a stunning view. Theism had always been an ethereal idea in the hearts of the world. Everyone's prayers were empty and could not be seen, but this time was different. The people could watch their prayers take effect. They could watch their beliefs being recognized and cared for as the tidbits flew toward the gods. The future of the Parthenon temple was up to them to decide. It was better than an election that depended solely on wealth. No matter who would become a goddess today, the Parthenon temple had gotten rid of the old thinking and was already making progress. Let's look at the results so far. Citizens who have not completed your prayers, please complete them as soon as possible. The prayer will end in 3 minutes. Those who have not made a prayer by that time will be deemed to have abstained, the Hall Mother said to everyone. The Hall Mother turned around slowly to see the results manifesting on the two statues. On one side were the olive branches. There would be one branch for every 10,000 prayers. The Hall Mother looked at Yishinshia's statue first. She would count the number of olive branches before the people's eyes. But the Hall Mother, Pamis, frowned. She looked at the wrist of Yishinshia's statue. There was not a single olive branch there. How could that be? Could it be that Athens was full of supporters of Isisha, and Yishinshia did not even have 10,000 supporters? But when the flowers flew in the sky just moments ago, the Hall Mother, Pamis, had seen a lot of olive flowers. There were more than 10,000 of them. The Hall Mother, Pamis, looked at Isisha's statue. At the neck of the statue was a garland. However, she was stunned by what she saw. There was not a single jasmine in the garland. Are there no people who support Isisha? What is going on? Hundreds and thousands of jasmine and olive flowers intertwined into the most beautiful flower rain just a moment ago, over the ancient and quiet Acropolis of Athens. They had flown toward the wishing cloud. Why did the two saintesses not have any flowers? Was there something wrong with the magic? But how could there be problems with magic? Everything followed the eternal rules of magic. Hall Mother, is the result not out yet? Why didn't the saintesses receive the support of our prayers? Asked the old priest, farmer. People slowly looked away from the rain of flowers that filled the city. They stared at the statues of the two saintesses as they, too, wanted to know the result of the election. Do we have more time? It seems that there are no branches or flowers. Everyone was still watching devoutly. They thought that the praying magic had not worked yet, and they waited patiently. But people familiar with the praying magic knew that every successful prayer would be reflected in the result immediately. As long as there were 10,000 prayers, the holy branch and 1,000-year jasmine should have been manifested on the statues. However, nothing happened. It did not make sense. Yishinshia and Isisha looked at the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother was also confused. She could not figure it out at all. Did I make a mistake in the prayer? The Hall Mother thought back and realized that she had done everything right. It seems like something was wrong with the process, said the Hall Mother, Pamis. She smiled reassuringly at everyone so they would not be worried. At this time, the breeze blew up, and several olive flowers and jasmines flew to the altar. The Hall Mother instinctively caught these flowers, lifted them to her nose and smelled them. The action of the Hall Mother, Pamis, confused the people even more. They did the same and smelled the flowers in their hands. These are not jasmines and olive flowers. A man in the crowd shouted suddenly. When she heard the shout, the Hall Mother realized that something was wrong with the flowers. Chapter 30:22. Wait for it, Athens. The two saintesses caught the flowers almost simultaneously. Other female sages and attendants grabbed some petals as well. People throughout the city did the same. Something was wrong with the flowers. They were not olive flowers and jasmines. There were varieties of white flowers. Even olive flowers and jasmines had many different colors. Athenians were familiar with both olive flowers and jasmines. How could they have made such a mistake? There seems to be no problem. These two are olive flowers and jasmines. My family grows olives. There seems to be a little difference in the fragrance and appearance of the flowers. Could it be that the municipal government tried to cut corners by buying cheap hybrid flowers for Athens? This is ridiculous. These are all fake olive flowers and jasmines. None of us would have known there was a shady deal in the flowers used to decorate the city if it wasn't for the Hall Mother, Pamis, who happened to pray with both flowers. Some garden workers, plant experts, and farmers all discovered this. These flowers resembled olive flowers and jasmines, but they weren't exactly the real flowers. They did not know what kind of flowers these were, but if they were not jasmines and olive flowers, the praying magic would not work. After all, holy olive branches and thousand-year jasmines had their flower souls. How could they absorb the blessing nutrients of flowers that did not belong to their species? The face of the Hall Mother darkened. It should have been a perfect election. They would have a new goddess, and the Parthenon temple would enter a new era. However, she had not expected such an absurd thing to happen. Who is responsible for the decoration of the city? Where did you get the fake flowers? The Hall Mother, Pamis, was angry. She wanted to investigate and deal with this matter in public. The city officials immediately panicked. They never expected such a ridiculous thing to occur in such a grand election. The tone of the Hall Mother, Pamis, was menacing, and many people stopped talking. Right then, a female sage walked to the Hall Mother and whispered into her ear. "Speak louder so that the two saintesses can hear you." The Hall Mother commanded the female sage. She was the Hall Mother, not the person in charge. No matter what happened, the two saintesses had to hear it. These two kinds of flowers are not ordinary fake flowers. I have studied various magical plants. Although these flowers look the same as jasmine and olive flowers, they are a flower that we are all very familiar with, said the female sage of the plant element. What are they? Isisha asked first. They are poppies, said the female sage. Poppy? Yishinshia was also surprised. How could they be poppies? Poppies did not look like these at all. I guess they are the creations of an excellent plant element mage. They manipulated the poppies to resemble jasmine and olive flowers, said the female sage. Is this a prank? Said the old priest, farmer. But the number of flowers required to decorate the whole city is unimaginable. How many acres of land does one need to plant all these poppies? Who would go to such an extent just to ruin the election? Said Isisha. Yishinshia and Isisha both wondered about the same thing. This could not possibly be a prank. The price of this prank was too high. During the flower festival, all the flowers in the city were replaced with fake ones. They were not jasmines and olive flowers but poppies. Where is the chief of the Botanical Association? Isisha already sensed a crisis. She immediately questioned the bureaucrats of the Athens municipality. At this time, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked slowly forward. He was wearing a black top hat and holding a black cane. Your Highness, he is in charge of the transportation of flowers throughout the city," said the Lord of the Hall of Judgment. The stout, old man's pace was steady. He maintained a slow walking speed. He walked to Azisha, Hall Mother, and Yishinshia, and he formally introduced himself. He also introduced himself to the whole city. "Citizens of Athens, the two saintesses, Hall Mother, and the lords of the halls of the Parthenon Temple, I wish you all a very happy flower festival," the stout, old official said politely to everyone. "I'm the city image executive officer, but I have another identity and hobby. My hobby is growing magical flowers and plants. I have a large olive orchard in Greenbud City, where I planted the flowers. We all call it the Holy Flower." Azisha stepped forward and forcibly interrupted the executive. "What is your other identity?" Azisha questioned. "You'd better let me go on. Otherwise, you won't even know how this city perishes," the stout, old gentleman said to Azisha. "Your other identity?" Azisha's eyes were full of murderous intent. "Black druggist." The stout, old gentleman took off his black top hat and revealed his cloudy eyes. The Hall Mother, old priest, two saintesses, and three lords were all shocked. Adjudicators of the Hall of Judgment quickly surrounded the old gentleman in black, fearing that he was carrying some terrifying magical weapon and would attack the noble leaders of the Parthenon Temple. "You all better listen to what I have to say. Don't forget that my bombs have already surrounded you." The black druggist calmly faced the dangerous adjudicators and turned to the Hall Mother and the two saintesses. The bombs that the black druggist mentioned were the poppies he had planted. Apparently, he transported the poppies truck by truck to the Acropolis. These flowers were his weapons. He had nothing to fear. The Hall Mother, Pamis, took a deep breath. She winked at Azisha, signaling her to deal with the black druggist. "Wait." Yishinshia stopped them. "We can't talk to this person. He is a member of the Black Vatican," said the Hall Mother, Pamis. "If the flowers in the whole city are poppies, we will face a crisis of extinction. These flowers are mad poppies. They are poppies that can create violent rain." Yishinshia's voice trembled. "Mad poppies." The disaster in Bow City originated from a violent rain that made the demons go berserk. The catastrophe of the ancient capital was also due to the violent rain that allowed the undead to move freely in the daytime. The violent spring water was extracted from the mad poppies. The olive garden in Greenbud City used to be a plantation site of the black druggist. The pollen of the planted mad poppies caused a demonized tyrant titan to lose control. He planted violent poppy pollen that caused a demonized titan to lose control. The entire Athens was filled with mad poppies. This was a familiar yet scary conspiracy. "I work for Red Cardinal Salon. You can call me the black druggist. I can tell that everyone loves the mad poppies I planted. The characteristic of this flower is that it is intoxicating. Of course, there is another creature that is also obsessed with this flower." The black druggist grinned, revealing a mouthful of messy and dirty yellow teeth. He laughed maniacally. "Wait for it, Athens." Chapter 30-23. Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Red Cardinal Salon. Black Druggist. Just hearing these two titles was enough to cause people enormous panic. People had been horrified more than once when they heard about the cruel actions of the Black Vatican. They heard it from others, and some of their friends had experienced it. Red Cardinal Salon was in this city? In Athens. She was the one who turned all the jasmines and olive flowers into poppies, but why did she do it? Boom! Suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from somewhere like a turbulent and swift wind and hit the bustling city fiercely. Many people fell to the ground, and countless petal fragments were blown in one direction, hitting people's faces and the walls of those buildings. Is it an earthquake? People were staggering to and fro and could not determine the source of the energy that swept over them. Boom! They heard the sound again, but there was no overwhelming energy wave. It felt as if a powerful force was squeezing the city. Thousands of glasses, shop windows, and French windows on the streets shattered. Those sharp fragments shot away like shrapnel and attacked the densely packed people on the street. Suddenly, the injured fell. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Is this an attack? This is Athens. Countless Athenian mags jumped onto the buildings, and many people with high-level cultivation flew to the sky. The knights of the Parthenon temple and the adjudicators of the Hall of Judgment also flew to higher places. The range of energy fluctuations was so large that the entire city had been affected. There must be some terrifying magic being cast somewhere, and the source must be found immediately. However, when the third attack came, the mags of Athens still could not find the source of the attack. The terrifying energy seemed to appear out of thin air in Athens. On the election altar, Halen, the lord of the Hall of Knights, and Norman stared at the sky. Under the white clouds was a dazzling, scorching sun. Its radiance shone in Athens and turned the clouds into a platinum color. But why was the sun under the clouds? The energy comes from there, Halen said while pointing at the dazzling sun. Waves of energy from the sun? How could this happen in real life? Only in mythology was the sun very close to the earth. Boom! They heard the fourth loud bang. Athens seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and countless fine cracks appeared on the streets. Look! Someone pointed at the sky. The sky became scorching, and the sun was so bright that people could not open their eyes. But even so, they could still see the bright sun under the white clouds spit out black spots of flame toward the city. The attacker was actually the sun. The black striped flames fell from the sky into Athens. Those flames looked like black spots a few seconds ago, but when they fell on Athens, they were as huge as a black flaming mountain. They were so horrifying that countless people fainted at the scene. Black striped flames and dazzling sun that approaches the city, the Hall Mother, Pamis, looked at the incomparable evil sun in the sky. The creature only existed in ancient Greek mythology and was even declared extinct. The ancient giant who once ruled the whole kingdom of Greece. Activate the Parthenon barrier to protect the city, shouted Lord Halen. The knights dispersed immediately and used special medal tokens as barrier nodes. They shuttled through the crowd and stood at the intersection of the crisscrossing streets. A silver-blue light rose rapidly like a vast roulette, suspended less than a few meters above the domes of the high-rise buildings. It enveloped all the urban areas, streets, and crowds occupied by the knights. The black striped flame attacked, so the time was critical. If the Parthenon Temple's knights had not been insisting on high-level training all these years, it would be impossible to complete the expansion of this barrier in such a short period. Halen, the Lord of the Hall of Knights, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he found the source of the attack in time. Otherwise, the barrier would not be able to block the attack so smoothly. But what was that thing in the sky? It resembled the sun, so people didn't think of it differently when it hung in the sky. Is that a face on the sun? A knight saw something. He pointed to the sun. There was a face in the sun. No. It's not only a face. Oh my God, is the sun turning into a person? People in the city were horrified. The sun was slowly transforming. A human face appeared first, followed by a torso, then limbs. In ancient Greek mythology, the god of the sun was called Apollo. Parthenon Temple even used the Greek gods as titles for the strongest knights. But in fact, the myth was not completely fabricated. There were some ancient documents from the Parthenon Temple that describe a real sun hovering in the air. Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Apollo. Izisha stared at the sky in disbelief. Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. The ancient god was still alive in this world. The Parthenon Temple had been preaching to all the people that the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan had been killed. Some remaining titans hid in the Italian mountains, Greek mountains, and Alps as barbaric monsters. It was a way of telling people that under the radiance of the Parthenon Temple, they no longer needed to fear the titans. However, a Golden Sun Tyrant Titan that only existed in myths and legends had appeared above Athens. Its figure was the same as the sun, but it was so close to the city and the people. How would the Parthenon Temple explain this? Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Apollo. It was still alive. It was above Athens, looking down on the city full of people. It even let out a burst of laughter like a heat wave, mocking these mortals living in reinforced concrete. It was the mad poppies. These innumerable poppies attracted the golden sun tyrant Titan. "Please accept a little gift from me, great god Apollo." The black druggist bent down and bowed reverently to the sun in the sky. The sacrifices adorned with mad poppies were 800,000 Greeks. The people who betrayed the old god. Chapter 30-24. Twin Tyrant Titans. "You're crazy. Everyone from the Black Vatican is crazy," the Hall Mother, Pamis, yelled angrily. The black-striped flames hit the barrier of the knights. Many Golden Sun Knights fainted under the terrifying impact. After they fell, their armor turned red. Then, black flames burned inside their armors and quickly devoured their bodies. Crowds of people were on the road, and countless pairs of eyes were watching those Golden Sun Knights. Even though these knights were inside the silver-blue barrier, the flames still burned them to death. If the black flames of the sun fell directly into the city or among the crowd, the consequences would be even more devastating. People panicked and wanted to find some buildings to take shelter. However, what hung in the sky was a scorching sun. Its brilliance and flames were enough to cover the entire Athens. No matter where they hid, it didn't matter. They were just celebrating a festival, but now it turned into the start of a doomsday. Halen. Yishinshia looked for Halen, the Lord of the Hall of Knights. At this time, Halen was leading all the Knights of the Seal to hunt down the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. However, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was too powerful. The black-striped flames it spewed that fell from the sky was huge and fiery. Halen and the Knights could not get close to the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. "Your Highness, we can't get close to it. It is a 10,000-year-old giant ancient god," Halen said to Yishinshia. "I'll bestow you holy water for meditation." Yishinshia recited the spell. After realizing the seriousness of the matter, she activated the Divine Soul's power. The blessing of the Divine Soul could strengthen Yishinshia's white magic by many times. The blue-gray seal of the water armor appeared on Halen and the other knights, protecting them from the black-striped flames. Halen and the knights finally had a chance to fly high into the sky. They were determined not to let Golden Sun Tyrant Titan attack the city again. With its destructive power, it could kill thousands of people in no time. People had gathered at the election altar only to celebrate the flower festival. Hawk! Hawk! To the west of Athens, two silver faces suddenly appeared on Agaleo Mountain. Then, a hand as big as the mountain grabbed the undulating ridge, and a terrifying silver giant jumped from the other side of the mountain to the urban area like a hurdler before everyone's eyes. They were Silver Moon Tyrant Titans. They were so big that they looked like a mountain slowly approaching the city. Athens, even with its tall buildings, was only like a toy city in front of it. Twin Tyrant Titans. Izisha looked in the direction of Agaleo Mountain and saw the two ancient titans. There was no difference in their appearance or bodies. Their only difference was the ancient divine objects they held. The twin tyrant titan on the left was holding a silver peak spear. To lift it, the titan had to hold it with both hands. The twin tyrant titan on the right was holding the silver mountain thorn shield. The shield was as thick as a rock fortress. Besides, it was covered in thorns, making it look like a shield full of swords and spears. These two titans were equally shocking. They rapidly approached from the west of the city, and the places they stepped on continued to sink. Even the roads on the outskirts of the city had sunk. Suddenly, the twin tyrant titan threw the silver peak spear. The blue sky was densely covered with black clouds after the silver peak spear passed by. There were countless lightning bolts which entangled on the flying silver peak spear. The silver peak spear turned into a thunderous spear and fell onto Athens. Buzz? The silver peak spear pierced obliquely into the densely packed buildings, and the large buildings instantly turned to dust. The white lightning circles swept across the ground, and the packed crowd instantly turned into white mist. People could not even scream, and there were no corpses. This silver peak spear pierced through the barrier, and its destructive power was astonishing. Ordinary citizens could not withstand such power. Even the group of mags was easily defeated. Adjudicators, follow me to the west. Izisha's eyes were bloodshot when she saw this. The barrier did not work on the Silver Peak Spear, which meant that the twin Tyrant Titans could slaughter people in the city at will. Izisha was aware of the threat of this monster. Adjudicators of the Hall of Judgment wore uniform armor and moved toward the west. Izisha was flying over the city. She rushed toward the Silver Peak Spear that continued to release white lightning circles at the city. Izisha was radiant. When she approached the white lightning circles, pieces of war scales appeared from the void, fully arming her. Izisha suppressed the white lightning circles after she arrived, but the Silver Peak Spear suddenly trembled, as if it had heard its master's call. The Silver Peak Spear, which was like an iron tower, left the ground and quickly flew to the twin Tyrant Titans. Izisha was fearless. She stepped on the Silver Peak Spear that pierced through the air and attacked the mountain-like twin Tyrant Titans with her tiny body. The adjudicators behind her could not even catch up with her speed. The red light was shining. It was impossible to see Izisha from a distance. They could only see the gigantic Silver Moon Titan standing at the far end of the city. The Silver Moon Titan let out a roar, which pushed the Silver Peak Spear hundreds of meters away. The spear fell and crushed a mountainous area outside the city. Use dimensional hopping. We cannot let those two giant titans get close to the densely populated areas of the city, shouted the Lord of the Hall of Judgment. Be careful. The black striped flames are falling. Move away. That is not the black striped flames. It is the palm of Apollo. Ah! A group of knights and adjudicators screamed in midair. When people looked up, they saw a hand of the Titan covered in black flames holding a group of mags. They were squeezed like earthworms while suffering from the attack of the black striped flames. Chapter 30-25. Red Cardinal appears. Within seconds, their armors melted, their skin and bones turned to ashes, and their souls were gone. Nothing was left. Golden Sun Tyrant Titan with black striped flames. It had no interest in the puny mortals who were lichens in front of it. It did not like the Parthenon temple. The thin barrier could not stop its attack. The accumulated hatred from many years culminated into tyranny under the stimulation of mad poppies all over the city. In the past, humans were only like a group of poor monkeys to the goods. They served as food to every species since they were weak and petty. They begged for the protection of the Tyrant Titan and offered some delicious food and human sacrifices. Did they think they could have a new life and be the master if they owned the Parthenon temple? They were stupid. The Parthenon temple was nothing but a bunch of scum trying to play God. The giant figure of the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan gradually appeared. It flew in the sky with a circle of sun flames around its body. Every few seconds, its body and the sun ring would burst out with black striped fire. The fire was dazzling. It was like the sun setting down on the earth. Ring of the sun. We can't hurt it if that thing is there, said the fighting magistrate Norman. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was an ancient god of emperor level. Few of the knights were forbidden mags. Even if they united to form a knight contract comparable to the Forbidden Curse, they did not have enough time and power to cast it perfectly. The Titan had launched a massacre, and it was a unilateral massacre which was unstoppable. Impossible. It is impossible. Apollo is dead. It can't be resurrected from the abyss. The old priest, Farmer, looked at the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. His words were meaningless to many members of the Parthenon temple. The fact was that the 1,000-year-old Titan was still alive, and it had come to take revenge on Athens. It was going to destroy the Parthenon temple. Hall Mother, Pamis, did not join in the battle. She began to fall into a deep thought after a moment of panic. Where is Tulsi? Asked the Hall Mother, Pamis. They have already left the Parthenon temple, and the two saintesses have expelled them. Alas, we should not have made that decision. If members of the Tulsi family are here, they can greatly weaken the strength and affect the mind of the Tyrant Titan. In this way, we can buy more time for the knights to summon the Godslayer, said the old priest, Farmer. When the Hall Mother, Pamis, heard that, her eyes suddenly turned fierce. She was furious. Tulsi has betrayed us. They are the ones who brought the Titans of this level here. The Hall Mother, Pamis, had figured everything out. You all are slow. The Tulsi family has pledged their loyalty to Lord Salon. Black Druggist smiled cunningly, revealing his yellow teeth. Even if the Black Vatican carefully arranged the flowers of death all over the city, it would be impossible for the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan and the twin Tyrant Titans to appear at the same time without the Tulsi family. They colluded with the Black Vatican. This explained why such an ancient family had so carelessly taught the god-controlling art to an evil person. They had long been scheming and plotting evil. They had already been planning this funeral at the Flower Festival for the destruction of the Parthenon Temple. They were scums. They were traitors. How could Hall Mother not be angry at that? Isn't the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan dead already? Liars. Parthenon Temple is full of a bunch of liars. They deceived us. Tell us. Why is the sun demon in the sky? The Emperor-level Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was alive in this world, but the Parthenon Temple deceived us. People were in great pain, so their thoughts were influenced. The Parthenon Temple had promised that the last Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was dead. The Hall Mother, Pamis, had announced it to the whole world. Everyone clearly remembered this announcement, and the Greeks no longer had to worry about the appearance of the 10,000-year Titan. Ha 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 ha. Lovely residents of Athens, the great Hall Mother didn't deceive you. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan is indeed dead. But don't forget that the resurrection divine art exists in this world. One of your saintesses, the two candidates who claim to possess the resurrection divine art, resurrected your fear, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan that is now attacking your country. Go and question your great leader. They heard Black Druggist's voice, but his voice was recorded in advance. It was transmitted to everyone's ears through some magical diffusion. Black Druggist had been subdued, so he could not say anything. The Saintess resurrected the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan is dead but has come back to life. There are only two Saintesses who know resurrection divine art in this world. Is this also a conspiracy? The Black Vatican was too good psychological manipulation. The citizens who had supported the two Saintesses unconditionally became suspicious in this attack. They had to question them. Who resurrected the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan from the dead? Hall Mother, the Black Vatican intends to turn the people against us and defame the Parthenon Temple, said the old priest, Farmer, angrily. Pamis' face darkened. It was not just the two Saintesses who were questioned. The first person to be questioned was the Hall Mother. It was she who declared the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan dead decades ago. Then came the two Saintesses who were suspected of resurrecting the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Finally, the Parthenon Temple as a whole would also be questioned. Salon. What a vicious woman. The voice of the Hall Mother, Pamis, was full of murderous intent. She stared at the Black Druggist. Kill him first. An adjudicator walked to the Black Druggist. The Black Druggist smiled and showed no sign of fear. Pamis, a woman, suddenly called. Few people in this world would directly address the Hall Mother by her name. The voice belonged to one of the priests. A priestess wearing a black dress slowly took off her hat and revealed her face. Hall Mother was shocked. She pointed at the priestess. At this time, the Black Druggist was kneeling on the floor. He almost prostrated on the floor like a devout servant. Salon. The Hall Mother gasped. Salon, the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. She revealed herself so blatantly. Chapter 30-26. The Temple's Protection. Kill her. Kill her now. The Hall Mother, Pamis, stared at Salon and cried out in agitation. Salon stood there with a cold glare. She had no intention of avoiding them. She let the execution adjudicators approach her. At that moment, the mad poppies that had covered the entire city looked as if they were under some mysterious spell. The poppies glowed and became hot. They turned into clusters of red flames and burned vigorously. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's ring of the sun became brighter and hotter, as if it was under the influence of the countless poppies. The Tyrant Titan wrapped itself with its arms and knees and curled up, making it look like a baby. The massive, black-striped flames penetrated the night's barrier and gradually burned the city. The poppies turned into a sea of red flames. They covered every corner of the city. The temperature rose drastically. The warm climate quickly turned so hot that it resembled a desert, and the temperature continued to rise. Within a short period of time, Athens seemed to have transformed into a furnace. When the people stepped on the ground, their shoes melted. Even their skin almost melted away. On the election altar, Salon stood unresponsively like the poppy queen. Her black robe was ablaze in flames. Her hair became fiery red. A ring of the sun that was similar to that of the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan surrounded her. Her ring of the sun and the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan shone together. They seemed to have bestowed Salon with infinite, black-striped power. She stood in the middle of the Parthenon temple's adjudicators and made the others look dull and tiny. Whenever the adjudicators approached Salon, they were melted away by the ring of the sun. Under the crowd's gazes, Salon transformed into the soul of red fire and slowly ascended into the sky. She broke through the barrier and appeared before the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. With the ring of the sun in possession, she stepped on the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder. She controlled the demon that was capable of destroying the world and looked down at Athens like a supreme, godly queen. With an indifferent expression, she gave one order: slaughter them all. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was a powerful emperor-level creature, but it obeyed Salon. As heat waves of blazing flames filled the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, it lifted one of its legs. A wave of powerful, black-striped flames swept across the ground before it landed its foot. A large hole appeared on the night barrier formed to protect the city. The black flames gushed into the city like a flood and wiped out the crowd mercilessly. Many people were reduced to nothing under the black flames. They watched the massacre in horror. The whole thing was surreal. What the hell does she want from us? Stop the madwoman now. Hall Mother, Pamis' voice was shrill. The black druggist knelt on the ground. The two adjudicators had pinned him down. Still, he laughed. What does she want from you, ho? The black druggist snickered. She stared at Salon, who was like an ancient god, and said, she wants the same thing as the Tyrant Titan. She wants to kill you all. The ancient god Tyrant Titan and the Greeks had a deep hatred for each other. The ancient ruler ended up becoming a prisoner and was forced to live in the mountains and forests. Similarly, Salon hated everyone in Parthenon Temple. She hated the world to the marrow of her bones. What did she need? All she needed was to kill all those who disgusted her and whom she hated. She showed no mercy. Regardless of whether they were Parthenon Temple's mags or ordinary Athenians, all of them were Salon's prey. Stop her and repair the barrier. Everyone, hide inside the Temple of Refuge, cried out the old priest, farmer. Everyone was in danger. It was extremely difficult for them to escape to the Temple of Refuge. Besides, there were many people on the streets. Parthenon Temple's night barrier was the only thing that could give them some form of shelter. Otherwise, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's terrifying power would melt away all the people within a few seconds. On top of that, the mad poppies gradually revealed its other function. The stamen of the flowers contained massive fire magic. When Salon was transformed into the soul of red fire, she had set them ablaze. As a result, the city became scorching hot, as if it had been baked. The people who were hiding behind the barrier were drenched in sweat. Although the barrier could withstand the fire's impact and destructive force, it couldn't stop the heat or keep the city from being baked. People inside the barrier would die of dehydration if the temperature inside the city continued to rise. Salon had planned everything. She wanted to wipe out the Athenians. The three Tyrant Titans, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan and the twin Tyrant Titans, had terrifying power. The ancient god Apollo was an emperor-level divine creature. When the twin Tyrant Titans were combined together, they would possess an emperor-level strength. Athens had experts of Forbidden Curse level. But they did not expect the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan to appear right above their heads. They also did not expect the city to be covered with the mad poppies, which could fuel the Tyrant Titan's craziness and strength. The greatest concern now was the crowd. The crowd had no time to disperse. They were trapped in the area around the election altar. As a result, the crowd was unable to flee. Even if the people of Parthenon Temple defeated the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan and the twin Tyrant Titans, they would suffer a significant defeat in the battle. Thousands of people would be affected. This was the Black Vatican's most cruel and inhumane method of operation. They always threatened unarmed people. "My lady, the temple's protection is revived," said the female knight, Hualizi, to Yixinxia. "Send it to the city," said Yixinxia. Right after she gave her order, an ancient, colorful finch on top of the Parthenon mountain flew to the sky above the city. The finch had colorful feathers. It quickly spread its colorful wings and covered the people like a winged umbrella. The flow of color and holy light immediately gave them a sense of peace, as if they were protected by a certain god. The shattered barrier was repaired. However, Yixinxia was aware that the temple's protection could not last for long. Only the goddess could summon the temple's truly powerful barrier. The election results of Yixinxia and Azisha hadn't been released. "My lady, if the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan is bent on destroying us, more than 100,000 people will die before we can do anything we can to kill it. Besides, we aren't sure if there are still other Tyrant Titans around. After all, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan is the king of all Tyrant Titans," said the fighting magistrate, Norman, to Yixinxia. "Do you have other ways to divert their attention?" asked Yixinxia. If they could lure the 3 Tyrant Titans away from the city where most people were gathered around, then they could minimize the impact of losses. If not, the city would be riddled with holes, and many people would be killed or wounded even if they managed to win the battle. Without that person's force manipulation, we may have a way to lure the Tyrant Titans away. In fact, the Tyrant Titans target Parthenon Temple's personnels. "To them, our magic works like a red flag in front of a bull," said Norman, as he pointed to the woman on the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder. It was Salon. She forcefully manipulated the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. As a result, it became brutal, but it was able to deal with the situation calmly. She was a human. She knew what the people cared about the most. She knew the people's weaknesses. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan would not leave the crowded urban area as long as she was present. Yixinxia fixed her gaze at the daughter of the Fire Soul. Her eyes were filled with a range of complex emotions. "Find Azisha now," said Tata. Yixinxia did not understand what she meant. "My lady, things have come to the point where Azisha and you have to make a choice between yourself. The temple's protection power summoned by the Saintess is weak. Only the goddess can protect the people under the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's trample. Moreover, the goddess can grant the knights a more potent god-killing power," said Tata. What they needed the most right now was a goddess. Only the goddess could summon the true Parthenon Temple's protection. Only the goddess possessed the god-killing magic. And only the goddess could save Athens from its current suffering. Between Yixinxia and Azisha, one of them had to ascend the throne of the goddess with immediate effect. Yixinxia hopped onto the 7-colored finch and flew to Azisha's location. The strength of the twin Tyrant Titans was equal to that of the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. They attacked from the outside of the city. It was clear that they targeted areas where most people were gathered. Azisha and the adjudicators fought them off. Bam! Azisha crashed with the shield Tyrant Titan head-on. The shield was smashed onto the ground, and she was sent flying a few hundred meters away by the shockwave. Blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Several adjudicators surrounded her to protect her. "Get lost. I don't need your protection." Azisha wiped her lips. The back of her hand was covered in blood. A beam of healing light fell on her. Azisha was supposed to be bathed in healing light, but she quickly avoided it. Instead, she glared at Yixinxia, who was behind her. "I'm trying to heal you," said Yixinxia. "Stop being pretentious," said Azisha. Yixinxia ignored Azisha's hostility. She noticed a cloud of black air on Azisha. The cloud of air came from the wounds illuminated by her healing light. Yixinxia tried to heal Izisha but had instead caused her wound to corrode. What was going on with Izisha's body? Was the rumor about the presence of a dark ritual in her resurrection method true? We need to decide who will be the goddess. We have to make the decision before the temple's protection barrier disappears, said Yixinxia. Chapter 30:27. The Supreme Pontiff. Izisha glanced at the twin Tyrant Titans. At that moment, the adjudicators were controlling the Tyrant Titans with the light bundle formation. No problem. Withdraw from the campaign now and let me be the goddess. The Tyrant Titans are not really that fearful. Besides, I'm more familiar than you in awakening the power of the temple, said Izisha. Yixinxia shook her head. She had not come to Izisha to inform her that she was withdrawing from the campaign. She came to ask Izisha to drop out of the campaign. Ah. Then why do you have to come and find me? Do you think I look like someone with a compassionate heart? Sneered Izisha. Izisha refused to give in to Yixinxia, much less sacrifice herself for the sake of the battle before her. History showed that people usually died in the battles. Izisha would not hand over Parthenon Temple's controlling power to Yixinxia. Even though Yixinxia had the divine soul and was God's chosen one, Izisha refused to believe it. Life was not determined by destiny. Since ancient times, all goddesses became who they were through competition and killing. They never counted on other people's mercy. Yixinxia, if you still have some self-conscience, withdraw from the election now, said Izisha pointing at Yixinxia. Impossible. Yixinxia said with resoluteness. You're so pathetic and ridiculous. Your mother is the woman who is standing on the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder. Once the Athenians discover it, do you think you will still be qualified to run for office? Izisha spoke aggressively. My mother is her own person, and I'm who I am. You also killed your own brother. He was my father, said Yixinxia. Yixinxia, are you truly that naive? How could you still speak to me in this manner? Bring out your coolness that belongs to a Supreme Pontiff. Show me your aura as the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. Blackmail me to give up the goddess throne in exchange for Athenians' lives. If you do all this, I'll then consider your offer. Izisha burst out into laughter. I'm not the Supreme Pontiff. Yixinxia frowned. She did not understand why Izisha insisted that she was related to the Black Vatican. Does that make Izisha feel better? As you can see, Salon is bent on destroying Parthenon Temple including Athens. Even if a goddess is elected, the goddess can at most defeat the Tyrant Titans, but the people in the city will still die. Yixinxia, you're the one who can truly save Athenians as long as you give your order. You're the Saintess, you're Salon's daughter, and you're the Supreme Pontiff of Black Vatican. You can do whatever you want and make any decision you like. Why do you have to be so pretentious and discuss the issue with me? Izisha said with great conviction. Izisha, are you mad? I told you I'm not the Supreme Pontiff. Yixinxia said furiously. Izisha looked into Yixinxia's eyes. She wanted to see through her eyes to her soul. Dare you let me use psychic element to examine your memory and your soul? The reason you want to become the goddess is because you don't want a brutal and cold-hearted person like me to be Parthenon Temple's ruler. But your refusal will only make the future worse. Have you ever thought that the reason I refuse to give in to you is because of your dark side and hypocrisy? You gained your current position through a conspiracy. The black flames had long surrounded Athens and Parthenon Temple because of you, Yixinxia accused Izisha. Go ahead and examine yourself. I've had enough of your illogical accusations, said Yixinxia impatiently. Izisha stretched out her hand and placed her palm on Yixinxia's forehead. Psychic vision could see through one's inner memories. It could examine whether one's soul had fallen or remained pure at a single glance. The moment Izisha's palm touched Yixinxia's forehead, Izisha could see through Yixinxia's lies. Yixinxia's eyes became unfocused when Izisha used her psychic element magic. Have you seen it? Asked Yixinxia. I trust you, your current self, Izisha said as she drew her hand away. We don't have much time. Yixinxia stared at the temple's protection with concern. I didn't expect this. You're truly good at hiding your identity as the Supreme Pontiff, said Izisha to herself. Izisha! Yixinxia flew into a rage of humiliation. Izisha still thought Yixinxia was the Supreme Pontiff. Yixinxia, you have to listen carefully to what I'm going to say. As I mentioned, I trust you at your current self now. Izisha's face changed. It was clear to see that she had put aside her prejudice and hostility for the present. Yixinxia was terrified. She couldn't think of any other way to prevent the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan from entering the city and slaughtering everyone. Didn't you always want to know how I resurrected from the dead, despite the fact that I don't have the divine soul or mastery of the resurrection divine art? Izisha asked. We don't have time to talk about this. No, you have to listen to me if you truly want the city to be safe. Izisha stared at Yixinxia with unprecedented solemnness. Yixinxia sighed. All right. I am listening. First, the person who resurrected me from the dead is related to Khufu from Egypt. But another person who is even more powerful resurrected me from the ice coffin. The person is none other than your father, Wentai, said Izisha. Yixinxia was stunned. Isn't he already? Yixinxia's tone changed. You said I killed my own brother. You're right, I was the one who made him a prisoner on the execution cross in the holy city and allowed the god of death to drag him to hell so that he could not be resurrected ever again. But are you aware that this was what Wentai wanted for himself? Izisha spat out a truth that made Yixinxia tremble. This is what Wentai wanted for himself, wondered Yixinxia, disbelievingly. Wentai was the one who made me throw the black stone, said Izisha. That's impossible. You're lying. Yixinxia shook her head. She vividly remembered the sight. All the flashbacks appeared in her mind. She recalled Izisha was the one who wanted to make Wentai disappear from the world. Think carefully, with his strength and influence at that time, as well as the large number of admirers around him, do you truly think that he stood no change in fighting the holy city? It was clear that he could have brought change to the world, but he chose to die. At that time, no one could possibly kill him except himself. Izisha described the situation to Yixinxia. Yixinxia recalled Wentai's past glory and his unmatched status. He also had numerous admirers. It was his own choice to die. But why did he choose to die? Was it because he refused to make enemies with the ancient rulers of the world, and refused to start a war of the ruling class that would certainly affect the citizens, hence his decision? But Izisha told Yixinxia this was just one of the reasons that Wentai chose to die. The Dark Plane's power was 100 times more powerful than the ocean. They influenced our frail plane through our continuous contribution of dark magic. Wentai noticed the Dark Plane's ambitious plan, so he chose to die. He chose the Dark Plane so that he could become the Dark King to protect our frail world. Wentai is the Dark King. There are only two people in this world who possess the resurrection divine art. It's you and Wentai. It was Wentai's will to resurrect me in the ice coffin. It was also Wentai's will for me to participate in the goddess campaign. Wentai was the Dark King. He was the one who resurrected Izisha from the dead. The moment Yixinxia heard this, she felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. Was what Izisha said true? How could this be possible? I don't believe you. Yixinxia sucked in deep breath. Let me tell you something more, said Izisha. We don't have time. Yixinxia noticed the temple's protection was fading away. After hearing this, if you still want to become a goddess, I'll step down, said Izisha solemnly. Say it, said Yixinxia. You're the Supreme Pontiff, and there's no doubt about it, said Izisha. You? Hear me out. You received the Divine Soul at a very young age. The Divine Soul brought a huge load to your soul. You even had difficulty walking when you were young. The truth is, the Divine Soul also has another effect on you, which is your memory. Of course, this can be an effect of the Black Vatican's amnesia bug, said Izisha, pointing at Salon. She can erase your memory of being Supreme Pontiff and make you believe that you are an ordinary person. When the time comes, she will make you enter Parthenon Temple so that you can enter the Goddess Peak with your divine soul. Hall Mother, Pamis, is a person who abides by the ancient righteousness. She will give everything to help you to grow and become a saintess with a perfect image in Parthenon Temple. Meanwhile, Salin continues to expand the dark plane in the world and create chaos. She makes it look like she's seeking revenge. The truth is, she is wiping out the people and groups that can obstruct you from becoming the goddess. Since those people kill Wentai, they will naturally do everything they can to stop you from becoming the goddess, because you're his daughter. Izisha told her everything. Yixinxia listened attentively to Izisha's words. Izisha could tell from Yixinxia's expression that Yixinxia was still having trouble believing her. Do you mean that I'm the Supreme Pontiff, but I can't remember it now? Is the memory of me being the Supreme Pontiff sealed with the amnesia bug? Yixinxia finally understood why Izisha insisted that she was the Supreme Pontiff. The explanation seemed to make sense. After all, when Yixinxia was accused of being the Red Cardinal Salin, she used to doubt herself. At that time, she remembered she had been to the Black Vatican's main altar and witnessed a man in a huge robe. I know you won't believe me, but the facts are before your eyes. How did the Golden Sun Tyrant Titans resurrect from the dead? You're the only person who possesses the resurrection divine art in this world. You and your mother have joined forces, or at least, you have met each other before. Unfortunately, you don't have any memory of it. You go to bed every night with a kind soul. Have you ever thought that the evil soul that you are born with since childhood makes you wear the Supreme Pontiff ring and wander around the sinful city? No one knows your true identity, because even you yourself are not aware of it, said Izisha. For some reason, Izisha's words struck Yixinxia's soul. It was only then that she recalled the different visions she saw when she went to bed at night and woke up in the morning. The mountains and the sea. Chapter 30:28. The birth of the goddess. Was this really the case? Was there another ambitious self that existed in the blank spots of her memory? It was true that the memory about the Black Vatican had flashed in her mind. She remembered some parts of it, but what about the Supreme Pontiff, the Supreme Pontiff's coat of arms, and the Supreme Pontiff's ring, wondered Yixinxia. Those memories had indeed appeared in Yixinxia's memories before, but was that person truly herself? This was what Wentai was concerned about the most. He was worried that once you possess the divine soul, you will be more inclined toward the Black Vatican. This will mean that the world he put in great effort to protect would fall into the abyss of eternal destruction, said Izisha. Why are you telling me all this only now? You could have told me from the beginning, said Yixinxia. Are you aware that your father has expectations of you, refuted Izisha. Expectations? For thousands of years, only the goddess could possess the soul of Parthenon Temple. The moment you were born, the divine soul resided in your soul like a loyal slave. The divine soul is the soul of Parthenon Temple. The previous goddesses, saintesses, and the great mags, including myself, gave everything we could just to get a little favor from the divine soul. We don't even mind becoming its slave. Izisha stared at Yixinxia. Izisha had no intention of concealing her jealousy for Yixinxia. Although Wentai was highly reputable and the Greeks elected him as the divine person or holy son of Parthenon Temple, he was not acknowledged by the divine soul. He was a holy son without the divine soul. But you're his daughter. Ever since you were born, you have possessed the divine soul. The more one aspires to walk in the light, the more rooted one becomes in darkness. These were the last words he spoke to me on this earth. He chose darkness and became rooted in the rotten, filthy, and foul-smelling mud. And you are his only hope in the middle of darkness. He expects you to be God's chosen daughter who could bloom radiantly in the light. He expects you to be a pure pistil uncontaminated by mud, dirty water, or stale miasma. Yixinxia looked at Izisha. Even though she could not trust Izisha as a person, her words made sense. She could not bring herself to doubt them. She remembered that no matter where she was, she would always find herself curled up in Wentai's arms. She recalled him talking to her gently and stroking her hair. Words that she could not understand at the time. The burden from the divine soul exhausted Yixinxia ever since she was young. Hence, she easily fell asleep. When those childhood memories flooded Yixinxia's mind, she remembered she had, most of the time, fallen asleep and woken up in Wen Tai's arms. Those memories were so indelible that she wondered why she had forgotten them in the first place. She felt as if she had been under an obliviate spell whereby someone had forcefully erased everything about her father from her memory, especially after knowing that she could start remembering things at that age. The more he aspired to walk in the light, the more rooted he was in the darkness. Wen Tai chose to stay in darkness and gave the light to her. This was his expectation. But even a wise man is not infallible. Wen Tai foresaw future catastrophe, so he dealt with the present crisis in order to pave the way for a brighter future. Unfortunately, he could do nothing to help that one person. Izisha looked up into the sky and stared at the daughter of the fire soul standing on the golden sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder. Wen Tai chose the dark hell. He foresaw the turmoil in the dark plane. Regardless of how he protected the light of the world with care, he could never change one thing. Once the dark plane was torn apart, it could destroy and trample the fragile human world with ease. The only way was to make himself fall into darkness and become the Dark King. He sacrificed himself in exchange for 1,000 years of freedom from the darkness for this world. However, one woman refused to let the world continue to exist. She was hell-bent on destroying the world that Wen Tai had given everything to protect. And that woman was Salin. Perhaps you think that Salin is here for revenge. She's avenging Wen Tai. But she wants to destroy what Wen Tai wants to protect. She wants to trample Wen Tai's expectations. Wen Tai wants to protect the world, but she destroys it. Wen Tai hoped you can be the purest God's chosen daughter, but Salin turns you into the most depraved person in the world, the Supreme Pontiff. It was unthinkable for the Black Vatican Supreme Pontiff to become the goddess of Parthenon Temple. And it fits perfectly with Salin's madness. "My lady, the barrier is about to be shattered," said the Lord of the Hall of Knights, Halen, with great urgency. "Halen, did my father say anything to you before he asked Yixinxia?" Halen was one of the earliest leaders who pledged his loyalty to Parthenon Temple. Yixinxia was aware that the reason he supported her was mostly because of Wen Tai. The Lord of the Hall of Knights glanced at Izisha. Izisha said calmly, "I already told her everything." The Lord of the Hall of Knights sucked in a deep breath and sighed. "Regardless of who you are, I swear to follow you to death." "Halen, have you forgotten Wen Tai's orders? She is not who you are supposed to be assisting. Her soul is no longer pure. She is the Supreme Pontiff. She has been polluted by Salin. She doesn't deserve to be the goddess," Izisha said in agitation. "Idiot!" Yixinxia had revived the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. This showed that she had fallen from grace. The battle was not a feud between Izisha and Salin. It was also not a battle between the Black Vatican and Parthenon Temple. It was a showdown between Wen Tai and Salin. Wen Tai had lost the battle because his daughter had become the Supreme Pontiff. Yixinxia was the Supreme Pontiff. Wen Tai's former subordinates of Parthenon Temple had to do all they could to stop her from becoming the goddess. You are resurrected from the dead with the power of darkness. The blessing of the goddess would turn you into a pool of dark water. Given the situation, you still compete with me. Is it because you're afraid? Yixinxia questioned Izisha. Yixinxia's healing magic had worsened Izisha's wound. Izisha was resurrected from the dead by the Dark King. She belonged to the dark. It would be a punishment for her once the blessing of the goddess fell on her. It was impossible for Izisha to become the goddess. The only purpose of her participating in the campaign was to stop the Supreme Pontiff from becoming the Parthenon Temple goddess. This is the true purpose of my resurrection. I can't let the Black Vatican have the world. This is also Wen Tai's will, said Izisha with much emphasis. Izisha knew the truth the moment the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was resurrected from the dead. Yixinxia could not be the goddess. She was the Supreme Pontiff. Therefore, whatever Yixinxia did, everything seemed pretentious to Izisha. However, Izisha was unaware that Yixinxia had no idea she was the Supreme Pontiff herself. If Yixinxia's true conscience remained in her heart, she should know it would be wise to withdraw from the goddess election before the soul of the Supreme Pontiff was awakened. Izisha, you said you trust my current self, said Yishinxia. I won't give up the goddess throne. I have no other choice. Yishinxia radiated an imposing soul energy. Her soul energy glowed in extraordinary light. It was as tall as a divine statue that reached the sky. The divine statue was graceful and majestic. It had a razor-sharp gaze that could see through everyone's soul. It is the divine soul. Athenians panicked. Meanwhile, Parthenon mags who were in the middle of the battle, Izisha and Helen, were transfixed as they watched the appearance of the divine soul. No! You can't do that! Izisha screamed. The divine soul's divine healing light covered the land. It healed the army with its healing light. At that moment, its healing light fell on Izisha. Izisha was resurrected from the dark. She could not be healed with the light. In fact, the healing light would only melt her away. The divine light fell on Izisha. She had many bodyguards around her. Her bodyguards could have stopped Yishinxia, but they did not think anything was wrong with Yishinxia trying to heal Izisha. The bodyguards assumed the two saintesses had joined forces. Izisha was hurt in the battle, so they thought Yishinxia was healing her. However, only Izisha knew that Yishinxia wanted to make her disappear from the world. Her divine soul was too powerful. As a result, Yishinxia's healing light turned into a killing light beam and destroyed Izisha. Izisha's body was gradually pierced by the light. She suffered great pain. Her eyes were filled with resentment. The people could not quite believe what they saw. Why was Izisha not healed by the healing light? She belonged to the darkness. She was a corrupted resurrectionist. Indeed, the rumor was true. Izisha was not a true resurrectionist. She was no different from the filthy and lowly undead. How could this type of person become the goddess? The divine healing light was powerful, but it had been used as a weapon to kill Izisha. As her body was in the process of being reduced to ashes, her face was filled with resentment and remorse. Before she died, her hysterical laughter was heard as the healing light pierced her throat. She laughed at herself for being so stupid. She fell for Yishinxia's innocent look, just like others. She trusted Yishinxia's seemingly pure heart. She actually trusted Yishinxia's words when she said she was under the Obliviate spell. In fact, Yishinxia remembered everything. She remembered her true identity. But what else could Izisha do? Izisha could not take down Yishinxia, much less the terrifying Salon. She had lost. The moment the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was resurrected from the dead, and the moment Salon surrounded Athens, Izisha had already lost. The whole mother expected Athenians to make the final decision, but they did not want to take the risk. They had to have complete victory. Therefore, the election result was not important. What happened was that Parthenon Temple, Greece, and Athens had fallen into Salon's hands. She would be the one to decide their life or death. When Ty was also defeated, he had taken great pains in protecting the world. He had placed endless hopes on his daughter. But all this deviated from what he wanted for them. Under the crowd's gaze, Izisha melted away under Yishinxia's divine soul's healing light. All that was left behind was Izisha's clothes and a pool of black water. Parthenon Temple's adjudicators could not quite believe the truth. Helen, take over the Hall of Judgment and have the adjudicators form a mountain of walls. We must not let the twin Tyrant Titans take another step forward, said Yishinxia to Helen. Noted, my lady. Helen placed his fist on his chest. He did not question Yishinxia's decision. He should not doubt her either. Regardless of what she represented, Helen had pledged his loyalty for her. Too much questioning would only disrupt Parthenon Temple's final order. Moreover, did Izisha not even have the slightest ulterior motives? Based on what she said, was it true that she did everything according to Wen Tai's will? Regardless, Helen only had one choice. He would follow Yishinxia's footsteps. The flowers turned into a sea of fire and filled the city. The crowd looked everywhere for refuge. The terrifying heat wave struck them. Some fainted on the streets. Their lips were cracked, and their eyes were filled with helplessness. Meanwhile, the merciless Salon stood on the golden sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder. She looked down at the city and instigated the ancient god Apollo to head to areas where most people were gathered. The ancient god Apollo possessed the golden ring of the sun. The ring of the sun made its body indestructible. Parthenon Temple's night formed a magic barrier that resembled long, blood spears. The spears were shot ruthlessly at the ancient god Apollo. However, the ancient god Apollo remained motionless. As a result, the knights were frustrated. Just then, the ancient god Apollo caught one of the golden sun knights and its flying dragon. The flying dragon's tail and one of the golden sun knight's legs was exposed. The ancient god Apollo squeezed them in its hand. Blood spilled from its fingers. It looked as if the ancient god Apollo was holding a rotten tomato. The knight was a knight of the seal. He was one of the best of the golden sun knights. Even so, he could not escape the tragic fate. "Kill them," said Salon coldly to the ancient god Apollo as she looked down at the T-junction street. The ancient god Apollo ignored the blood spears aiming at him from every direction. It charged and crashed the weak temple's protection. The next moment, the temple's protection was shattered into colorful pieces. The shattered pieces in midair transformed into countless four-colored sparrowhawks. They were bleeding and broken. They were heavily wounded. The temple's protection barrier neutralized itself. The enormous multicolored barrier that shattered into countless sparrowhawks gathered together, despite their injuries, to charge at the ancient god Apollo. There were countless four-colored sparrowhawks. The sky above the city was filled with four-colored sparrowhawks. They were the elves that protected Athens. They charged fearlessly at the mighty ancient god Apollo. Yishinshia on the eaves of the tower on top of the church. She glowed in four colors. She was the one who cast the spell of temple's protection. She fought with the ancient god Apollo alone. The four-colored sparrowhawks were not powerful creatures. Regardless of how strong their will was or how numerous their numbers, their efforts were in vain. When they reached the ancient god Apollo, they became like feathers that melted away. The four-colored sparrowhawks were burned in midair within a few seconds, like the firecrackers that faded immediately after they were ignited. Yishinshia glowed in divine soul light, but she had not received the blessing of the goddess. Hence, her divine soul could not bring out the true Parthenon temple power. Her magic was still weak. She could only temporarily stop the ancient god Apollo. The saintess is protecting us. But she can't do it for long. The people on the T-junction street, buildings, and balconies saw Yishinshia. They also saw many four-colored sparrowhawks charging at the golden sun Tyrant Titan like moths around a big flame. On the election altar, Hall Mother, Pamis, an old priest, farmer, fixed their gazes on Yishinshia. Yishinshia had no more competitors. She was the goddess of Parthenon Temple. Today's disaster would be her first challenge after succeeding to the goddess throne. I summon the true soul of Parthenon Temple in the name of goddess. Only my divine soul can protect Athens. Yishinshia's psychic voice rang out in everyone's mind. Old priest, farmer, please take the oath and inscribe my name on the divine tablet. Hall Mother, please pray for me. Her words sounded in everyone's mind. She neither solicited nor requested for it. Instead, she declared the results with solemnity. Only the goddess could protect Athens. It was a coronation in the middle of danger. Everything seemed to be predestined. On top of that, she was a goddess who did not require the blessing of the divine soul. She had her divine soul for the rest of her life. Her divine soul had acknowledged her. All she needed was the Hall Mother and Athenians' acknowledgement. The prayers were in the hands of Hall Mother alone. Hall Mother had to awaken the sleeping, divine soul. Parthenon Temple needed a name, and the name had to be a symbol of supremacy. Yishinshia was dressed in white. She was the only one dressed in pure white color. God's chosen daughter appeared in the middle of a sea of blazing mad poppies and the crowd in black. Even the independent golden sun Tyrant Titan felt a sense of fear that came from within its bones when it saw her. It subconsciously wanted to retreat. She was pure, solemn, and holy. When the crowd saw the true divine soul appear before goddess Yishinshia, they were no longer fearful. They knew the goddess would save them. They willingly worshipped her as their goddess without any complaints. Isisha was not acknowledged by the divine soul even after being the goddess for so many years. Even if Isisha becomes the goddess, she can't protect Athens. We saw her melted away under the healing light. She came from the dark and had already fallen. She was the one who cast evil resurrection spells to awaken the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. An Asian woman shouted on the T-Junction street. Yishinxia is the true goddess. She's God's chosen daughter. Let's pray. Everyone began to pray once more. They did not beg for mercy from a god of vanity. They prayed with devotion to a person with true divine nature and sought protection in the middle of the chaos. The sky was filled with four-colored sparrowhawks. They turned into fireballs for defense. Yishinxia's white dress swayed in the middle of the strong breeze. The white dress accentuated her graceful and upright posture. At that moment, she heard the supplicant's prayers. They were like drops of holy spring raining down on the depleted divine soul. The divine soul was awakened in the rain of light. It grew rapidly and changed Yishinxia. Ancient Athens was surrounded by the black-striped flames and mad poppies. A rain of light fell from the sky above the city. The rain of light quenched the heat and cleansed everyone's wound like a liquid of life. Those who almost died under the heat waves gradually recovered under the rain of light. Those who were panicked and cried in despair somehow regained peace upon witnessing the rain. The arrogant Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's ring of the sun slowly extinguished under the rain of divine light. This was the power of the goddess. The lone woman in her white dress stood proudly on top of Athens church. She dispelled the darkest hour and ushered the dazzling white light of dawn. No one would die tragically again. And no one would be trampled by the tyrant titans again. Parthenon Temple killed the tyrant titans once. It had risen to power again because of the divine soul and the birth of its goddess. Without the protection of the ring of the sun, the knight's blood spear finally pierced the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Golden blood gushed out of the ancient god Apollo's body. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was so angry that it smashed black, enormous stars one after another at the land like a god. The sky was vast, but black flames fell like black dragons. The majestic power could turn Athens, as well as the mountains and lands outside the city, into ashes. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was an emperor-level creature. Its supernatural power could destroy the world. Yishinxia glowed in divine light. Her white and graceful silhouette appeared in the middle of the light. She gently put her hands on her lips and murmured something that sounded like a song. The ashes of the four-colored sparrowhawks in the sky exploded into a blazing light upon Yishinxia's soft calling. The light appeared in 7 colors, and these colors intertwined into an absolute holy white. They became divine blessing white finches. Under the ancient god Apollo's trample, the four-colored sparrowhawks were reduced to cinders. However, they rose to power from the ashes. The divine blessing white finches spread their wings. They covered the sky and formed a divine blessing white barrier on the sky above Athens. The pattern of the barrier belonged to the white finches. They looked striking. The black striped fire could not penetrate the white finches' barrier. The people looked up at the sky. For the first time, they found true peace. The power of the divine blessing could isolate the powerful emperor-level Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. The divine soul was truly powerful. No one could provide this type of protection. Knights, let your god hunting will be awakened. Yishinxia's psychic voice rang out in their minds once again. Her voice reached the souls of all the members of Parthenon Knights. The goddess was the only one who could summon the Knights' contract. God hunting will was an extraordinary Parthenon temple power used to defeat the Tyrant Titans. Even the weakest Blue Star Knight could pierce the Tyrant Titans with any magic after they were granted the God hunting will. Chapter 30-29. Hunting the Ancient God. The Ring of the Sun was what deterred the Golden Sun Knights from approaching the ancient god Apollo. If they tried, it would have melted them. But now, the Ring of the Sun was no longer a threat. More than 100 Golden Sun Knights surrounded the ancient god Apollo. More than 1,000 Silver Moon Knights were around Goddess Yishinxia. Meanwhile, the Blue Star Knights formed squares on the ground. Magic worked its way. The long, blood spears transformed into gold. The golden long spear then grew even more huge and magnificent. They stood upright and formed an ancient pine forest. The scalding golden knight long spears were shot at the golden sun Tyrant Titan. The Tyrant Titan had nowhere to hide, and its body was no longer indestructible. As a result, it was wounded. Its wounds resembled a honeycomb, and its blood gushed out of its wounds like honey. It burned in the air. Roar! The ancient god Apollo groaned in pain. Black spots appeared on its gold-cast body. The black spots wriggled and crawled out of the ancient god Apollo's skin. They spread its wings, then lunged at the Blue Star Knights and the Golden Sun Knights. They are mites that live on the ancient god. They survive by gnawing on the dermal fats of the ancient creature, said Norman in great urgency. Norman had read the records about the ancient godly mites in an old collection. Based on the description, the ancient godly mites were extremely terrifying. He was, however, unsure of how exactly the ancient godly mites threatened the living beings. The ancient godly mites swarmed the knights like flies. The knights screamed in agony before wilting like flowers and writhing on the ground. They looked as if they had been gnawed by tens and thousands of poisonous bugs and could not break free of them. We can't stop them using the light element magic. The ancient godly mites will torture the knights to death. Hualezi saw many Silver Moon Knights and Blue Star Knights being tortured by the ancient godly mites. The light element magic had no effect on the ancient godly mites. The rain of soul divine light could not save the knights from the parasites. Freeze them, then continue to attack the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. Yixinxia was aware that those were ancient evil magic. Therefore, they had to kill the Golden Sun Tyrant Titans as soon as possible. Meanwhile, they would temporarily freeze the knights with the parasites. The female servants and sages understood what Yixinxia meant by freezing the knights. Given a situation where they could not break a disease curse, the female sages would perform life stillness art on the victims. It was sort of a delayed healing spell to freeze their bodies. Izisha used to lay inside an ice coffin. The ice coffin was not some kind of ice element magic, it was called life stillness art. The knights had been attacked by the powerful and demonic ancient godly mites. Hence, the female sages had to temporarily remove them from the fight. The Golden Sun Knights had not been contaminated by the ancient godly mites. After they received God Hunting Wheel, dozens of the lightning element Golden Sun Knights worked together to build a star palace. Tons of star palaces appeared before the Golden Sun Knights. The star palaces were majestic and filled with the power of lightning. Purple and red lightning flashed. The lightning surrounded the ancient god Apollo. They intertwined to form a barrier. They eventually formed an altar of the god of thunder. Zeus' divine punishment. The Knight of the Seal Zeus led the knights in the formation. The super-level lightning element magic interlaced with one another and formed a demon destruction cage. It was covered with powerful soul-piercing ring thunder cones. The ancient god Apollo became motionless under Zeus' god of thunder halberd. The soul-piercing ring thunder cones was likened to a torturer who tortured one's flesh with a tool to chisel rock. Although the ancient god Apollo became numb with pain, it could not bear the agony inflicted by Zeus' attack. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan flew into a fit of rage. Its body looked like a tumbling pool of lava with black waves of flames occasionally gushing out of its body. The Knight of the Seal Bullseye led the water element knights and summoned a tsunami to counteract the black waves of flames. They suppressed the Tyrant Titan's strong flames. They had finally restrained the ancient god Apollo. They had gained an upper hand in the battle. As long as the Knights of Parthenon Temple united, they could destroy the demonic Tyrant Titan. Moreover, Yixinxia had possessed an awakened divine soul. She granted everyone with the seal of bright charm. The goddess of Parthenon Temple possessed star charm, moon charm, and bright charm. Although she may lack the ability to fight with an emperor-level creature, she could cast blessing element magic to build the world's strongest magic army. Even the weak Blue Star Knights could fight independently under the goddess blessing. Thousands of bright charm flew toward the knights who were in the middle of the fight with the ancient god Apollo. The seal of bright charm combined with their god hunting will, which enabled their destructive magic to inflict absolute destructive power. The Emperor-level creatures usually ignored magic below the forbidden curse level. This was because those creatures possessed unparalleled bodies that surpassed many extraordinary, supernatural powers. However, when the knights were granted with god hunting will and the seal of bright charm, every Golden Sun Knight was granted with the ability to pierce the ancient god Apollo. Every Silver Moon Knight was capable of scarring the ancient god Apollo. The Blue Star Knights could hold back the ancient god Apollo's destructive power. Under the goddess Reign of Light, the Hall of Knights became powerful like never before. Even the forbidden mags paled in comparison to them. The army was in high spirits. The ancient god Apollo was no longer a mythical existence. It was none other than a barbaric and savage demon. Without the Ring of the Sun, it was just a giant beast before the goddess and the Hall of Knights. The abandoned ancient god was still a beast at heart. How could it be compared to the goddess of Parthenon Temple who brought true peace to the world and granted great power to the knights? The goddess was both wise and powerful. The people had no need of the power of savagery. They only wanted to live in peace. They also wanted the power that allowed them to fight back ruthlessly against those that trampled their dignity. The daughter of the Fire Soul was nowhere to be seen on the ancient god Apollo's shoulder. The ancient god Apollo became even more savage and barbaric. It gradually lost its sanity. Yishinxia and the Hall of Knights lured it out of the city. Under the White Finch's barrier, the crowd saw the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan get further away from them. They cheered. Even though the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was not dead yet, reality showed them a fact that could not be ignored. With the presence of the new goddess, nothing could hurt them anymore. Athens would resume its peace. If I were given a chance again, I'd still choose the olive flowers. The goddess is what makes Greece a country with soul and dignity. Tap! 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 White feathers gradually fell from the white barrier. The white feathers transformed into holy white finches. They grouped together and carried Yishinxia on top of them as they flew out of the city. My lady, there are a lot of moving mountains nearby Agaleo Mountain. If I'm not mistaken, they are the mountain giants' colony, said Hualizi. The mad poppies lord them here. This is just the beginning. Yishinxia could not see that far, but she heard tremors coming from the west of Agaleo Mountain. Aside from the ancient god Apollo, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, the Twin Tyrant Titans, and the Mountain Tyrant Titan colony, the Deep Ocean Giant and the Night Giant may appear near Athens. As Azisha had mentioned, Salon's only purpose was to carry out a great massacre. Kill the ancient god Apollo and the rest of the giants will panic, said Yishinxia. The ancient god Apollo, the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, was the strongest of them all. A goddess had once killed a Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, the ancient god Hades. The ancient god Hades represented the god of the spirit giant. Since then, Greece had been free from the Tyrant Titan's invasion for 10 decades. The Tyrant Titan colony was not as savage and brave as they imagined. The Tyrant Titans were a bunch of cowards that trimmed their sails. The mountain giants and the twin Tyrant Titans dared not show up and enter Athens before this because the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan had not paved the way for them. Once the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan died, the mountain giants' colony would flee. The current Greece was different from before because of the birth of the new goddess. The Hall of Knights had been granted with the blessing of the goddess. They became a group of merciless Tyrant Titan slayers. All the giant races were afraid of them. Rays of light fell on Athenians. Those were the afterglow left by the knights with the seal of moon charm. They gathered at the foothill of Agaleo Mountain in the west. They would execute the plan to kill the ancient god. The Knight of the Seal led the hunting team. They formed a cage using lightning element magic, long spears with wind element magic, and blades with water element magic. Those three elements were capable of inflicting absolute damage on the ancient god Apollo, especially after the addition of the god hunting will and seal of bright charm. The ancient god groaned. It kept sweeping the ground with its black striped flames. Yishinxia kept the knights in protection. She weaved tens and thousands of star constellation armor with every blessing. The Blue Star Knights and the Silver Moon Knights performed defensive magic together. With the help of the Seal of Star charm, their magic increased by multiple times. An advanced level mage's defensive magic was as powerful as that of a super-level mage. The blessing power was truly amazing. Even an Emperor-level giant was no match for such a massive army of knights. The Tyrant Titan fell. One of the brave knights of the seal came out with a razor-sharp blade in red and slashed at the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's chest ruthlessly. Golden blood gushed out of its wound and formed a golden rainstorm in Agaleo Mountain. Its golden blood was as hot as molten metal, but it quickly cooled down. The mites that lived on the ancient god's skin fled in panic and stirred up a strong air of cursed epidemic. Yixinxia had no intention of letting the dirty ancient godly mites escape. She recited a purification spell and snuffed them out before they spread. Chapter 30. The Holy Soul. Cutthroat. Norman wielded the blade of Hiromi. He turned into a turbulent wave, like a flying sail breaking through the ocean. Norman cut the ancient god Apollo's throat. His god-hunting will was a life-threatening weapon to the Emperor-level Tyrant Titan. The ancient god Apollo cradled its neck with one of its hands. Still, its golden blood gushed out and covered its palm, then flowed down along its arm. 3 knights of the seal appear behind the ancient god Apollo's head. They gathered 100 of the Golden Sun Knight seal of bright charm and formed the Wheel of Destruction, then crashed the ancient god Apollo with it. The ancient god Apollo's head was severely wounded. Moreover, its throat was fatally injured. For a moment, it could not stand still. It staggered like a sun without sunlight. It fell in the middle of Agaleo Mountain. Its golden blood spilled. It was as terrifying as if a massive furnace the size of a mountain had shattered. The raging black striped flames spread and burned the mountains outside the city. The sky was illuminated brightly. The blazing fire illuminated Athens. Even a giant that was as enormous as the Tyrant Titan could be defeated. The arrogant and unbeatable god of sun fell into the mountains. This was all because of the birth of the goddess. She brought in a rain of light and infinite divine light. She also granted the knights with god-hunting will. Cheers rang throughout Athens. Not only did Athenians rejoice for being freed from the fear of the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, but Greece also finally emerged from the darkness and ushered a bright future. They could defeat the Emperor-level Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, so they had no need to fear the giant colony that would wreak havoc on Greece. My lady, the twin Tyrant Titans are escaping to the North Mountains. The mountain giants' colony do not dare cross the Agaleo Mountain, said Hualisi in excitement. The mountain giants in the west had brought Hualisi tremendous pressure. Athens was a very large city. If the Tyrant Titans barged into the city, they would cause great damage to Athenians. Yixinxia's analysis was correct. The Tyrant Titans did not appear as brave as they expected. After the ancient god Apollo fell, they cowered and dared not take another step into the city area. Apparently, the twin Tyrant Titans were aware that the Hall of Knights was no longer the same as before. The situation was unfavorable to them, so the Tyrant Titans fled. They want to escape, so let them be. Athenians need your presence to placate them. End the war as soon as possible, said Hualisi. Our enemy's blood is the best thing to placate our people. Yixinxia had no intention of ending the war. She rested her gaze on one of the Knights of the Seal. The Knight of the Seal was none other than the god of war, Ars. Ars, I grant you the holy soul of war, and I order you to cross Agaleo Mountain and kill the mountain giants' colony. Yixinxia gave her orders. At that moment, her divine soul was no longer attached or coiled behind her. Instead, they both fused together perfectly. Yixinxia was the divine soul, and the divine soul was her. Her aura was different from before. She no longer looked as gentle and soft-spoken as she used to. If she was clad in heavy armor, she would have looked like the goddess of war, a high and mighty, unplaceable goddess with absolute power. The battle would not end just like that. In fact, it had just begun. She refused to end the battle hastily. If she showed her mercy to her enemy, it would only lead to greater danger to her people in the future. Yixinxia did not just want to kill the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, but she also wanted to eliminate all other giants outside Athens. She would not spare the culprit who provoked the war. The holy soul of war represented the god of war Ars. In the past, the Knights of the Seal surpassed the Golden Sun Knights in terms of their magic. However, they were just at the level of a semi-forbidden curse. They were still no match for the forbidden mags or emperor-level creatures. The awakening of the Holy Soul made a huge difference. The Knights of the Seal granted with the Holy Soul would be called the true Holy War Knights. After Ars was granted with the Holy Soul, he became a changed man. He became even more powerful than a forbidden mage. Only the true goddess could grant one a Holy Soul. There were a total of 12 Holy Souls. Ars was the first Knight of the Seal granted with the Holy Soul. Ars' eyes were filled with enthusiasm. He fell to his knees before Yi Xinsha. He even retreated a few steps back for fear of touching the goddess train of the white dress. The descendant of the Holy Soul was the will of war. When Ars stood up, his eyes looked fiery. He was covered with luxurious holy garments. The energy surging in his body increased by multiple times compared to before. He was no longer in the same realm. Ars sensed the Holy Soul's power. He felt as if he possessed the same level of life as the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. "I'll wipe out the mountain giants' colony." Ars gained unprecedented power and was filled with fighting spirit. Ars was the leader. He led 70 Golden Sun Knights, 800 Silver Moon Knights, and 4,000 Blue Star Knights, and departed together. They refused to just passively defend the city. They wanted to cross the mountain and kill all the giants that threatened the Athenians. Hundreds of mountain giants' colonies hid in several countries. They had been assimilated by demons. Under the Mad Poppies and the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's encouragement, the mountain giants decided to make a comeback. They had to pay the price in blood. "Norman, Helen, I grant you Hestia Holy Soul and Poseidon Holy Soul, respectively. I order you to behead the twin Tyrant Titans and use them as an offering as repayment for the innocents who died in this disaster." Yi Xinsha summoned 2 Holy Souls with even more powerful fighting spirits. The Knights of the Seal, fighting magistrates, and the Lord of Hall of Knights were qualified to possess a Holy Soul. Ever since they joined the Hall of Knights, they had been working on their magic cultivation and physical training in preparation for receiving the Holy Soul and Holy Garments. Without the goddess, they could never obtain the Holy Soul and Holy Garments. "My lady, I don't need the Holy Soul. Please grant it to Hualizi. She has been loyal to you. The strife is chaotic. I hope you can have someone who can face the situation independently with you to ensure your safety," said the Lord of the Hall of Knights, Halen, earnestly as he bowed and knelt before the goddess. Halen did not need a Holy Soul. He had already dabbled in the realm of forbidden curse. Although the Holy Soul could increase his strength by leaps and bounds, Yi Xinsha found that his suggestion was wiser. Once Norman, Halen, and the other Knights of the Seal were assigned to kill the giants, she did not have many bodyguards left to protect her. The Holy Soul descended. Norman and Hualizi obtained the Holy Soul of Water and the Holy Soul of Fire respectively. Norman was a water element mage. After he combined his magic with his Holy Soul, he broke through his semi-forbidden curse realm. Norman was touched. He had thought he could become the forbidden mage by himself. He did not expect the Holy Soul and Holy Garments helped achieve his dream. Of course, Norman was aware that the Holy Soul would only increase his current state. It was not his original ability. Once the goddess withdrew their Holy Souls, they would go back to normal. Halen and Norman were the leaders. 3 Knights of the Seal and 130 Golden Sun Knights followed them. Together with 1,100 Silver Moon Knights, they formed a hunting team. The twin Tyrant Titans were the culprits of the disaster. They could not escape from Parthenon Temple's judgment by taking advantage of the chaotic situation. The Knights rose to hunt down the Tyrant Titans after suffering from devastation. Athens went from panic to peace, and the people were spirited again. Countless people rushed to the streets from the buildings they had hidden in and hugged one another. There were many believers in Athens. In the past, they used to climb up the lengthy Parthenon mountain staircase on special occasions just to receive a blessing from the Hall of Faith. Today, the rain of light healed the wounded people and comforted them. On top of that, they could witness the giants being killed. Blood flowed like rivers outside Athens. The giants' blood kept flowing like a torrent. And the people cheered happily. It was clear to see that those were the Tyrant Titans' blood. The Tyrant Titans had plagued Greece for several thousands of years. On election day, the Tyrant Titans tried to stop them and slaughter the people. However, upon the goddess' order, the Tyrant Titans were beheaded. Regardless of how many or how strong the Tyrant Titans were, there was no way they could trample Greece or simply kill the people as if they were puny, meaningless bugs anymore. The people's cheers rang throughout the city. The city once again regained its atmosphere that belonged to the flower festival. The continuous rain of light made Athens prosperous than ever before. The remains of the poppies were everywhere. They only added a few details to the historic city. The people were no longer in fear. They returned to the streets. The white finch's barrier above them remained untouched. Regardless of the change of color in the sky, the sound of Mags casting a spell, or the giant's roars, they had never felt this peaceful before. The true serenity did not mean everything had to be perfect and flawless. Not everything or everyone had to necessarily be gentle and kind. Sometimes, a storm raged, lightning and thunder interlaced. As long as they were inside their own house, they still felt the warmth and tranquility. That's truly outstanding. A goddess like you is worthy of everyone's praises. I'm almost tempted to kneel before you and offer my devotion, said the black druggist with a grin on the election altar. Take him away and keep him under close guard. Hall Mother, Pamis, had someone to gag the black druggist to shut him up. Yeshintia returned to the election altar. She glanced at the black druggist who had been taken away. Then, she surveyed her surroundings. The battle was not over. Yeshintia knew in her mind that the internal and external problems of Parthenon Temple were not resolved yet. Chapter 30-31. A World of Difference. You've killed Azisha. You're a fake and cold-blooded saintess. You're disqualified from becoming the goddess. You'll only bring us destruction. The female sage, Mera, sobbed. Mera was loyal to Azisha. The moment Yeshintia obtained the blessing of the goddess, the people from the Hall of Judgment revolted. Some gathered in groups to destroy her election sculpture. It was ridiculous and hilarious to see the people changing so soon. Before this, they had pledged their loyalty to Azisha. In other words, their oaths were fake. Was it true that they could even forego their own dignity and belief once Yeshintia became the goddess? Azisha was not inferior to Yeshintia. Her heart always belonged to Parthenon Temple. She never mistreated her followers. But why were those people so heartless? Mera was not one of those people. She still spoke up for Azisha. Despite the fact that Azisha was gone and that everyone in the city worshipped Yeshintia, Azisha was an irreplaceable goddess in Mera's heart. Mera, Parthenon Temple is not a place that provides freedom of speech. You'd better not say another word, or else, Hall Mother, Pamis, reprimanded Mera icily. This is Yeshintia's trick. She knew she couldn't win the election. Hence, she created the accident. She was setting herself up. Azisha wasn't running for the goddess position, she did this for the sake of Parthenon Temple's future. She was trying to stop Yeshintia. Yeshintia is the Supreme Pontiff. She's the Supreme Pontiff. Mera almost went crazy. She screamed without caring much about anything else. This was a scheme. Salon carefully devised the takeover plan. She cleared all the obstacles of the Black Vatican and consecrated Yeshintia as the Supreme Pontiff. She even used the Black Vatican's cruel method to make Yeshintia the goddess of Parthenon Temple. The Supreme Pontiff was the goddess. Parthenon Temple and Greece would not have a future. When Tai had taken great pains in order to protect the world. But Salon made use of their daughter and destroyed everything. Why were none of the people sober-minded? Why were none of them willing to listen to Mera? Why couldn't the people accept the terrifying truth? Remove her female sage earrings and lock her up inside the Hall of the Goddess. Yixinxia did not allow Mera to continue to be reckless. "You can do whatever you want to do to me, but I won't give in to you," Mera said firmly, but she was in a state where she was about to collapse. Mera was taken away by several knights. Her female sage earrings were removed before the public. For a moment, the female servants who used to serve Isha were so scared that they fell on their knees. Once they were removed from the position of female sages, they were unlikely to be allowed to stay in Parthenon Temple. The moment they left Parthenon Temple, they were nothing. Parthenon Temple disallowed them from casting the spells they learned from the temple. The simple ones were fine. At least, they could stay rich. On the contrary, the female servants and sages with great power, who came from great families, and were involved in various government sectors would most likely lose everything. This would be no different from destroying their lives. Moreover, the two saintesses' campaigns frequently clashed with each other head-on. Many female sages and servants had said disrespectful things about Yixinxia. Prior to this day, they had never imagined that Yixinxia might be victorious. Everyone, rise. You can show your loyalty to her on Blessing Day. Today is just election day. Hall Mother, Pamis, reprimanded them with a huff when she saw that the female servants and sages were so quick to curry favor with Yixinxia. Hall Mother, said Yixinxia after she saw several adjudicators take the black druggist in chains. Let me handle him. Hall Mother Pamis hesitated. She looked into Yixinxia's eyes and realized that Yixinxia was not asking her for approval. All right. Keep a close watch on him. He's one of the Black Vatican's key men. I will. Thank you for your hard work, Hall Mother. You may go back to the Goddess Peak and take a rest. I'll handle the rest, said Yixinxia to Hall Mother, Pamis. Hall Mother, Pamis, nodded. The election was over. Yixinxia took over Parthenon Temple's control. Blessing Day would be held tomorrow, and it would be the official day of handing the reins over to Yixinxia. However, that wouldn't make much of a difference. After all, Yixinxia had gained Parthenon Temple and Athenians' acknowledgement. Handing over the controlling power to Yixinxia on Blessing Day was just a form of ritual. Before the goddess was elected, Hall Mother, Pamis, had been in charge of much of Parthenon Temple's power. Even some of the Parthenon Temple's important spells such as the blessing art were in her custody. Athenians, you don't have to panic. Just enjoy the flower festival. The goddess will protect all of you. Hall Mother, Pamis, raised both of her hands in the direction of Yixinxia's sculpture. The election results were finally released. The people had witnessed Yixinxia commanding the Hall of Knights to avenge and kill the giants. They were aware that she was the only Parthenon Temple's supreme god's chosen daughter who protected them and the city. For a moment, the word goddess rang throughout the city. No one bothered to mention Isha. Even Isha supporters followed the crowd and cried out loudly. Perhaps, they realized they had previously made a wrong choice. Thus, they worked hard to worship and support Yixinxia in the hope that they could receive Parthenon Temple's blessing. Yixinxia had not prepared the winning speech. She left the election altar and controlled a holy silver finch. The finch flew gracefully toward the middle of Parthenon Mountain. Behind her was a group of majestic knights and a terrifying tyrant titan ablaze in black striped flames from head to toe. The tyrant titan was carried to the sky by hundreds of knights and flying dragons. The tyrant titan looked like a trophy under the crowd's gazes. It was carried into Parthenon Temple as Yixinxia returned to Parthenon Mountain. Is that the Emperor-level Golden Sun Tyrant Titan? Has it been killed? The people were shocked. Hardly anyone in the world had the ability to kill an Emperor-level creature. Not long ago, the people coiled up in fear under the terrifying Tyrant Titan's black striped flames attack. They were tortured and suffered under the heat waves. However, at that moment, the arrogant and seemingly undefeatable Golden Sun Tyrant Titan was carried by the Hall of Knights like a slaughtered animal. Its head is separated from its body. It must have died. Oh, my God! It has finally died. Without the goddess, I'm afraid we would have been reduced to ashes under the demon's trample. All thanks to the mighty goddess. Tomorrow is her first day of Blessing Day. No matter what, we have to squeeze into Parthenon Mountain to gain some blessings. I learned that we could earn a longer lifespan if we received the blessing on the first day of Blessing Day. That's not true. It's the holy dew that can improve one's cultivation by leaps and bounds. Mags who are stuck in the bottleneck may advance to super level because of the blessing. Longevity was related to the soul. During the cultivation process, many mags would more or less suffer soul trauma. Soul trauma was different from the wound inflicted on the body. It was impossible to heal the soul. The rumor that the first day of the blessing could bless one with a longer lifespan was true. Likewise, their cultivation level could also be improved. Mags were aware that the strength and weakness of their souls depended on their spiritual realms. Once they managed to surpass their spiritual realms, they would not be stuck in a cultivation bottleneck anymore. Mags who had exceeded super level would have little difficulty to achieve super level in other elements. In fact, they had the ability to improve their magic elements without the help of external forces. Their spiritual realm allowed their other magic element to achieve super level. After their spiritual realm reached a higher level, they would never be stuck in a bottleneck. The election was over, but the disaster was not fully settled. There were still killings going on outside. The Athenian government had a difficult time in handling the damaged streets as a result of the fire. However, most Athenians had forgotten about it. Tomorrow was the first day of the blessing of the goddess. Countless people flocked to the foothill of Parthenon Temple, hoping to be chosen for the Hall of Faith by dawn. After they were chosen, they would be showered with the holy dew from the olive branches. There were very few devoted worshippers. Most of them had a purpose of their own. They did this all for their own sake. At the observatory at the Goddess Peak, it was already night time. The killings outside the city finally stopped. The city lights lit up. The hustle and bustle of the city made it look as if the incident during the day had never happened. Athenian officers were highly effective. The goddess was elected in the middle of the battle, and they had to celebrate the occasion. Likewise, the city also had to mourn for the deaths of the deceased. As a result, the officers used all available resources. They quickly repaired the damaged areas and consoled the families of the deceased. Yishinshia did not expel Azisha's former subordinates out of Parthenon Temple. She assigned them a difficult task, which was to work with the officers to comfort the people who were affected by the war. Fortunately, they managed to save the city in time. The damage caused by the Tyrant Titans was less severe compared to other cities. The disturbance of the undead often happened in Egypt. Similarly, the incident of the Tyrant Titan trampling the people to death happened every year in Greece. It was a strife that had been going on for thousands of years. If the local officials and the Magic Association failed to handle the situation with care, even the appearance of a blue star Tyrant Titan could cause more casualties to a city than the damages in Athens. With the birth of the goddess, the forces, organizations, and officers became more motivated. The only difference between a saintess and a goddess was their position. However, in just half a day's time, Yishinshia felt a world's difference between the two. Hualizi, bring these two people to me. I want to talk to them about Parthenon Temple's future, said Yishinshia to the female knight behind her. Hualizi obtained the Holy Soul only just moments ago. She exuded an imposing aura. Even some of the experts dared not approach her. Who are they? Asked Hualizi. Hall Mother, Pamis, and Black Druggist. Chapter 30-32. Who is lying? The Black Druggist had been put into a hood. The kind of hood usually used for condemned prisoners. He could breathe, but he could not see anyone outside the hood. The knights thought that the Black Druggist was a scum who had no right to see the goddess. The Black Druggist was plump. He was forced to fall on his knees below the observatory. He did not mind the knight's rude behavior. Instead, he let out a strange laugh. You may stand down now, said Yishinshia. The knights looked surprised. They could not afford to leave the highly dangerous person alone with the goddess. Still, Yishinshia insisted for them to leave. Certain words were not meant to be heard by them, including her loyal knight, Hualizi. Everyone left. Only Yi Xinxia and the black druggist were at the observatory. The black druggist did not hear anything. He only heard footsteps. He heard the crisp sound of heels. The black druggist couldn't help but become agitated. In his deepest memory of fear, he remembered the sound of heels. It was the sound of footsteps that terrified him so much, as if someone had sucked his soul away. "No, you don't have to remove my hood," the black druggist stopped laughing. He bowed down and dared not show any disrespect to the person before him. "As the key man of Black Vatican, you could have kept yourself in the dark." "Why did you show up?" asked Yi Xinxia. "I did what I was supposed to do. The mad poppies are the perfect masterpiece that I leave for this world. It's about time to sacrifice my humble skin. I should return to the heavenly kingdom of the Black Vatican," replied the black druggist, respectfully. "Do you know who I am?" asked Yi Xinxia once again. The black druggist hesitated. Salan's former subordinates were aware that Yi Xinxia was Salan's daughter. Salan was born in the Black Vatican. After she got together with Wen Tai, she gradually distanced herself from the Black Vatican. Still, some of the members in the Black Vatican followed her. If Salan supported Wen Tai, they would do the same. They would also kill Wen Tai if Salan wanted to. They had seen Yi Xinxia before. She was either curled up in Wen Tai's arms or strived to hold Salan's hand. He remembered Salan disliked Yi Xinxia's delicate look when she was young. Although Salan knew Yi Xinxia could not walk, she forced her to. The black druggist disrespected the Parthenon temple. He even dared to spit on Wen Tai's grave. However, he dared not be rude to Yi Xinxia. In fact, even as the Black Vatican's former subordinate, the black druggist was unsure if Salan had abandoned her daughter or if Salan was actually training her daughter. No one could speculate what Salan wanted to do. At that moment, the black druggist's admiration for Salan only grew stronger. If Yi Xinxia was part of them, then the Black Vatican had taken everything that belonged to them. The Black Vatican had never had a more glorious era than today. "I'll kill you. Before you die, you must do something for me," said Yi Xinxia to the black druggist. "The pleasure is mine." The black druggist seemed to have ignored her first sentence. Yi Xinxia stared at the black druggist. Even though his head was covered with a hood, she sensed that he simply did not care about his life. Killing this type of person was tantamount to freeing him from his sinful life. "I want to see her," Yi Xinxia said to the black druggist. The black druggist's body trembled slightly. Of course, he knew who Yi Xinxia wanted to see. Yi Xinxia was referring to Salan. The black druggist was the only one who knew where Salan was. Only he could make the real Salan show up. It seemed like Yi Xinxia had already figured out that the daughter of the Fire Soul was not Salan's true self. After all, they were mother and daughter. Even Hall Mother, Pamis, had mistakenly thought that the woman who had transformed into the daughter of Fire Soul and stood on the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan's shoulder was Salan. However, Yi Xinxia was aware that the woman was just one of the thousands of Salan's replacements. The experts assigned to go after Salan would eventually die tonight. They had fallen into Salan's other trap. "I would like to serve you, but Lord Salan instructs that if you really want to see her, you must wear the ring. You have to find the ring yourself." "It's still in someone else's hand," said the black druggist. "She still refuses to believe in me, huh?" "I killed Azisha," refuted Yi Xinxia. "Azisha should have been killed years ago. You should be aware that there's nothing she fears more than your inclination toward your father. She needs you to take a stand first. Otherwise, she will continue hiding in the dark and destroy everything that you and your father have been protecting," said the black druggist warily. The black druggist was respectful to Yi Xinxia. But he still did not know what her stand was. It was true that the Black Vatican and several Red Cardinals had interfered in the election. They pushed the envelope and helped Yi Xinxia to ascend the throne of the goddess. But was Yi Xinxia the true lord of the Black Vatican? If she didn't put on the ring, the Black Vatican's former subordinates and all the Red Cardinals would never support her. "I'll put on the ring. I need the allegiance from the Red Cardinal, Church Patriarch, Chief Extraditor, Blue Deacon, and the Black Clergy," said Yi Xinxia to the black druggist. Lord Salon only has one request. You must wear the ring. Once you wear the ring, all your wishes will be granted. The black druggist's face lowered to the ground. The black druggist was taken away. Yixinxia returned to the hall of the goddess. As soon as she entered through the door, several female servants stared at her. Yixinxia was puzzled. Even though she had become the goddess, it was just a title. Did it cause a drastic change to her appearance too? My lady, you can walk, said Fiona in excitement. Yixinxia froze in place. She had been walking all the way from the goddess peak. She hadn't even noticed. She had walked like a normal person. She did not look like she had been relying on a wheelchair or the help of others in the past few decades. Yixinxia forced out a smile. Fiona walked to her side to help her. She was worried that Yixinxia would feel tired after walking for so long. When they passed by the antechamber, they heard a banshee-like scream. The scream echoed throughout the antechamber. While the other female servants and sages may not hear the scream, Yixinxia heard it very clearly. Who is being held down there? Yixinxia pointed to the underground cell. It's Mera. She still curses you. We should cut her tongue, said a female sage who had taken over Parina's place. Let me check on her, said Yixinxia. The female sage wanted to follow Yixinxia. Yixinxia waved her hand, and the female sage stopped in place and quietly retreated. Yixinxia went down the dimly lit staircase. Although the basement gave off an air of dryness, it was cool. The basement was used to lock up female servants and sages who had committed sins. It was designed nicely. However, everyone was aware that once they were locked up in the basement, it would be no different from being put behind the bars. They would not be allowed into important positions anymore. Mera's swears grew increasingly louder under the basement cell. Her voice echoed. A faint light fell on her. She had been removed from the clothes that belonged to a female sage. She looked no different from an ordinary woman. Her hair was unkempt, and her voice was a bit hoarse. Still, she cussed at Yixinxia for being a scheming serpent. She said Yixinxia was hypocritical. She screamed about Yixinxia being the dirtiest human in the world. Yixinxia heard everything. She arrived at the entrance. As soon as Mera saw Yixinxia, Mera charged at her. But the moment Mera touched the light pillar cage, it scorched her hand. She grimaced in pain and rage. You're a vicious woman. You did everything to gain the position as the goddess. You colluded with the Black Vatican to get the position for yourself. Mera rebuked. Didn't you say I'm the Supreme Pontiff? If I'm the Supreme Pontiff, why do I have to collude with the Black Vatican? They work for me, said Yixinxia. You'll go to hell. You will, shouted Mera. Yixinxia did not say anything. She stood at the entrance. Mera cursed her endlessly. She cursed Yixinxia with all the swear words she knew. Meanwhile, Yixinxia stood there and listened to Mera until she lost her voice. It was already very late at night. Mera found that Yixinxia remained indifferent to her words. Just like Izisha. No matter how much hard work and sacrifice Izisha had put in for Parthenon Temple, she still lost to Salon. Thinking of this, Mera collapsed. Her rage turned into tears, and she wept. She felt numb with helplessness. Yixinxia watched Mera's every move. Mera did not understand why Yixinxia continued to stay in the cell. Yixinxia was already the goddess. She should be enjoying everyone's flattery out there. There are some things I didn't get to talk about with Izisha, but I think speaking to you will be the same as speaking to her, said Yixinxia. Mera looked at Yixinxia. She did not understand what Yixinxia wanted. Yixinxia placed a wooden chair by the cell door. She sat sideways on the dirty chair. She looked at the grey walls. Izisha was very clever. She saw through Salon's plan. She never stopped believing that I was the Supreme Pontiff. But she neglected one thing, said Yixinxia. Just then, Mera turned to look at her. It was clear that her curiosity was piqued. Did Izisha miss out on something? How exactly did the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan resurrect from the dead? Whispered Yi-Xinxia. Ha! You don't have to be so pretentious. You've won the election. There's no one around. Admit it. You're the only one in this world who possesses the resurrection divine art. Mera gave Yi-Xinxia a disgusted look. I wasn't the one who resurrected the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan from the dead, said Yi-Xinxia. You're still lying. You lied to many people, said Mera. There are no other people around. As you said, I've won the election, so there's no need for me to tell lies, said Yi-Xinxia. Mera stared at Yi-Xinxia. Was there truly a need for Yi-Xinxia to lie at that moment? She didn't think so. If Yi-Xinxia was not the one who resurrected the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan from the dead, who else could make the Emperor-level Tyrant Titan reappear in Athens? The Black Vatican did not have such divine art. And Azisha did not have the ability to do so, either. Yi-Xinxia did not resurrect the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan from the dead. That meant the other person had been lying. Chapter 30-33. Question the Hall Mother. Mera tried hard to think. Soon, a look of astonishment appeared on her face. She wanted to ask something, but she saw that Yi-Xinxia had already gotten up from the chair. She only saw her slender back with long brown hair draped across it. The firelight reflected her silhouette on the grey wall. Mera did not say anything in the end and watched Yi-Xinxia's graceful shadow gradually move away. It was a long night. The mountain and forest were windy. The leaves rustled. Yi-Xinxia could not close her eyes. She lay on her side and leaned on the recliner and looked at the mountains and forests. The lights of the Parthenon temple would last all night because of the birth of the goddess. The lights were even more dazzling than in the past. People in the Hall of Faith would also stay up all night, like Yi-Xinxia. They needed to prepare for the blessing day tomorrow morning. At that time, the big worship team would be established at the foot of Parthenon Mountain, and the grand succession ceremony will also be held at the main peak of Goddess Peak. It was like an ancient founding ceremony. The first day of the blessing day of the Parthenon Temple's goddess would also identify all organizations and individuals who shared a new era with the temple. Your Majesty, did you let the black druggist go? Hualizi asked after hesitating for a long time. Hualizi was a female knight who seldom spoke. She never asked questions like Tata. Yeah, he will bring me some lists overnight. The people on the lists will also attend the blessing ceremony, said Yi-Xinxia. The list will be full of people from the Black Vatican, asked Hualizi. I think so. The blessing ceremony is to commend those who have contributed to the succession of the goddess. They have indeed made a lot of contributions, Yi-Xinxia said. Hualizi looked at Yi-Xinxia. But she did not say a word. The Hall Mother said that you should go see her. No matter how late, she will wait for you, Hualizi said after a pause. Hualizi, I need you to do something for me. Yi-Xinxia stood up and walked to Hualizi. She was very close to Hualizi. She was almost touching the tip of Hualizi's nose. Hualizi looked at Yi-Xinxia's black, pearl-like eyes. They were so pure that one would like them at first sight, but even Hualizi could not see through the things hidden in these eyes. But Hualizi could tell that Yi-Xinxia believed in her. She believed that Hualizi would do everything she asked her to do. How may I help you? Hualizi stepped back half a step and knelt with her hand on her thigh. The pavilion of Goddess Peak was like a paradise where the Hall Mother resided. It was away from the intrigues of the Goddess Peak. It wasn't known for its grandeur and did not have any symbols that showed off the power. It was plain and simple. HMPH, she has just become a goddess, and she wants Her Highness to meet her at her place. People do change. Yeah. Don't forget that she was a trainee saintess and a candidate for becoming the goddess only because of the training of the Hall Mother. When Azisha served as a goddess, she was always respectful to the Hall Mother. Outside the pavilion door, the female attendants criticized Yi-Xinxia. However, they did not know that their innermost thoughts lingered in Yi-Xinxia's ears. Yi-Xinxia could hear them clearly. She stepped into the hall. It was empty inside, except for the Hall Mother sitting alone on the chair near the gurgling spring. There were no lights and candles, so the entire pavilion was dark. More than 15 meters away, the Parthenon Temple's night lights shone through the windows. She could barely see the face of the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother wore a black robe. Almost everyone would wear black for the day and the day after. "Xinsha," said Hall Mother. "Hall Mother." Yi Xinsha bowed and saluted. "Why do you want to see me?" Hall Mother, Pamis, looked very tired. It was probably because she was old and had experienced so many things during the span of a day. "There's one thing I can't figure out." Yi Xinsha stepped forward. She found that the spring water flowing under the emerald-colored glass stairs had power that prevented Yi Xinsha from approaching. "You shouldn't ask. You're already a goddess." "Some things can be ignored," said Hall Mother, Pamis. "Actually, there are 2 things I would like to ask you." Yi Xinsha stood where she was. The Hall Mother watched her and noticed that Yi Xinsha could walk properly. Yi Xinsha's soul was strong enough to accept the complete awakening of the divine soul, and it didn't put a strain on her body anymore. "Go back to your own hall now." "It is still not too late," said the Hall Mother, Pamis, sternly. "As you see, I didn't bring any knights, including Hualizi," Yi Xinsha said to the Hall Mother. Her attitude was also firm. The pavilion suddenly became silent. The sound of spring water overflowing from the marble statue was very loud. Under the dim environment, the 2 did not look away. They looked firmly at each other. "Fine," Hall Mother, Pamis, said. "First, and this isn't a question, I wanted to inform you that the Dark King has resurrected Azisha. Her body can't accept the healing and blessings of white magic, and her death has proved that she doesn't have the ability to resurrect the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan," Yi Xinsha said, as she observed the face of the Hall Mother. "What do you mean?" asked the Hall Mother. "I didn't resurrect the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, so you lied about the ancient god Apollo. It was not killed but was sealed and imprisoned by you in the Tulsi hidden clan," Yi Xinsha said to the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother, Pamis, did not respond. To Yi Xinsha, her silence was an affirmation. Yi Xinsha also saw the surprise on the Hall Mother's face. The Hall Mother knew that Yi Xinsha would figure it out, but she hadn't expected her to know about the Tulsi hidden clan. Yi Xinsha was right. The ancient god Apollo did not die. During that time, the Hall Mother lied to execute the last Golden Sun Tyrant Titan for some selfish reasons. In fact, she imprisoned the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan in the Tulsi hidden clan, and the elders of Tulsi hidden clan were guarding it. Therefore, the Hall Mother was furious when she saw the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. She reprimanded the Tulsi family for betraying them and colluding with the Black Vatican. "So, you're here to condemn me. Don't forget how you became a saintess and gained the election advantage through my divine soul," Hall Mother, Pamis, said. "Salon stole your loyal Tulsi family and your Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, didn't she?" Yi Xinsha asked. Chapter 30-34. "You're the Supreme Pontiff, right?" The Hall Mother remained silent. Yi Xinsha was smarter than the Hall Mother had expected. She just never showed her wisdom freely. "I'm just letting you know. Let's move on to the second thing." Yi Xinsha knew that the Hall Mother, Pamis, would not admit it even if she was right. "Yi Xinsha, let me teach you the last lesson before the official day you become a goddess. Don't reveal everything that's on your mind until you have full control of the situation. The Forbidden Elder of the Parthenon Temple is still obeying my orders. You'd better stop talking and go back to your place now. From now on, think clearly about what you want to say." The tone and attitude of Hall Mother, Pamis, changed. The goddess also had to play dumb. The Hall of Knights was powerful. Would those knights who had obtained the divine souls be as glorious as the sun? However, there were still 9 hidden clans in the Parthenon Temple, and the Tulsi family was just one of them. The 9 hidden clans all obeyed the orders of the Hall Mother. While they did not manage all the affairs of the Parthenon Temple, they continued to influence it constantly. They were the foundation of the Parthenon Temple. When Azisha came from these hidden clans, Let's talk about the second thing. Yi Xinxia remained calm. Yi Xinxia, if you don't stop asking, I don't mind waiting another 10 years to train another goddess. I will behead you now for the crime of colluding with the Black Vatican, and your funeral will be at dawn. Hall Mother Pamis stood up angrily like a winter storm. Outside the Hall Mother Pavilion, several figures appeared from the forest, and they were approaching slowly. They were dressed in black robes and showed a strong aura that made the female attendants and sages tremble in fear. These people were many times stronger than those titled knights. The pavilion was still silent. Yi Xinxia was still standing there, unwilling to compromise. Hall Mother Pamis had already stood up. She looked down at Yi Xinxia, who was still sitting down. Yi Xinxia could tell she was angry. The Hall Mother's breath came rapidly, and her eyes narrowed in rage. Hall Mother, if you wanted to kill me, why didn't you do so 20 years ago? I clearly remember that you wore a huge robe at that time. Your hand under the wide sleeves was clean. It also had a red agate ring. My mother and I had nowhere to escape. If you wanted to kill me, why didn't you do so at that time? Yi Xinxia suddenly asked. Hall Mother Pamis suddenly trembled. Her anger dissipated immediately. Hall Mother Pamis slowly sat back in her seat. Outside the pavilion, there were some footsteps, but the Hall Mother Pamis waved her hand to signal for the members of the hidden clans to retreat. Then, the Hall Mother Pamis set up an isolation barrier and covered the pavilion in the mist. The outside world would not know what happens inside. After Hall Mother Pamis set up the barrier, she took a deep breath. Suddenly, Yi Xinxia heard a burst of laughter. Hall Mother Pamis let out a hearty laugh that she seemed to have suppressed for a long time. Amnesia bug is no longer effective on you. Hall Mother Pamis chuckled. I killed the amnesia bug after Azisha framed me as Red Cardinal Salon. I know who I am and what kind of inheritance I have received. I should thank you, Yi Xinxia said to Hall Mother, sincerely. You don't need to thank me. You should thank your mother for dedicating such a perfect piece of jade like you to me. The tone of the Hall Mother Pamis was much gentler than before. But she still betrayed you, Yi Xinxia said. Yi Chang has never been loyal to me from the beginning. She always has her plans. The thing she wants to do the most is to see my true face and then cut my throat, said Hall Mother Pamis. Pamis got up from her seat, followed the glass steps, and walked to Yi Xinxia step by step. She looked at Yi Xinxia carefully. She looked at her face and eyes and deliberately stood a little far away to watch her. After a long time, Pamis showed a satisfied smile. Yi Xinxia, you are beyond our expectations. You are beyond Wen Tai's expectations, Salon's expectations, and my own expectations. I haven't asked you any questions yet, said Yi Xinxia. You can ask, but I won't answer you, said Hall Mother Pamis. You're the Supreme Pontiff, aren't you? Yi Xinxia asked solemnly. Supreme Pontiff. The noble Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. There would always be a huge robe covering her figure and appearance. Because of her solemn and indifferent temperament, all the Red Cardinals prostrated on the ground and listened to her teachings and instruction. But who knew the real identity of the Supreme Pontiff? Almost everyone in the Black Vatican was hiding somewhere in the world. They may be employees in the office, members of the Magic Association, or leaders in politics. Before they revealed their true identities, they were no different from the public. This was why it was hard to get rid of the Black Vatican. Before they revealed their evilness, they might even be the kindest and most trustworthy people that one knew in their lives. The concealment of the identity of a black clergy had caused the Enforcement Union, the Magic Association, and the Holy Judgment Court to suffer, not to mention the Blue Deacon, the head teacher, the Red Cardinal, the chief extraditor, and even the Supreme Pontiff. The real identity of the Supreme Pontiff was the biggest secret in the world. Even Salon was frantically looking for the traces and the real identity of the Supreme Pontiff. Yi Xinxia talked with Mera about Azisha. Azisha had guessed the whole thing, but she still missed out on some key details. Izisha accused Yixinxia of being the supreme pontiff. She told Yixinxia that there was another evil soul in her body, which was caused by the amnesia bug. Many important members of the Black Vatican had an amnesia bug. They would forget their identity as members of Black Vatican, and they would not wake up until a certain moment. Yixinxia did have an amnesia bug. The amnesia bug devoured her childhood memories. She could not remember the days when she and her mother fled. But after Yixinxia was put on trial, she realized she had lost an important memory. She had to restore those things that had been devoured by the amnesia bug to figure out the whole thing. She got rid of the amnesia bug. Every time she fell asleep, those childhood memories slowly came back. Yixinxia asked Jasmine about some details about Bo City to confirm whether something she had seen earlier was real or not. She wanted to confirm that she wasn't confusing it with her dream. Chapter 30-35. White Clothes. Yixinxia remembered something. At some point of time, Salon brought her to the main altar of the Black Vatican, where she hid from the old priest and adjudicator. While in hiding, her mother offered her to the Supreme Pontiff. "I'll be a Red Cardinal, and I want my daughter to be the successor to the Supreme Pontiff. Without Wen Tai, it would be difficult for you two to live in this world. She has a divine soul, so she is the chosen goddess. When she grows up, Parthenon Temple will need her. You can imagine what will happen if she becomes a goddess. What kind of glory will the Supreme Pontiff, who holds the position of goddess, bring to the Black Vatican?" This was the only conversation between the Supreme Pontiff and Salon that Yixinxia clearly remembered. The world was often divided into good and evil. Since the forces of good and evil were always fighting, the world seemed to never progress. However, once the forces of good and evil united, the ruling power would no longer be challenged. Even the gods might not be able to fight against it. This was Salon's plan. She had planned it more than 20 years ago. She planned it together with the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. The plan was to combine the goddess of the Parthenon Temple and the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican into one person. That person would rule over the forces of good and evil, and thus over everything. She would be the successor to the Supreme Pontiff and the Saintess, a candidate for the goddess. Yixinxia's life trajectory had long been decided. She had become the goddess of the Parthenon Temple. It was necessary to drive out the stubborn dark forces of the past for the radiance of the goddess to illuminate the entire world. The Black Vatican was the biggest obstacle. But before the goddess of this season became a goddess officially, the Black Vatican was already working for her. A goddess such as this was the supreme deity. Darkness could only serve as a foil to her divine light. "I want to know what you found out. Even Salon is not sure that I am the Supreme Pontiff. Why do you dare to enter my pavilion without bringing any guards?" asked Hall Mother, Pamis. She wanted evidence. Yixinxia must have evidence. Otherwise, she would not dare to say such a thing so boldly to the Hall Mother of the Parthenon Temple. The Hall Mother and the Supreme Pontiff were enemies. Yixinxia had already admitted that she was the Supreme Pontiff's successor. If Yixinxia was not absolutely sure, what she did was tantamount to sending herself to the death penalty hall. How could the Hall Mother tolerate the Supreme Pontiff's successor becoming the goddess? In fact, it was just a trivial matter, but I made a bold inference. We have a companion who came from Bo City. His name is Shu Jiaoting. The black clergy Yu Ang has turned him into a cursed beast monster. The dark beast monster is the symbol of the Black Vatican. It can even endow non-magical people with destructive power. When Yixinxia mentioned the dark beast monster magic, Hall Mother, Pamis, narrowed her eyes. However, she did not interrupt Yixinxia. After humans become a dark beast monster, they can no longer return to their original state. Only the goddess of the Parthenon Temple knows how to make them return to their original state, Yixinxia said calmly. So, I boldly infer that the dark beast monster magic comes from the Parthenon Temple. This is ridiculous. Only the goddess can resurrect the dead. Does that mean the goddess resurrects all the dead? Hall Mother said disapprovingly. After making such a bold guess, I need something to verify it. I wanted to find the connection between the dark beast monsters and the Parthenon temple until I saw the ancient godly mites flying out of the golden sun tyrant Titan, Yishinxia said to the Hall Mother. Even though Hall Mother, Pamis, looked indifferent, Yishinxia could tell that her words had made an impact on her. This was why you didn't kill the golden sun tyrant Titan. You obtained the ancient godly mites from the golden sun tyrant Titan and used the ancient godly mites to create a cursed molten pool. Dark beast monsters are born from this cursed molten pool and turn humans into animals. You don't need to refute me. The body of the golden sun tyrant Titan is in the Hall of Knights, and I have also verified it, Yishinxia said with certainty. Every Red Cardinal had thousands of fake identities. Who knew which identity of the Supreme Pontiff was real and which was fake? How many members of the Black Vatican did Salon kill? How much of the information about the Supreme Pontiff was genuine? The source of everything was the dark beast monster magic of the Black Vatican. Whoever created this magic and made the Black Vatican the scariest existence in this era was the Supreme Pontiff. Yishinxia had found the source of this magic. You know what? I smelled a whiff of madness when Yi Chang proposed to make you the successor to the Black Vatican's Supreme Pontiff. Hall Mother, Pamis, suddenly removed the thick black robe she was wearing. The black robe was made from silk. When it slid down, it appeared very soft. Inside this robe was a pure white cassock. It was as white as snow, spotless, and flawless. The noble white was like the combination of all highly saturated colors, just like daylight. Yi Chang doesn't know that I'm the Hall Mother of the Parthenon Temple. My heart burned like a flame when she proposed you as the successor to the Supreme Pontiff and the goddess of the Parthenon Temple. White clothes. Hall Mother, Pamis, was wearing white clothes. No matter how powerful she would not wear white clothes on election day and the blessing day as someone who followed the teachings of the Parthenon Temple. Only one person wore white clothes, and that was the goddess. Yishinxia looked at the Hall Mother in surprise. Seeing Yishinxia's reaction, Hall Mother, Pamis, smiled softly. The Supreme Pontiff wears white clothes. The Supreme Pontiff wore white clothes. Grey Priest. Black Clergy. Blue Deacon. Red Cardinal. White Supreme Pontiff. The Supreme Pontiff always dressed in white. It had the same symbol as the goddess of the Parthenon Temple. The white clothes also represented the goddess. In the Black Vatican, the white clothes represented the Supreme Pontiff. No one in the world knew this, except for the Supreme Pontiff. Hall Mother, Pamis, never showed her real appearance, let alone put on the white clothes of the Supreme Pontiff. In desperation, Yi Chang proposed to make Yishinxia, who possessed a divine soul, the Supreme Pontiff's successor and the goddess. When Hall Mother, Pamis, heard this, she thought of an epic scene. A person dressed in white who served as both the goddess and the Supreme Pontiff. Aside from the 4 halls, the 9 hidden clans, and the 12 knights of the seal of the Parthenon Temple, she would also have control over all 7 Red Cardinals, Chief Extraditor, and all Blue Deacons. What could be crazier than this? Chapter 30-36. Ruler of Black and White. Pamis created all of it. Even though she was the Hall Mother, she did not support Yishinxia according to the ancient divine soul's will. The main reason was that she was the current Supreme Pontiff. She envisioned a truly prosperous world, complete with a prosperous Black Vatican and a prosperous Parthenon Temple. The prosperous world would submit to the white clothes. This day had finally arrived. Everything that the Hall Mother Pamis had been expecting was finally here. After today, the Black Vatican would no longer need to remain in the shadows. They might even appear in this grand ceremony and be bestowed with titles in front of everyone. Which Supreme Pontiff in history could pull something like this off? Yishinxia, I knew you would wear the white clothes the first day you stepped into the temple as a trainee female attendant. The Hall Mother, Pamis, smiled almost badly. She was the greatest Supreme Pontiff of all time. She created the dark beast monsters and transformed the Black Vatican, which was as shameful as a mouse, into a dark organization that terrified the entire world. She even wrote an epic chapter in which one individual served as both the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican and the goddess of the Parthenon Temple. That person was Yi-Xin-Xia. She was a raw material that Pamis carved into a perfect jade. They were destined to usher in an unprecedented era. At this moment, the Hall Mother no longer hid her identity. She wore a ring. Initially, the ring was completely transparent, but it slowly became shiny, as if a high-quality red wine had been poured into it. This is the Supreme Pontiff's bloodstone. I'll give it to you. You'll be the new white Supreme Pontiff, said Hall Mother, Pamis. She took off the ring and slowly walked to Yi-Xin-Xia. You have to do one last thing for me, so I can ensure your loyalty and pass on the position of white Supreme Pontiff to you, said Hall Mother, Pamis. Kill Yi Chang. She is out of control. She is like a madman who wants to kill everyone. Salon was an ambitious person. She kept looking for the real identity of the Supreme Pontiff while killing all those related to the Supreme Pontiff. With the influence she accumulated over the years, Salon gradually controlled several other Red Cardinals. She even appointed a new Red Cardinal without the permission of the Supreme Pontiff. But she had to admit that Salon was a scary character. Even though the Hall Mother, Pamis, had a support agreement with Salon, she never revealed her identity. Salon chased after her and arrived at the Parthenon Temple. Salon successfully influenced the Tulsi family to instigate a rebellion and released the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan, which showed that Salon knew that the Dark Beast monster was related to the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. She also knew that the Supreme Pontiff must be related to the Tulsi family. The Hall Mother had enough confidence to control Yi-Xin-Xia because she knew that Yi-Xin-Xia needed a perfect positive image. She had the mark of the Supreme Pontiff's successor on her body and the Supreme Pontiff's ring. But Salon was different. Salon was a destroyer. The Hall Mother firmly believed that Salon would kill anyone without hesitation if she could achieve her goal, including her daughter. The Hall Mother and Yi-Xin-Xia had to join forces to deal with Salon, who had gradually taken control of the Black Vatican. Only then would the white and black come together. No one could disobey them in the Parthenon Temple or the Black Vatican. She was just a step away. No matter what, they must kill the person who might threaten their plan to unite the white and the black. That person did not act in accordance with the rules. She was a lunatic who only knew how to satisfy her desire to kill. After the Hall Mother took off the ring from her finger, it returned to its original transparent color. It looked no different from ordinary jewelry. Even if it was sent to Holy City for identification, people in Holy City would not be able to say for certain that this was the Supreme Pontiff's ring. The key to the Supreme Pontiff's ring was not the ring itself, but rather the person. Just like the bloodstone that confirmed the identity of the Red Cardinal when blood was dropped on it, the Supreme Pontiff's ring did the same. The agate that was as transparent as glass could only reveal the essence of the bloodstone of the Supreme Pontiff when it came into contact with the real Supreme Pontiff. Yi-Xin-Xia was the successor to the Supreme Pontiff. When she was framed, she was able to awaken the Cardinal Bloodstone, not because of her relationship with Salon but because she was the successor to the Supreme Pontiff. The successor to the Supreme Pontiff could awaken any Cardinal Bloodstone. Izisha was correct about this. The Hall Mother had passed the ring to Yi-Xin-Xia. She stared at Yi-Xin-Xia. In fact, she was also curious about whether Yi-Xin-Xia would wear it. After all, once she wore this ring, she would become the Supreme Pontiff. Whether or not she had committed any crimes, she would be held accountable for every crime committed by the congregation. But if Yi-Xin-Xia did not wear this ring, the Hall Mother would not let Yi-Xin-Xia leave from here alive. If only Yi-Xin-Xia had decided not to visit here late at night, she would simply be the goddess of the Parthenon Temple. The goddess was regarded as a perfect puppet by the Hall Mother. After all, it was thanks to the Hall Mother that Yi-Xin-Xia was able to reach her current position. During Yi-Xin-Xia's reign, she must obey the Hall Mother. But Yi-Xin-Xia had come for a visit. Therefore, she must now accept the status of Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. The most glorious chapter in the history of the Black Vatican would start today. The Hall Mother's ambition was not just to control the Parthenon Temple. The Parthenon Temple did not represent this world. What represented the world were Holy City, the Five Continents Magic Association, and the Forbidden Curse Alliance. It was far from possible for a single Parthenon temple and a single Black Vatican to compete with these three organizations. When the Parthenon temple and the Black Vatican were united, she could reshuffle the forces in the world. All Mother desired to rebalance the world's forces. Yixinxia's appearance here tonight to have a private conversation with her as the Supreme Pontiff's successor meant that Yixinxia shared her ambition. She must wear the ring. Without the ruthless methods of the Black Vatican, the Parthenon temple's glories would always be hindered, and it would always be suppressed by the Five Continents Magic Association and Holy City. You only have 1 minute to think about it. If you drip your blood on it, you will be the new Supreme Pontiff. All Mother Pamis said to Yixinxia. This 1-minute decision may change the trajectory of the world drastically. Yixinxia slowly put the ring on her index finger. There seemed to be a tiny fang inside the ring, which cut her finger when Yixinxia pushed it through. Chapter 30-37. Blessing Mountain. Blood oozed from the finger, but the special ring quickly absorbed it. The transparent ring gradually changed. Yixinxia's blood gradually filled the entire bloodstone ring, making it unbelievably bright. At the same time, a mark hidden by the amnesia bug also emerged on Yixinxia's forehead. It appeared that blood was spreading at first, but it didn't take long for it to turn into a blood pattern on her forehead. Over time, the Supreme Pontiff's forehead pattern faded from clear to blurry and back again. Finally, it was engraved in Yixinxia's soul and could never be removed. Unless your soul is destroyed, it is impossible for the Supreme Pontiff's pattern to be erased. Yixinxia, from now on, you are the Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican, and you will rule the 7 Red Cardinals and the 7 Chief Extraditors. All the congregants under the Red Cardinals and Chief Extraditors will submit to you. With just an order, they will clear away all obstacles in your way of ruling, even if it means killing many people. All Mother, Pamis, became excited. When Yixinxia became the goddess, the Hall Mother was not as crazy as she was now. Yixinxia could tell she had been suppressing her true self for a long time. It was finally time for her to show her true colors as the Supreme Pontiff and act like a ruler. The sun had risen. Hall Mother, Pamis, had almost forgotten the time. A few rays of sunlight filtered through the upper floor window and shone on her slightly wrinkled cheeks as she glanced out the window. She couldn't stop herself from touching her grey hair. Despite this, she did her best to greet the wonderful day with a smile. What a wonderful day! The morning light had become dreary and dull over the past few decades. However, today was different. It was warm and bright. Such a hopeful change made her believe that this change would occur every day in the future. You may leave now. Today is the first day of Blessing Day. Salon has done us a great favor. On this day, many people will come to worship the godly Seal Mountain. Of course, you will meet congregants who are even more devout than those believers. They are already climbing the mountain. There are several Red Cardinals and Chief Extraditors among them. You should go and greet them, said Hall Mother, Pamis. All right. Time sure does fly. I need to get ready. Yixinxia nodded. Dressed in a long skirt, Yixinxia walked out of the Hall Mother Pavilion into the morning light. Winding roads led to the mountain beneath the high mountain via the wooden bridge. From here, they could see an endless stream of people. They were climbing toward godly Seal Mountain step by step. The long queue of people was unending. When people enjoyed a peaceful and comfortable life, they often ignored the power of faith. After a crisis, the brilliance of the Parthenon temple had been implanted in the hearts of every Athenian. This was probably what the Hall Mother had wanted. Yixinxia wondered if the Hall Mother preferred the Parthenon temple or the Black Vatican. In the days when the Parthenon temple was declining, she needed the Black Vatican so that people would remember the Parthenon temple. The moment she became the Supreme Pontiff, the light in the eyes of the Hall Mother matched the madness of the Black Vatican. Perhaps the Hall Mother was also uncertain after such a long time. Would she be like this in the future too, wondered Yixinxia. Back at the Hall of the Goddess, Yixinxia did not have time to sleep. She sat in front of the mirror while Fiona talked happily beside her like a magpie. Your Majesty, you are the goddess now, so your makeup should make you look even more majestic. Fiona decided to do some heavy makeup on Yi Xinxia. At the very least, the lips must be stunningly red. There's no need for that. I want light makeup today. It would be even better if we skipped the makeup entirely. Yi Xinxia forced out a smile. How could I do that? You spent a lot of energy yesterday and didn't sleep all night. Your complexion is poor. On the first day of Blessing Day, everyone will be watching you. You must look beautiful enough to stun the whole world, said Fiona. You're right. Even a death row prisoner will put on makeup before receiving a sentence. Yi Xinxia nodded in agreement. How could you make a comparison like this? How can a death row prisoner be compared to you? All the women in this world will envy you. All the men in this world will like you. Even the gods will favor you. You are already the goddess. You are no longer a saintess who may lose her power at any moment. No one can accuse you, and no one can disobey you, said Fiona. I thought so. Yi Xinxia could not help but feel touched when she heard Fiona's words. She was the goddess. She had the same thought as a student when she read about the goddess. But was this really the case? Mera scolded the goddess with the most vicious and filthy words last night in the underground cell. Yi Xinxia did not refute it because those were the facts. Throughout the years, Yi Xinxia had made countless changes to become the goddess. She finally became the goddess, but the cruelty had just begun. She used to pity every life, including the insects whose wings were broken by the rain outside her window. She knew there were rivers of blood and corpses around Athens and the Parthenon temple, but she still had to put on delicate makeup and wear a spotless white dress. You're stunning, Your Majesty. I wonder who will be worthy of you. Fiona completed her makeup. I'm not worthy of anyone. During the flower festival, Blessing Mountain looked like a painting, with distinct layers and charming colors, as if the god had knocked over a palette by accident. The gentle wind carried a unique fragrance. These were the scents of the most famous spices in Europe. Ladies from many countries spent a lot on the fragrance elements picked from Goddess Peak. The warm morning light reflected the holy light off the glass statues that could be seen all over Blessing Mountain. It was a peaceful mountain filled with fascinating light. There was a never-ending stream of people. Blessing Mountain was the end point. Parthenon Temple's Goddess Peak would be fully open to people only on this day. Many people crowded the long and winding stairs, towering plank roads, and cliff suspension bridges. They were eager to enter Blessing Mountain and meet the new goddess. Despite the crowd, they were disciplined. They did not dare destroy any plant on the mountain of the Parthenon Temple. The long road had devout crowds. Occasionally, they could also see some graceful female attendants and sages blessing a climber with the rain and dew of olive branches at the rest stop. Those who had been blessed by the dew and rain rejoiced as if they were children. It was well worth it to have the blessings of female attendants and sages. Chapter 30-38. Red Cardinals gather. People in foreign countries also place a high importance on burning the first incense, a middle-aged man with an oriental face said to the crowd. The first incense was the most pious, and the first person to climb up the Blessing Mountain in the Parthenon Temple would be favored by the goddess. The middle-aged man saying this was none other than Mage, who occasionally burned incense and worshipped the Buddha. He was used to being around people, especially ordinary people. The goddess peak of the Parthenon Temple was extremely cold. Middle-aged women didn't dance in the square, nor were there any old men drinking and playing chess. Mage could not get used to the atmosphere, so he did not want to stay longer. He only felt comfortable in lively places. He always liked to join in the fun. He could have entered Blessing Mountain through the VIP passage and get a seat on the mountain. However, he was willing to go with the mountaineering army. It felt like a New Year celebration when everyone went to the temple at midnight. A compatriot. Someone seemed to have heard Mage speaking and responded. Mage turned around and saw a blindfolded man in his 30s behind 2 or 3 people. He used a white cane. Even though he was blind, he appeared majestic. He seemed like someone who would not bend down to find his way. Jasmine hurriedly stepped back to let the people behind him move ahead first. It's hard to climb a mountain if you can't see. Are you here to treat your eyes? Jasmine liked to meet new people, so he walked amiably with this Chinese man. My eyes can't be cured. You're a funny man. You compared such an important day in Greece to the first incense, said the blind man. Ha ha, I was just joking. If your eyes can't be cured, why do you still climb the mountain? Jasmine asked in confusion. I have something to do, but I can't see. Can you help me? Said the blind man. Of course. We're compatriots. Let me know if you have any difficulties. I'm grateful. What's your name? Jiang Bin, said the blindfolded man. Looking at your demeanor, you look like a soldier. Were you injured on the battlefield? If I say I was a knight, you probably won't believe me. You must have experienced a lot of things then. It's all right. We can talk as we walk. The road is long. It will be much better to have someone to talk to. At the foot of Blessing Mountain, a woman in black linen climbed up the mountain with light steps. The top of Blessing Mountain was wide, and it was decorated in the style of an open-air ceremony venue. The 6-color sun-shading sky gauze was spread on the top of the head of the mountain. It formed a beautiful sky gauze dome and covered the ceremony platform of Blessing Mountain. The woman in linen looked around and noticed a lot of seats. One after another, some special groups of people took their seats. They all had a certain status in this society, so they did not need to climb the steps like the believers at the bottom of the mountain. They had their VIP passage. We really have a seat of our own. The woman in linen pointed at the seat in surprise. The seats were neatly arranged and labeled with names. Those who found their seat showed smug smiles. After all, this was the first day of Goddess's blessing praise, and those who could sit here were equal to the ancient officials and nobles who had a close relationship with the goddess. The first day of Blessing Day was also the Commendation Day. It was not an individual who was elected, but rather a huge and powerful group or empire. They needed to reward the heroes, continue to cooperate with foreign aid, and share benefits. Could it be a trap? After all, we still don't know Yixinxia's stance, the woman, in black linen, asked. A tall person with short hair and ear studs stood next to the woman in black linen. Their gender was obscured by their clean appearance. They had the gentleness of a woman and yet a heroic spirit of a man. She was dressed in black, but the lining was red. If she wears the ring, it means she has met the Supreme Pontiff, said the woman. Although the Supreme Pontiff is our last target. Yang Qiu, how many of the Supreme Pontiff's subordinates do you think are on this mountain, and how many of our own? Salon touched her earrings. Over half of the members of the Black Vatican have submitted to us, but the influence of the Supreme Pontiff remains. It is still impossible to make a judgment until the end, said the woman in black linen. I'm asking about the Red Cardinals, said Salon. If we talk about Red Cardinals, there may only be 3 people standing on your side, and one of them is a newcomer supported by us, said the chief extraditor, Yang Qiu. Didn't you ask me last night why I believed in Yixinxia? Even if she didn't let the black druggist go, he would still return to the heavenly kingdom. We can't trust her because of this and give her the list. The chief extraditor, Yang Qiu, still felt that the decision Salon made last night was a bit hasty. Only Yixinxia can stop the Supreme Pontiff from hiding in the dark. If we don't hand over enough benefits, we will never be able to meet the Supreme Pontiff, said Salon. The chief extraditor cared about every congregation. But to Salon, all the congregation were tools for her to achieve her goals. She couldn't care less whether Yixinxia wanted to control all the Red Cardinals and the congregation or not. Even when Tai did not have the ambition to rule both white and black. So what? When Tai had already failed miserably. When Tai still had a lot of dark informants in this world, and they had probably told him that Yixinxia wore the Supreme Pontiff's ring. The Dark King must have gone mad. She stood opposite to what he expected of her. His purest daughter was now the head of the vicious Black Vatican. If the pain in the dark plane did not make him taste the abyss of hell, this news, most likely, would make him scream hysterically. No matter where he was in a hell of despair. There was only one person left in Salon's revenge plan. The previous Supreme Pontiff. The cunning old fox deserved everything that Salon had to sacrifice. The old Supreme Pontiff had summoned all the Red Cardinals who obeyed her. Yixinxia had become the goddess and the Supreme Pontiff. Salon knew she was the only obstacle in her plan to rule both the black and the white. The old Supreme Pontiff also made an all-out effort. The two major forces of the Black Vatican would eventually fight to the death on Blessing Mountain. Would the ruler be the old Supreme Pontiff or Salon? "My lord, you appear to have neglected one thing on purpose," the chief extraditor exclaimed abruptly. "Yixinxia would never do that. Before our congregants reveal their identities, they are only civilians and devout climbers. If she does that, it will be the same as massacring people on the first day of becoming the goddess," said Salon. "You're right. She can't prove that we are members of the Black Vatican unless she admits to the whole world that she is the Supreme Pontiff. However, doing so is equivalent to destroying the Parthenon temple and everything with it. This happened because she has the divine soul. When Tai abandoned her, she had the divine soul, which makes her prone to manipulation by others. Either she obeys me or the Hall Mother. The Hall Mother is likely the Supreme Pontiff." Salon seemed to have figured everything out. For people influenced Yixinxia's fate. When Tai asked Izisha to supervise Yixinxia, Hall Mother had been supporting Yixinxia. The Supreme Pontiff valued Yixinxia. She also forced Yixinxia to step into the quagmire of the Black Vatican. When Tai was already out, people who wanted to control her now were Salon, the Supreme Pontiff, and the Hall Mother. She did not have to fear the Hall Mother. However, everything would be unknown if the Supreme Pontiff and the Hall Mother were the same people. Salon must come clean with the old Supreme Pontiff. All the Red Cardinals would also gather here today. The Parthenon temple had been controlled by the Black Vatican. Since it was conferment, they had to decide who would receive the title. Would it be the Supreme Pontiff or Salon? Chapter 30-39. Blood Temple, 1. "The goddess has arrived," said a female sage. The people on the ceremony platform, who were chatting and discussing, stopped everything. Everyone looked at the hall of Blessing Mountain. The first thing that caught their eyes was the hair that was as black as the night sky. Each strand of hair was uniquely braided like a flower. The hair on the snow-white shoulders was as smooth as silk. With the solemn and noble steps of the goddess, they bobbed rhythmically. The tail of the skirt was dragging slowly on the carpet covered with olive flowers. The spirit of the wind was lingering around this soft and slender figure and danced with the leaf. A pair of eyes even more beautiful than all the breathtaking scenery of Santorini was revealed. If they could understand the hidden emotions in those eyes, they would feel the endless gentleness of the owner of these eyes. They had to admit that the newly elected goddess was perfectly in line with the characteristics of the Parthenon temple in terms of image and temperament. It was not only that she had a beautiful face but that she showed the gentleness and beauty of womanhood to the fullest. She was like a poem that people could never fully understand. It was not only her gorgeous rhetoric that attracted people, but also her soul, which blended with beauty and poetry. The saintess and the goddess were only one level apart, but people felt that the young goddess candidate had undergone a radical change. It may have been a psychological effect, or it may be the baptism of the divine soul. Yixinxia was different from before. Even the smile on her face was no longer as pure as before. It was a polite smile. There were many meanings hidden behind that smile, which expressed unpredictability. People changed eventually. Yixinxia felt it when she faced the mirror. The reflection in the mirror was completely different from when she first entered the temple. If it were in the past, people's attention would make Yixinxia a little nervous. She was often pushed to the front of the stage by the Hall Mother and the elders without much experience or mental preparation. It was a grand ceremony. It was the focus of the world this time. When she walked, she smiled with a pair of bright and slightly blurred eyes. However, her mind was calm. Every step was firm. Although saintesses had to learn etiquette and take care of their appearances every week, this does not mean they could not make mistakes when they stood in front of the world. Besides, Yi Xinxia had been sitting on a wheelchair for a long time. She rarely walked to the stage on her own before. Being calm in the face of all this signified an absence of joy, tension, or pride. She was the final winner of the battle. Hundreds of people were watching Yi Xinxia, cheering for her and flattering her, but she only felt sad. The more beautiful she was, the darker and empty her heart was. The brighter the lights, the more difficult she found it to suppress the mania and pain in her chest. Yi Xinxia, does the God in your heart give you any instructions you want to convey to the confusing world? The old priest, farmer, took out the scriptures of the Parthenon temple and asked Yi Xinxia, who was on the altar of the goddess. No, replied Yi Xinxia. Her answer puzzled everyone. Even the old priest, farmer, was astonished. Could it be that the goddess had not prepared a script? It was a message to believers all over the world. How could there be nothing? Yi Xinxia, will you strictly abide by the will of the Parthenon temple during your succession? Old priest, farmer, skipped to the next question. So far, I have never disobeyed the will, Yi Xinxia replied. Farmer and all the priests of the Hall of Faith frowned again. Was the goddess so busy yesterday that she did not have time to memorize the script this morning? Even if she did not memorize the script, she should have been able to give an inspiring speech at such an important moment after being a saintess for many years. Although nothing was wrong with her reply, it was still lacking in conviction. Yi Xinxia, please swear by your soul to be kind to everyone who believes in the Parthenon temple. Yi Xinxia, please swear by your soul that after becoming the goddess, you will do your best to bring peace and tranquility to the world. There will be no war and suffering. Yi Xinxia, please swear by your soul that you will be loyal to the Parthenon temple forever and ever. Farmer solemnly read out the oaths. Each guided declaration was like the order of the god. It echoed in everyone's mind like a bell that rang for a long time. I, Yi Xinxia, swear by my soul. After becoming the goddess, I will do my best to bring tranquility and peace to the world. There will be no suffering and no war. There seemed to be a sharp blade stuck in Yi Xinxia's throat. When she made the declaration, she was in so much pain that she could not speak properly. Bright red blood spurted on Yi Xinxia's feet as soon as she finished speaking. A few drops of blood stained the pure and flawless white dress, and the flower-covered steps were stained red. On the front seat, the head of an old man in a tuxedo rolled down on the ground. He sat there, and the blood on his neck gushed like a fountain. People were horrified and looked at the old man, in a tuxedo, in disbelief. Many people recognized him. He was the elder of the 9 hidden clans of the Parthenon temple. Although he had lost his magic due to his age, he still had high wisdom and connections. Splat! Before anyone could react, a man in a black suit and red shirt stood up suddenly in the back row. His chest was cut open, and blood spurted from between his ribs. The guests in the front row were a few ladies, and their long, fragrant hair was covered with the blood of the man. Splat! Blood exploded like fireworks. Everything happened so quickly. Uniform blood spurted like bunches of scarlet roses in mid-air among the thousands of seats in front of the stage. The air was filled with a strong odor of blood, and fear spread quickly. In the crowd, the woman in linen stood up in shock. Her eyes scanned the crowd sharply, trying to find the murderers who had caused this bloodshed. How strong were the murderers who could kill so many people in such a short period? My lord, your disciples. The Supreme Pontiff has attacked us. Yang Qiu felt a great, impending threat. The Supreme Pontiff's people are also dead. Salon stared at the man in the black suit and red lining. He was an Italian Red Cardinal. When Salon saw the Italian Red Cardinal just moments ago, she had felt joy on seeing her colleague. Since when could the head of the Black Vatican sit at an international ceremony as openly as the world leader? His chest had been slashed. When he fell into a pool of blood, his face was filled with shock and confusion. Chapter 30-40 Blood Temple, 2. Not everyone died. The deaths were not random. Only Salin and Yang Qiu knew that half of them were their own people. There are people around us watching us. The aura is strong. The chief extraditor Yang Qiu was angry. Salin stood still as the crowd fled. The aristocrats and magic officials were frightened. Who would have thought such a large-scale killing would occur in the blessing ceremony? Could it be that evil had invaded the Parthenon temple? Blood was all over the floor. There were too many familiar faces in the pool of blood, but Salin did not look away from the stage. She was watching Yi Xinxia, who appeared indifferent. Yi Xinxia also seemed to have spotted her. They looked at each other through the blood fog with unknown emotions. After a while, Yi Xinxia slowly smiled. "We finally met," she said to Salin, who was hiding in the crowd. The smile looked innocent. She looked like a little girl who had no experience of what life was like. But Salin wasn't fooled. She could feel the uncontrollable madness and terror in that smile. "Yi Xinxia has gone crazy. We need to get out of here." Salin did not stay any longer. She turned around and quickly hid in the fleeing crowd with Yang Qiu. Under the stage, Yi Xinxia stood in a pool of blood with white crystal high heels. But she did not move at all. She just stood in the thickening pool of blood. She stood there like a white ghost, and people could not feel the warmth and vitality of the goddess. She looked more like a grim reaper, waiting for the heads to be thrown into her bag one after another. Salin and Yang Qiu walked hurriedly. Someone had been watching them. That person had seen through their identities and was following them like a shadow for an opportunity to attack. How dare she do this? She started a massacre on the first day of Blessing Day. She is crazy. Chief Extraditor, Yang Qiu, said angrily. She is also destroying the Parthenon temple. Salin saw Yi Xinxia's eyes. The light shining in her eyes no longer belonged to her. She had become crazier than all the Red Cardinals. This was the mountain of the Parthenon temple. Those who were invited were people of high status in this society. Even if the members of the Black Vatican were among them, they were good citizens until their identities were exposed. When Yi Xinxia took action against these members of the Black Vatican, Salin and the Supreme Pontiff knew that she wanted to exterminate the Black Vatican. But to ordinary people, it would only seem like she was massacring civilians. The massacre of civilians in the Parthenon mountain meant Yi Xinxia had gone crazy. She had no evidence to prove that these people were members of the Black Vatican unless she announced to the world that she was the new Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican. But she was also the goddess of the Parthenon temple. The Supreme Pontiff of the Black Vatican was the goddess of the Parthenon temple. If the truth got out, the Parthenon temple would be beyond redemption. Yi Xinxia's action was the same as using the foundation of the Parthenon temple for thousands of years to fight against the Black Vatican. This was crazy. What kind of a force was the Black Vatican? What did the Parthenon temple represent? Yi Xinxia must be so stupid to make such a decision. Looking back in time, the Black Vatican perished along with the Parthenon temple at some point in history. But no matter what happened now, the Black Vatican would have won anyway. Is the old Supreme Pontiff behind this? Maybe she instructed Yi Xinxia to do this, said the chief extraditor, Yang Qiu. The old Supreme Pontiff should be fleeing in panic like us right now, said Salin coldly. Yi Xinxia was crazy. She wanted everyone to die in the Parthenon temple with her. The road to the holy mountain was endless. Under the morning light, there was still an endless stream of people. They all yearned for the true gift of God. Blessing Mountain was still far away. No one had noticed the massacre on the stage of Blessing Mountain. They were still trying to move forward, not knowing that they were walking to the altar of the White Grim Reaper. Why are you sure that woman is your first love? It's not good for us to keep following her, Mo Jussin asked Jiang Bin, the blindfolded man, beside him. Jiang Bin smiled strangely. He patted Mo Jussin on the shoulder. If I told you that I am from the Black Vatican and that woman is the target that I must eliminate, would you believe me? Mo Jussin was stunned. He looked at Jiang Bin in disbelief. Didn't you say you are a knight? Not today. Thank you, brother. It's been a long time since I met a simple person like you. Jiang Bin suddenly disappeared. Mo Jussin was just an ordinary person. He did not have the sharp, observing eyes of a mage. He only saw a shadow rushing across a group of climbers as swiftly as a gust of wind. Then, a big splash of blood spurted from the woman they had been following. The woman wore black clothes, but inside, she wore a long blue dress which was now dyed red. The people around her did not notice it at first as they thought it was the overturned red paint or spices. They walked forward while talking and laughing. After a while, screams erupted from the road to the mountain. Mo Jussin could not believe his eyes at all. Someone was killed just like that. Less than a minute after it happened, the winding road to the mountain was filled with screams. Mo Jussin could not see anything clearly, but he saw a similar black shadow moving in the crowd. Then, blood spurted. Some people fell into a pool of blood, some were stained with dirty blood, and some were screaming in fright. Mountains and forests all had different tree species, so during the flower festival, they displayed different poetic and picturesque scenes that were intoxicatingly beautiful. The climbing path of the Parthenon temple was not dull because with every turn on the mountain path, one could get to enjoy a different scenery. The mountain was a bit steep, and above it was a long mountain bridge leading to the front of Blessing Mountain. Below was the winding mountain road, crowded with people. It was like a scenic spot full of tourists. The bright red blood flowed along the hillside, forming more than a dozen streams that slowly passed the long bridge above the mountain and overflowed to the plank road below. On the plank road, people thought it was the holy dew of the female sages, but what dripped on their heads and shoulders was blood. The strong smell of blood roused instinctive fear in everyone's heart. What happened? Someone died at the front. Someone also died in the back. Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. Parthenon Temple will protect us. Chapter 30-41. Blood Temple, 3. The people prayed for Parthenon Temple's protection. Suddenly, the blood streams at Parthenon Mountain converged together and poured down the gap of the mountain to form a bloody waterfall. This terrifying sight was revealed right before the mountain climbers. Several dead bodies fell along the blood waterfall and into the valley. Countless people fainted on the spot upon seeing the horrific sight of the blood gushing out of the bodies. It was a massacre. A brutal massacre was going on in Parthenon Mountain. People died in every section of the mountain trail. Some of the mountain trails were even covered in dead bodies. Originally, the people thought a brutal assassin struck the crowd and that Parthenon Temple experts would arrest the murderer soon. However, they later realized there was more than one murderer among them. The murderers were in the crowd. They made quick, clean kills and disappeared quickly. Perhaps to look for another target or hide somewhere else. There were seals along the mountain path, making it difficult for the mountain climbers to cast magic. It was even more difficult to leave the ancient mountain path. All of them were at risk of being killed like lambs for slaughter. No one knew who would be next. It was the first day of the Blessing Day at Parthenon Temple. Blood rivers flowed in the middle of the forest. Lights shone brightly. Parthenon Temple was once as sacred as a fairyland, but it had turned into a hell of suffering in an instant. Everything happened instantly. Those who were killed seemed to have been targeted for a long time. They were all killed simultaneously. However, this sight, albeit having happened very quickly, left the people quaking in fear. They did not expect to see such a horrific sight at a place where such things were least likely to occur. It's the Black Vatican. They attacked us. They are cursed beasts. They attacked Parthenon Temple on the first day of the Blessing Day. The birth of the goddess must have terrified them. They are frustrated with the results released yesterday. One of the mountain climbers cursed. The Black Vatican targeted Parthenon Mountain. They went out of their way and killed the devoted mountain climbers for the sake of stopping the era of the new goddess. Mo Jussin crouched on the ground like the rest of the panicked crowd. It did not take long before the people from Parthenon Temple showed up. The mass killing happened without warning. However, Parthenon Temple's response to it was surprisingly fast. A panicked crowd would usually result in a stampede, but the members of Parthenon Temple took control of the situation. They claimed that the murderers were arrested, and there would be no more deaths. The female servants and sages' calming magic worked perfectly. The people began to insult and curse the Black Vatican furiously. For some reason, Jasmine felt as if everything had been rehearsed. The top management of Parthenon Temple seemed to know that a large group of people would be killed. He could not help but recall the blind man. The blind man had told Jasmine he was a knight and also part of the Black Vatican. What's going on in the Parthenon Temple? I hope Xinxia is okay, muttered Jasmine. He sighed. This will make things very difficult for her. Jasmine was not a mage. He did not know how to perform magic. He also had no idea who Xinxia was, let alone the fight between the Black Vatican and Parthenon Temple. But, with such a drastic accident and as the ruler of Parthenon Temple, how would Xinxia handle the situation, he wondered. He remembered that when she was young, she cried the whole night over the death of a stray cat which she had been secretly feeding. She didn't even know how to bury the poor cat. However, right at this moment, so many people died on Parthenon Mountain. At Goddess Peak, a hysterical scream rose from inside of the Hall Mother Pavilion. One could sense the screamer's rage and mania from the scream. Xinxia! Xinxia! She has given her orders to the executioners. After she finished taking the oath, she killed all of the members of the Black Vatican. The Blue Deacon, the Black Clergy, and the Grey Priest are not ready for defense. The knights ambushed them from the crowd and killed them, said a monk in a robe. Where is she? Where is she now? Veins popped on Hall Mother Pamis' face. She had felt so angry. I'm right here. At the hall's entrance, Xinxia showed up in a white dress. She gently tugged up her dress that belonged to a goddess and slowly walked to the Hall Mother Pavilion. Hall Mother had to avoid showing up on the blessing day. This showed that the elder of Parthenon Temple, who was temporarily in charge of Parthenon Temple, was ready to hand over the authority to the new goddess. Hall Mother, Pamis, did not bother to show up during the blessing day, because she knew very well that the stage wasn't just for Xinxia, but also for the Black Vatican. Hall Mother, Pamis, had not expected Xinxia to kill the others. She, at the last, did not expect Xinxia to do it in public. Xinxia had not only killed the Blue Deacon, but also the Black Clergy, the Red Cardinal, Chief Extraditor, and the head teacher. Xinxia killed those who assumed themselves as the members of the organizations. Regardless of whether they were the church members from the old Supreme Pontiff's group or from Salon's group, all were killed in public. Xinxia, how dare you risk uprooting Parthenon Temple's thousands of years of foundation to perish together with the Black Vatican? Do you truly think you've done something great? Do you think you've done something right? You're simply a fool. Hall Mother, Pamis, trembled in anger. Hall Mother, don't worry. I won't let any of them survive, said Xinxia. How do you prove that the people you killed were guilty? You gave up your life and admitted that you're the Supreme Pontiff. Ha! You're the goddess. Once you admit that you are the Supreme Pontiff and obtain the list of the Black Vatican's members, Parthenon Temple will also be destroyed. No one will believe in Parthenon Temple ever again. The members of Parthenon Temple will be rebuked and condemned because of a filthy and fallen goddess like you. Parthenon Temple will exist only in name, shouted Hall Mother, Pamis. Xinxia destroyed the Black Vatican. But she had also destroyed Parthenon Temple. Parthenon Temple gave its blessing to the world, and it was far from the Black Vatican's sinful and evil existence. Hall Mother, Pamis, Salon, and Yi Chang gave Xinxia the name list because they were convinced that Xinxia would not sacrifice Parthenon Temple for the sake of a group of people. But Xinxia chose something similar to suicide to stop the malignant tumor from worsening. That was what Xinxia did today. She could not have been more of an idiot. You could have become the world's most supreme individual. You could have brought great changes to the world. You could have gained greater controlling power and slowly cleansed the Black Vatican's mark. You could have stifled the Black Vatican from their evil deeds using your identity as the Supreme Pontiff. You could have gradually transformed the Black Vatican into your own power. There were so many ways, but you chose the most foolish way. Hall Mother, Pamis, even found it difficult to breathe. Hall Mother, you don't have to worry about Parthenon Temple's future anymore. It already has a new Black Vatican who has declared to the public that they will be responsible for the massacre. My knights are the ones who made the new organization, said Yixinxia. Yixinxia would not declare to the world about her identity as the Supreme Pontiff. If she belonged to the dark, the world would only become darker. If she were an ordinary person or Parthenon Temple's ordinary apprentice, she would have given up everything and fought the Black Vatican to death. But she was a goddess. She could not let Parthenon Temple be destroyed by her hands. That would be no different from letting the Black Vatican gain its victory. She did not have to prove that those who were killed were the members of the Black Vatican. All she had to do was to ask the murderers to declare themselves as the Black Vatican. The incident would then be considered a mass murder plan by the Black Vatican. She would also accept the world's criticisms. The people did not have to know the true identities of the innocents who had been killed. They were, after all, the Black Vatican's Red Cardinals, the Blue Deacon, the Black Clergy, and the Grey Priest. It was enough if she knew who they were. Chapter 3042. Threat close at hand. The murderers will act as the Black Vatican. Hall Mother, Pamis, heard Yixinxia's words. She felt as though her soul had been sucked away. So, this was Yixinxia's calculated plan. Hall Mother, Pamis, had viewed Salon as her greatest threat. She had thought that she was in complete control of Yixinxia. Little did she know that while she was focusing on how to get rid of the Red Cardinal Salon, Yixinxia had stabbed her in the back. Yixinxia killed all the members of the Black Vatican in the name of the Black Vatican itself. Parthenon Temple's foundation remained, but the Black Vatican was gone. There was only one person left in the Black Vatican now. And that was the Supreme Pontiff herself, Yixinxia. Yixinxia, I brought you up and granted you all the power in the world, but this is how you repay me. Without me, the Black Vatican would not be as great as it is today. Without me, Parthenon Temple would not have achieved this. Hall Mother, Pamis, walked. Her bloodshot eyes made her look as if her facial bones were about to peel off from her skin. At that moment, Yixinxia turned around. The train of her dress was stained with spots of blood. She walked out. How could Hall Mother, Pamis, possibly let Yixinxia make it out alive? Yixinxia had killed her Black Vatican pawns whom she had brought up for several decades. Today, all of her pawns had died with their throats slit. Yixinxia was also one of Hall Mother, Pamis' pawns. Outside the hall, several skinny and old figures who had appeared last night showed up again. Hall Mother, Pamis, regretted nothing more than handing over the Supreme Pontiff's ring to Yixinxia. She should have killed Yixinxia last night. Salon's threat had forced Hall Mother, Pamis, to gather all the Black Vatican inside Parthenon Mountain. After all, Hall Mother, Pamis, assumed she and Salon would be the final two people in battle. Little did she know that Yixinxia had taken advantage of this great opportunity. Yixinxia killed the Black Vatican in public without caring much about others. Today was the only day when all the Black Vatican gathered in Parthenon Mountain. Kill her! Hall Mother, Pamis, shouted at the old figures. Yixinxia was already outside the hall. She sensed a majestic aura from both sides of the forests. She continued to walk forward. The old experts approached Yixinxia, but a blazing sun fell from the sky. A wave of black striped flames covered the sky. For a moment, everyone, except Yixinxia, was trapped by a cage made up of black striped flames. The mountain was ablaze. A majestic giant filled with a heat wave appeared before the Hall Mountain Pavilion and trampled it. The old figures did not survive it. The terrifying ring of the sun drew them to the golden sun Tyrant Titan. The Tyrant Titan smashed them hard into the gap of the mountain, then dragged them out again. As a result, the old figures were shattered into pieces. It was the golden sun Tyrant Titan. It was resurrected from the dead once again. This time, goddess Yixinxia was the one who granted the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan a new life. She had gathered the Knights of the Seal with holy souls to kill the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. After that, the Knights carried its body back to Parthenon Temple. In the same night, Yixinxia cast the Resurrection Divine Art and completed a soul deal with the Golden Sun Tyrant Titan. It could either choose to have its soul destroyed or accept Parthenon Temple's divine soul resurrection and become the goddess slave. The Golden Sun Tyrant Titan made a wise choice. Even an ancient god would choose to become a slave in the face of someone who was more powerful. Since the Hall Mother, Pamis, started everything by using the Golden Sun to make Yixinxia the goddess and strengthen the Black Vatican, Yixinxian used it to end everything. Swoosh! 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 The flames spread all over the mountain. It was like a burning hell portal which slowly engulfed the Hall Mountain Pavilion located at the mountain peak. No one inside the Hall Mountain Pavilion or at the mountain peak could survive the flames. A cold figure appeared in the middle of the terrifying, black-striped flames. The cold figure in crystal heels walked on the marble staircase, producing a rhythmic sound. The sight before her was Parthenon Temple's unique and poetic, lush scenery filled with birds, flowers, white staircases, bronze statues, forests, ancient halls, and people in blue dresses. Meanwhile, behind her was a sea of fire. The hellish heat wave surged like a roaring demon and reduced the people to ashes. The mountain peak was separated from Parthenon Mountain's peak by the two saintesses' halls. It was also separated from several towering mountains. Even if the fire burned vigorously, the view was blocked by the large mountains. The people could only see that the area was illuminated in a bright light. Many places inside Parthenon Temple were brightly illuminated. After the lockdown, no one cared about the Hall Mother Pavilion and the mountain peak that had fallen into a sea of fire. No one knew that the old Supreme Pontiff of the powerful Black Vatican had died. Hall Mother, Pamis' shrill scream and roars echoed throughout the mountain peak and valley. She was frustrated. After all, the Hall Mother, Pamis, was the one who drove Yixinxia to become the goddess. She had chosen Yixinxia. When Yixinxia first joined Parthenon Temple, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Hall Mother, Pamis, viewed her as the perfect candidate. She believed that Yixinxia would follow her orders to slowly make changes to Parthenon Temple or the Black Vatican. For a very long time, Yixinxia gave the impression that she was not someone to be wary of. She carried herself like a goddess of education. She was detail-oriented, compassionate, and eager to assist those in need. Her image exactly fit the Parthenon Temple's requirements. Parthenon Temple did not have to rely on a goddess with Yixinxia's personality to achieve its glory. Instead, they preferred Yixinxia's decisiveness and coolness. However, with Yixinxia focusing on perfecting her image and letting others do the dirty work, that would be a sensible choice to make. Hall Mother, Pamis, admitted that she, too, had been deceived by Yixinxia. Hall Mother, Pamis, would have been more careful if her opponents were either Yixinxia or Salon. If only she had been as careful, she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Unfortunately, her opponent was Yixinxia. Ever since Yixinxia joined Parthenon Temple, Hall Mother, Pamis, assumed Yixinxia was someone whom she could easily control. She had assumed Yixinxia was of this world and could be easily controlled. She had expected to manipulate Yixinxia's destiny under her guidance. Hall Mother, Pamis, had viewed Salon as her nemesis her entire life. Little did she know that the greatest threat was the one whom she had personally brought up to share her power to rule over both good and evil. While Yixinxia seemingly looked as if she was in pain, being manipulated by others, and at the mercy of others, she rose and triumphed over those whom Hall Mother, Pamis, thought were the greatest threat to her. Chapter 30-43. There will be no more of the Black Vatican. In the east of Godly Seal Mountain was a primitive valley that shared the view of the ocean. It was a place where the members of Parthenon Temple kept their flying creatures and creatures that lived on land. There were also several ancient dragon species. They were still in the growth stage, but they already had large wings and hovered around the cliff. By the forest stream was the chief extraditor, Yang Qiu. She treated the wound on her thigh. The trails of her blood would expose her whereabouts. She had to do all she could to stop her wound from bleeding. She had to break free from the people who were chasing after her. The knights possess the holy souls, said Salen coolly. The person who wants to kill us hasn't been born in this world. Yang Qiu said callously. She took out a dagger that was filled with cold aura and stabbed her thigh. She endured the severe pain and cut off her leg. There was a tracing burn mark on her wound. Since she could not treat it within a short period of time, she might as well cut it off and use the cold energy on the dagger to freeze the wound. Losing one leg was better than being relentlessly pursued. The members of the Black Vatican had to strictly keep their identities a secret. They were not genuine ascetics. They had not reached the apex grade in their strengths. Any of the Red Cardinals who had been targeted till now weren't immune to death. Don't do it anymore. Salen grabbed Yang Qiu's wrist and stopped her from hurting herself. But he's already somewhere nearby. Salen glanced across the opposite bank of the forest stream. At the end of the street that was hidden from the sunlight, she noticed a pair of eyes in the depth of the forest. The eyes were deep and flashed with a bone-chilling gaze. It was the Slayer. The person had to be Yi Xinxia's Slayer. He was an expert with the possession of the god of death, Hade's holy soul. The members under the old Supreme Pontiff were killed. Not many people from Salen's group survived. The Black Vatican members who originally engaged in the final battle with Hall Mother, Pamis, died at the hands of Yi Xinxia's knights. A black aura surged. For a moment, the lush mountain forest turned grey. The valley that was filled with life force slowly became lifeless as the Slayer with the Hade's holy soul approached. His terrifying power surpassed that of the majority of forbidden mags. Salen had a guardian disciple. Her disciple's strength in unleashing the faith in evil power had reached the forbidden curse level. Her disciple later took over the Red Cardinal Cold Prince's place. Although her disciple had a powerful faith of evil power, her disciple appeared like a 3-year-old child when she confronted the Slayer with the Hade's holy soul. Salen and Yang Qiu had personally witnessed the Red Cardinal with a powerful faith of evil power being shattered into pieces by the Slayer with the Hade's holy soul. Salen and Yang Qiu were almost certain that they could not escape from the Slayer. That place would be their graves. Salen stopped Chief Extraditor from cutting off her leg. She did not want Chief Extraditor to endure any more unnecessary pain before her death. Halen, I know it's you, said Salen facing the forest. Halen slowly revealed himself. The Lord of the Hall of Knights wore black holy garments. He was tall and majestic. He gave off an aura of dark holy soul that belonged to a demon from hell. There was no one more powerful than him at the moment. The Lord of the Hall of Knights was the one who chased after the Red Cardinal Salen from Blessing Mountain. He did not need the goddess to grant him a holy soul. He already had a dark holy soul living within him. It was Hade's soul. The Hade's holy soul was the only holy soul of war that refused to submit to the soul of Parthenon Temple. But Halen pledged his absolute loyalty to Yi Xinxia. The dark soul, Chief Extraditor, Yang Qiu, stared at Halen in shock. Wasn't the dark soul the same spirit cult guardians who stood guard over the Black Vatican? Chief Extraditor, Yang Qiu, vividly remembered it was the same dark soul who had assisted them. The dark soul had helped them in dismembering Azisha's body into 8 pieces. Why had he become Yi Xinxia's killer? He has been protecting Yi Xinxia. He has never once changed his stand, said Salen. Yi Xinxia always had the dark soul with her? When Yi Xinxia was driven by Azisha to the edge of death and was almost given a death sentence by the Holy Judgment, the dark soul informed Salen. The dark soul helped Salen to stir up a storm of revenge in Parthenon Temple. He helped her to dispose of the great sage, Mel-Laura, and the great magistrate, Dulank. And that person was Halen. Halen's true ability was more powerful than anyone even imagined. He could summon the Holy Soul without a goddess. Moreover, the Holy Soul that he summoned was the most terrifying dark underworld lord, Hades. Halen was cloaked in Hades' holy garments. Very few people in the world were a match for him. Yi Xinxia has lived past the age of the oath. You are free. Salen fixed her gaze on Halen as she said the words. I'm free to continue being the Dark Soul if I chose to, replied Halen calmly. His killing intent sprouted in his heart. His decision was firm. He would not change his mind because of past feelings. The Hade's holy soul did not obey the soul of the Parthenon temple. In fact, it stood in opposition to the divine soul. Halen could not explain even today why his duty with a deadline became his only purpose of living in this world. She doesn't want to see me. Or does she not want to see me die? Salen snorted and approached Halen. Isn't it the same for you too? Both of you don't want to meet each other. You don't want to see her because you want to show your last bit of mercy to your own daughter. Similarly, she doesn't want to see you because she wants to pay her last bit of respect to you as her mother, said Dark Soul, Halen. A bloody rivulet seeped into the clean stream, turning it red. A lonely figure in white stood beside the bloodstream. Halen approached her from upstream. His hands were covered in blood. When he walked to Yishinxia's side, his black garment was in stark contrast to Yishinxia's white dress. Halen looked at Yishinxia's silhouette and slowly calmed his breath. When Yishinxia saw the bloody stream, she clearly had difficulty in suppressing her conflicting yet painful emotion. She's dead. I can confirm it's really her, said Halen. Halen wanted to tell her everything, but considering the unique identity and situation, he only told her of the end result. Salen was dead. Chief Extraditor Yang Qiu was dead, too. There will be no more of the Black Vatican in this world, said Yishinxia. But the world will assume the Black Vatican is at its peak. The people will also rebuke you because you've just ascended the throne of the goddess. Your future will be full of challenges, said Halen. At the very least, we are through with the darkest time, replied Yishinxia. Chapter 3044. Seeds of Light. There was an abandoned sacred hall in the depth of the forest. That place was full of barren grass. Even the elders who had been living for several decades in Parthenon Temple had no idea about the existence of the ancient sacred hall. No one had ever asked about it. Yishinxia and Halen walked toward the abandoned sacred hall. The blood stream happened to flow along the two sides of the abandoned sacred hall. The sunlight was shaded by the thick trees. The vines intertwined along the ruined walls of the abandoned sacred hall. When Yishinxia stepped through the crumbling entrance, she felt there were many pairs of eyes watching her as she arrived. There were many people inside the abandoned sacred hall. Most of them wore black clothes. They were stained with blood. The smell of blood was strong and permeated through the air. Yishinxia looked at them. They were Parthenon Temple's knights credited for slaying the members of the Black Vatican. Yishinxia's heart ached for them when she looked at their faces. You're Parthenon Temple's heroes, but after this, you must run for your life. Run away from me and run away from the truth of this matter. Run away for the sake of Parthenon Temple. Yishinxia felt extremely remorseful. She had no other choice. This was the only way to protect Parthenon Temple's thousands of years of foundation. Perhaps, her own incapacity had sacrificed the knights who were absolutely loyal to her. You follow me and trust me, but I couldn't usher you to a bright future. I'm an unworthy goddess. I'm sorry for letting you down. Yishinxia bent down and bowed deeply at the Knight Slayers who had helped her to get rid of the Black Vatican. These people had to leave Parthenon Temple immediately. They could be listed as wanted criminals. The Magic Association would chase after them. Furthermore, they were unable to reveal their true identity. They had to continue to act as if they were the members of the Black Vaticans. The people would despise them. The knights had to flee. They had become the true members of the Black Vatican in the eyes of the public. The truth was, they were knights that brought glory to Parthenon Temple. They were brave warriors and had been through fire and blood with Yishinxia. Their spirits were highly admirable. When Goddess Yishinxia was at her wit's end, the knights stood up for her and executed the plan. Yishinxia did not know how to pay them back. They had sacrificed themselves for her. My lady, we never wanted anything from you. It's our own will to follow you. Your ideal future is also our ideal future. You walked down the path with a steadfast spirit, and we believed you did it with a clear conscience. That's why we share the same goal. We removed the darkness that shrouded Parthenon Temple with our own hands, and this is the true glory that we desired to achieve. The Golden Sun Knight, Jiang Bin, kneeled. His eyes were covered with a black cloth. Even though he could not see anything and could not even see Yi Xinxia's face, he knew the goddess was right before him. She was a goddess worthy for them to swear fealty to. She had the courage to confront the filthy darkness. She never gave in to her destiny. Above all, she was just like the rest of the Parthenon Temple Knights who truly stood guard over the temple. Regardless of how rotten and dirty it was, they never gave up and continued pursuing a brighter future. The other knights kneeled, including Hua Lizhi and the Lord of the Hall of Knights, Halen. At that moment, there were a total of 1,001 people inside the abandoned sacred hall, including the Lord of the Night, Halen. Their hands were covered in blood. Together with Yi Xinxia, the world would almost certainly despise them. However, they knew their purpose. They did it without a single shred of doubt or hesitation. Without the blessing of the spirit or the intoxication of their glory, everyone was aware that the massacre inside the temple was for the sake of a better future. They did not do it for their own sake or purely for the Parthenon Temple. Go now. Hurry, said Yi Xinxia to the 1,001 knights. They were the most celebrated warriors of the Parthenon Temple, but they had to flee. The mark of the Black Vatican would stay with them for the rest of their lives. So long as Parthenon Temple existed, the knights would not be acknowledged. The moment the people found out the truth, the fact that Yi Xinxia was the supreme pontiff of the Black Vatican would be revealed. Humans were complicated things. Even after they knew the whole story, Yi Xinxia could not escape from being condemned as the supreme pontiff of the Black Vatican. She was a goddess. She could never have even the slightest bit of connection with the Black Vatican, let alone be the supreme pontiff herself. The secret would be buried along with the demise of the Black Vatican. Once it was revealed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Yi Xinxia did not have a choice. The 1,001 knights, including Hua Lizhi, who assassinated the Italian Red Cardinal, Halen, Lord of the Hall of Knights, who assassinated Salon, and the black-clad knights who assassinated members of the Black Vatican, deserved to be honored on the first day of the Blessing Day. However, they were required to leave Parthenon Temple permanently as of today. They had to carry the identity of Black Vatican members while keeping Yi Xinxia's true identity as Supreme Pontiff a secret forever. Yi Xinxia turned around. She didn't have courage to look into their eyes. Hua Lizhi and Halen followed Yi Xinxia and sent her off. After a few steps, Yi Xinxia's eyes turned red. She asked Hua Lizhi with an almost uncontrollable emotion, Hua Lizhi, if someday you were arrested by the members of the Magic Association and brought to me as the real member of the Black Vatican, what should I do? What should I do? I can't let this thing happen. It will be hard for me to accept if any of you were killed as the dirty Black Vatican because of me. Hua Lizhi, let them stay there. I'll do everything I can to make it safe for you all. Yi Xinxia thought she hadn't done things in the right way. There must be another way that could clear their names from the massacre and allow them to be honored in the hall. They should not spend their lives hiding, much less risk being wanted and hunted by the world. Whenever Yi Xinxia thought that they might be gone forever, her heart ached. The Black Vatican was eradicated. But what could she do for the 1,001 knights? They didn't deserve this. You don't have to worry about us. We have our own arrangement. You've done very well. If I were you, I would have become the Black Vatican's puppet long ago and still would have remained unaware of it. You discovered everything. You carry a heavier burden than any of us. You found the only way out for Parthenon Temple that had long fallen into a dark swamp, said Hua Lizhi to comfort Yi Xinxia. If Yi Xinxia had not done this, more people would have died. If Parthenon Temple was under control of the Black Vatican, it would be hard to imagine how many innocents would be harmed in the future. Those who longed to walk in the light would be persecuted, and humans' evil nature would be magnified. Yi Xinxia stopped all this from happening. She persevered, and she held strong to her own belief in the middle of the crumbling Parthenon Temple. Parthenon Temple had no need of a god. The people were not after God's holy light. They were after the light of humanity that had not been polluted by the world, like Yi Xinxia's light. But Yi Xinxia wanted to say something. At that moment, Halen glanced at Hua Lizi. Hua Lizi immediately helped Yi Xinxia out to allow her to take a rest inside the temple. Parthenon Temple needed Yi Xinxia. She should not be around the abandoned sacred hall. The storm was not over yet. Yi Xinxia had to return to Parthenon Temple. She had to declare to the world in the name of the goddess that she would not spare the murderers of the massacre. She still had a lot of things to do. At that moment, Yi Xinxia must not be emotional. Even though she felt sorry for the 1001 Night Slayers, she would risk exposing herself if she showed any hints of emotions. The remnants of the Black Vatican may even take advantage of this opportunity. Halen hurried to the abandoned temple. Meanwhile, Hua Lizi helped Yi Xinxia leave the place. Yi Xinxia seemed to realize something. She looked at Halen's silhouette as he quickened his pace to the temple. Hua Lizi tried to distract Yi Xinxia, hoping that Yi Xinxia would focus on how to handle Parthenon Temple that was riddled with holes. However, Yi Xinxia had an insight of one's emotion. She noticed a slight restlessness on Hua Lizi's face. "My lady, Hua Lizi tried to stop Yi Xinxia." Yi Xinxia broke free from Hua Lizi. Yi Xinxia turned around and walked toward the abandoned temple. She ran. She charged at the abandoned sacred hall. "Halen, stop!" The moment she left the sacred hall, she had noticed it. She could not let Halen do this. All of the knights were respectable. If Halen killed the knights for the sake of keeping their mouths shut, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Plink! 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 Blood gushed out of the temple. As soon as Yi Xinxia rushed to the abandoned sacred hall, she was greeted by the sight of a pool of blood. Blood gushed out of the black-clad knights' necks. There was too much blood gushing out of their necks. The knights' clothes had turned red. The mossy grey stone tiles under their feet turned into a pool of blood. "My lady!" Several black-clad knights stood in the forefront. They were shocked to see Yi Xinxia return to the sacred hall. Upon seeing the sight before her, Yi Xinxia was so shocked that she felt her soul had been sucked away. She had sensed something. She sensed that Halen might bury the 1001 knights inside the abandoned sacred hall to keep the secret forever. That was why she had run to the temple. She wanted to stop Halen. Halen was not the one slitting their throats. The knights themselves did it. 1,000 people stood inside the abandoned sacred hall. They remained upright. They remained motionless even till the moment they died. Each of them wielded a black dagger. They slit their own throats with those daggers. The sight of 1,000 reddened arterial wounds was shocking to behold. Blood flowed down their necks, painting everything red. "No! No! No! Don't do this! Don't do this!" Yi Xinxia summoned her divine soul. She wanted to save the black-clad knights who had made tremendous sacrifices for Parthenon Temple. People change. Regardless of how loyal we are, as time passes, everything will change. We don't ever want to betray you. We won't allow the future to tempt us in any way. The passage of time could change a person. No one could guarantee that one's nature would not be corroded along with it. Everyone had to live in the present. Therefore, the 1001 black-clad knights made the decision. To them, this was the ultimate form of protection. And they found Yi Xinxia worthy of offering her their protection. The divine soul appeared before Yi Xinxia. She wanted to resurrect the people from the dead with her resurrection divine art. The divine light shone brightly and illuminated the abandoned sacred hall. However, she could only save a person using the resurrection divine art. Furthermore, the person had to have the desire to be resurrected. The truth was that none of the knights wanted to return to life. More blood spilled out of their wounds. Even though they tried to remain standing, they could not. They collapsed one after the other. Despite the fact that Yixinxia had mastered the world's most sophisticated spell, she could not bring back the 1001 black-clad knights back to life. Yixinxia's white dress was stained red. She cried in the middle of the pool of blood. This was her first day as the goddess, but she could not resurrect any of them from the dead. What had their supreme pureness and the heartfelt protection brought to her? They had been like seeds yearning for light. How humble and fragile they were in the wild and barbaric world. The glory light of the Parthenon temple lasted all night. The believers, dressed in monk robes, meticulously washed the blood stains on the steps with buckets of water. A strong breeze blew in from the sea, causing the flowers that had bloomed all over the Parthenon temple mountains to fall. Parthenon Mountain was filled with the intoxicating fragrance of flowers. Yixinxia's white dress was stained red with blood. She walked back to the hall of the goddess in a soulless state. Everyone inside the hall smiled happily. They held a large bouquet of white and flawless olive flowers and chatted incessantly. Yixinxia did not hear a word from them. She kept walking until she reached a quiet place where she belonged. A middle-aged man approached Yixinxia. "Xinxia, what's wrong?" Mo Xinjia looked at her. After so many years, this was his first time seeing Yixinxia in her current state. She looked as if her soul had been sucked away. Shouldn't they be celebrating the occasion? Shouldn't she feel happy after winning the election? Why did she look sadder than someone who lost a competition after many years of hard work? Yixinxia looked up to see Mo Jussin's worried face. "Are you not feeling well? Let's go home." Mo Jussin was worried. For some reason, he wanted to take her away from this place. While the rest of the people could not see through her calm expression, Yixinxia was Mo Jussin's daughter, so he was aware of how dejected she was at that moment. It did not matter even if she gave up being the goddess. If this was what becoming the goddess brought to her, then she might as well leave it all and follow him home. At the very least, she had Mo Jussin and Mo Fan with her at home. Yixinxia would always be the apple of their eyes. Mo Jussin and Mo Fan never let her suffer any grievance. They did not want to make her sad. But looking at her in her current state, Mo Jussin was very worried. Even though she did not speak a single word, he knew she was trying not to collapse. As her father, Mo Jussin could not stop himself from tearing up. Was she still the same Xinxia that he and Mo Fan had given their everything to protect? If he only knew Yixinxia would suffer like this, he would have done everything to prevent her from coming to a place like this. She was an ordinary girl. She was soft and frail. She had difficulty walking, so she always needed someone's help to take care of her. Mo Jussin and Mo Fan were the most important people in her life. When he looked into her eyes, he sensed the purity of her heart. She had never been polluted by the complicated world. A girl like her made them want to protect her at all costs. They could not bear to see her getting hurt. Although she only had him and Mo Fan as her family, they could protect her well. Why did she return to Parthenon Temple? Several thousands of people surrounded her and failed to take good care of her. She looked as if she had been to hell and back. What was the purpose of becoming the goddess? She should have stayed at the university and spent time with the people who were as gentle as her. She should have done things that she enjoyed. She should have lived a carefree life just like any other ordinary girl. "Let's go home. You don't need to care about things here anymore, all right?" Mo Jussin tried to comfort her. Yixinxia's pale face showed some emotion upon hearing Mo Jussin's words. She longed to go back home. If only she could forget everything that happened in the temple. She tried to hold back her tears, but her eyes blurred with them anyway. "Don't cry. If Mo Fan saw you in this state, he would certainly tear Parthenon Temple apart." Mo Jussin's heart bled for her, but he did not know how to help her. Yixinxia wiped her tears. Despite her congested nasal passages and tightened throat, she took a few deep breaths to steady herself. "You once told me that if someone close to us passes away, we could plant a tree in the courtyard," Yixinxia sobbed. "Yes. A while ago, I helped a lady plant a pear tree. Where do you want to plant it? Let me help you." Jasmine felt great relief hearing her finally speak. "There," said Xinxia. She pointed at a forest. It was the same forest she always saw when she woke up in the morning. Chapter 30-45. The Ice Abyss Undead. At night. Glacier had filled the land for around 10,000 years. The withered and cold land became lifeless. When it came to the eternal night, even the ice-field tribes from the extreme southland had to migrate. Their bodies, including their boiling blood, could not sustain their lives in the eternal ice kingdom for more than 10 days. Not many tribes could stay alive without food, heat, and above all, the boiling blood with high temperature needed for their bodies, except the lifeless creatures, the Ice Abyss Undead. The Ice Abyss Undead was the most powerful and brutal living being in the South Extreme Eternal Nights. The Eternal Night in Extreme South gave birth to a sort of ice element Extreme Dust. They were the most precious treasure in the Extreme Southland. The reason the ice-field creatures were several times more powerful than the demons in the deep ocean was because they had been refined by the harsh environment. Another reason was because of the ice element Extreme Dust. The extreme dust resembled the star fragments that had fallen from the starry sky in eternal night. They shone in a rare dust color even in the middle of the storm shrouded in darkness. Although the size of the extreme dust was only as big as a fingernail, the power unleashed was capable of freezing a mountain range of dozens of kilometers into an iceberg. The Ice Abyss Undead were ardent fans of the extreme dust. Whenever the eternal night arrived, the cruel Ice Abyss Undead wandered around in the dark and looked for the rare extreme dust. The Ice Abyss Undead did not mind mass killing the extreme south tribes for the sake of a land of extreme dust. The extreme dust brought extremely powerful transformation power to the ice field creatures. Even the ice field tribes who lived in the extreme south would do everything to grab the extreme dust. The eternal night in the extreme south was filled with primitive savagery and killings. The resources were scarce. Extreme dust may exist in even a tiny territory. Soon, the territory would be covered in carcasses, corpses, and red frost. Swoosh! Several Ice Abyss Undead with their lower bodies in black spirit form traveled in the middle of the strong breeze. They fixed their gaze on the broken ice ground with their emerald green eyes. They were looking for something. Roar! Suddenly, a wholly white and spotless white tiger lunged at them from the dark. One of its claws grew enormous and smashed the 3 Ice Abyss Undead down. After the 3 Ice Abyss Undead fell to the ground, the white tiger immediately transformed into a ray of light, like a white scimitar. It broke the solid earth and tore the powerful Ice Abyss Undead apart. One extreme dust fell from one of the Ice Abyss Undead. The white tiger stirred up a strong breeze. The next moment, a graceful figure walked out from the side of the pure white, snow sand dune. The fierce and brave white tiger picked up the extreme dust in its mouth. It then spread its paws and ran back to the lady in a snow fox fur, like a large dog seeking a reward after picking up a frisbee. The snow fox fur was pure silver. Similarly, the lady had snow silver long hair. She looked like a snow fox turned temptress when she walked out of the snow sand dune. Her beauty and nobility came from within her bones, yet she looked surreal. The little white tiger passed the extreme dust to Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue did not take it. The little white tiger pondered carefully for a moment and used its furry paws to wipe away its dirty saliva on the extreme dust. After it cleaned the extreme dust, the little white tiger looked at her innocently. "Follow our previous plan, and don't get it wrong this time," Mu Ningxue warned the little white tiger. Blink! The little white tiger changed back to its mini version. It became as gentle as a small white kitten. It wanted to burrow into Mu Ningxue's warm embrace. Unfortunately, Mu Ningxue ignored it. The little white tiger was disappointed. It followed beside Mu Ningxue like a small stray dog. As they walked, the little white tiger smelled something. It immediately perked up its fluffy ears. Its eyes lit up with a thieving look. Mu Ningxue also noticed it. She fixed her gaze on the thick frosty darkness. It finally appears. Mu Ningxue looked delighted. Mu Ningxue and the little white tiger had set up the trap for a very long time. Unfortunately, it did not fall for it. But Mu Ningxue did not give up. She had plenty of time and patience. The Ice Abyss Undead hunted down other ice field tribes and obtained the rare ice element Extreme Dust from their territories. Mu Ningxue and the Little White Tiger were specialized in hunting down the Ice Abyss Undead. They formed a cruel food chain. Mu Ningxue and the Little White Tiger were on top of the food chain. However, Mu Ningxue was fully aware that the Ice Abyss Undead was not the most terrifying creature. The Ice Abyss Undead served a 10,000-year-old creature. She had once seen the 10,000-year-old creature's true form by accident. It was clear that the 10,000-year-old creature was also aware of Mu Ningxue's presence. It frequently assigned the Ice Abyss Undead to gauge her strength. Most Ice Abyss Undead had been killed by her. There was a time when Mu Ningxue accidentally fell into the trap set for her by the 10,000-year-old creature. If not for the Little White Tiger's appearance at the nick of time, her life would have been in jeopardy. Therefore, Mu Ningxue had formed a deep hatred for the 10,000-year-old creature in the extreme south eternal night. She was aware that the 10,000-year-old creature was extremely powerful. It and the extreme south emperor were like oil and water. Mu Ningxue lived in the extreme south eternal night for a very long time. She gradually understood the ecosphere in the extreme south. The reason the Forbidden Curse Association wanted to take down the extreme south emperor was because it was the most powerful creature in that land. No other group could threaten its status in the extreme south kingdom. However, the extreme south emperor was not entirely invincible. There were several powerful emperor-level creatures in the extreme south. They occupied the rich territory of the extreme south glacier respectively. The 10,000-year-old creature gave its order to the Ice Abyss Undead. It was a creature that the extreme south emperor would not simply mess with. If Mu Ningxue were to confront the 10,000-year-old creature head-on, she might not be able to match its strength. Hence, she had to be patient and wait for a perfect opportunity to take it down. Swish! Snow and sand stirred up. Suddenly, she could not see anything around her. There wasn't even the slightest starlight in the middle of darkness. There was no extreme aurora. Aside from the snow, sand and ice blades that filled the land that spanned over hundreds of kilometers, she saw many Ice Abyss Undead with their lower bodies in spirit form. It was an army of the Ice Abyss Undead. They were different from the undead on the land. When the Ice Abyss Undead moved, they moved like a black storm cloud. They flashed with red lightning that could shatter one into powder. Whenever they passed by, no one survived. Mu Ningxue fastened her pace. She sensed that the army of the Ice Abyss Undead were approaching her. A while ago, the Little White Tiger had been following her. But now it was nowhere to be seen. It had fled. Chapter 3046. The 10,000-year-old Demon. A shrill noise rose behind Mu Ningxue. She sped up her pace. She passed through the uneven glacier like a white whirlwind. The ice field creatures that lived on that land were so terrified that they fled, too. They were so strong and enormous that they could shatter tall mountains into pieces. However, in the eternal night at extreme Southland, the ice field creatures were no different from the sheep. There were other more powerful creatures that scared them to death. The Black Ice Abyss Undead army swept over the land. Many ruler-level ice field creatures were killed in an instant. The ice field creatures' rock-like muscles, magma-like boiling blood, and energy-rich organs were drained. The Ice Abyss Undead's emerald green eyes looked even more evil. Mu Ningxue! Mu Ningxue! A bizarre call sounded. The voice was hellish. It did not sound normal. It was the voice of souls. Mu Ningxue was fully aware that there would be no other human beings in a creepy place like that except the 10,000-year-old creature. It had lived for 10,000 years. It knew how human beings communicate with one another. Hence, imitating their languages was very easy for it. It finally appeared. It was a demon in the eternal night. It sucked in the limited life sources in the extreme south ice field. It hid behind the Ice Abyss Undead army. It continued to enjoy its feast in the eternal night. Unfortunately, Mu Ningxue was not a lamb to be slaughtered. she was definitely not the lowest level of creature in the extreme south ecosphere. The 10,000-year-old creature had targeted her. It even showed its true form without hesitation, all because it wanted to kill Mu Ningxue and grab her extreme dust. "You pitiful bug, did God give you the courage to steal my things from my own territory?" The 10,000-year-old creature's voice rang out from among the roars. The shrill voices belonged to the undead. When the shrill voices overlapped, it turned into human language. It gave Mu Ningxue a warning that was filled with rage. The terrifying ice abyss undead covered the land. Their densely packed black spirit forms occupied more than half of the land behind Mu Ningxue. The scariest part was a hideous face that appeared in the middle of the endless storm of the undead. The face was as magnificent as the sky. It hated all the living things in the world. When it opened its mouth, it breathed out an aura that belonged to an undead. Its undead aura scraped across the ice field creature's habitat. The fleeing ice field creatures collapsed. All of their viable organs were immediately taken away. Having several wandering ice abyss undead in the extreme south was equivalent to seeing the god of death himself, let alone a vast army of ice abyss undead ruled by a powerful creature. Mu Ningxue did not just flee. When she arrived at a huge slab of ice slope, she slid down backward and raised her hand. In the middle of the dark sky, an arrow with silver light fell. Mu Ningxue held the arrow with one of her hands. She hitched it to her longbow that was made from a powerful storm. Mu Ningxue controlled the storm. It slowly spread and let the one silver arrow from the sky landed on the wind shaft. Mu Ningxue laid her tall and graceful figure against the ice slope as she glided downward. When countless ice abyss undead lunged at her, the silver arrow combined perfectly with the gale. Silver arrow shuttle. The silver arrow shuttle made it look as if the arrow cut through the chaotic world. The undead's red flashes that filled the sky sank into silence. The deafening shrills stopped. Everything was quiet once more. The black demonic clouds formed by the ice abyss undead were scattered. The ice abyss undead died tragically as the silver arrow cut across the sky. The sky was washed clean, and the gale stopped. The land was filled with snow. When the starlight shone on it, some of the mountains that were made up of ice crystals reflected a faint night rainbow. The razor-sharp arrow led to a clear sky. However, in just a few seconds, the sky turned dim. A sharp peak rose from the ground in the middle of the darkness. The peak stood alone like a black and deadly sword. The sword was tall and always pointed its tip at Mu Ningxue regardless of her position. The death-hanging sword stood in the middle of the ice slope slab. Despite the absence of the ice abyss undead, it gave off a strong air of oppression and made it difficult to breathe. Suddenly, a pair of eyes appeared on the peak of the death-hanging sword. It looked down at Mu Ningxue with its narrow and demonic pupils. Its eyes showed a slight disdain toward her and yet appeared divine. It was the type of cold disdain a powerful creature held for mortals. Finally, it showed its true form. It was the 10,000-year-old creature. The death-hanging sword mountain peak was its body. It did not have limbs. It was a cold, soul-killing sword that could halve a human being in a single slash. Mu Ningxue was surprised. She had not expected the eternal night demon to look like that. It was made up of black ice dust, like a piece of perfectly smelted black alloy. It remained motionless. Its back was of a black, demonic sword that could be pulled from the ground. A silver arrow flashed and pierced the 10,000-year-old demonic creature. However, the tip of the arrow did not entirely go through it, it only stuck on the surface of its body. It was clear to see that the 10,000-year-old creature had an extremely tough and indestructible body. Mu Ningxue just shot her through moon magic arrow. Its penetrating and killing power were extremely potent. It could pierce any forbidden mage without much defensive power in a single strike. However, it was clear to see that the arrow did not cause any substantial damage to the 10,000-year-old demonic creature. Its level of strength was far above the ordinary Emperor-level creatures. It was probably the strongest echelon in the world. You're struggling and living on borrowed time. You're destined to be nothing more than a puny creature in the extreme Southland. The 10,000-year-old creature's voice rang again. It began to move forward. Even the hardest glacier plate cracked. The land looked as if it had disappeared into thin air. Countless shattered pieces of the glacial land fell into a bottomless black abyss. The black abyss was massive. It could accommodate a glacial land of hundreds of kilometers. The glacial land had mountains, snow dunes, bumpy faults, and lengthy ice cliffs. However, right after the 10,000-year-old demonic creature let out a shrill scream, all of them shattered into pieces and fell. The glacial world collapsed rapidly. Mu Ningxue had no intention to confront it head-on. She was caught off guard upon facing such a powerful magic that spanned over hundreds of kilometers. The crushed and fallen iceberg and rocks were the only things she could use as her leverage. She tried to keep herself from falling too fast. She also tried her best to flap her wind wings so that she could escape from the black abyss. Chapter 3047. White Tiger the Thief. After Mu Ningxue's wind wings formed on her back, the black abyss stirred up the undead wind and broke it within a few seconds. Mu Ningxue almost lost her balance. Once she started falling into the black abyss, her momentum increased. The deeper she sank into the black abyss, the more difficult it was for her to escape from it. Mu Ningxue tried to raise the sails but was frequently defeated. She cast a glance at the edge of the black abyss. She knew there would still be a long way to go to break free of the terrifying magic. Mu Ningxue looked back at the 10,000-year-old demonic creature. She hesitated for a while before taking out the tiny extreme dust. Mu Ningxue filled the extreme dust with space element magic. Suddenly, she threw it far away from her. Like a tile tapping lightly on a lake, the extreme dust released the ripples in the air and swung further. It disappeared out of sight within the blink of an eye. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature let out a hideous laugh. It looked at the fleeing Mu Ningxue and the extreme dust that had flown to another direction. If it did not go after the extreme dust would most likely land in the extreme South Emperor's territory. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature dared not simply mess with that terrifying creature. As long as Mu Ningxue stayed around in that area, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature would kill her sooner or later. In the end, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature decided to go after the extreme dust. Once it obtained the extreme dust, its lair would finally be molded. After absorbing the extreme dust energy, its strength would increase by another level. By then, Mu Ningxue would not be able to escape from its grip. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature was obsessed with the extreme dust. It only had its eyes on the extreme dust. If not for the fact that Mu Ningxue frequently grabbed the ice dust from the ice abyss undead, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature would not have shown up. After all, there were still other terrifying creatures in the eternal night at the extreme south. No one knew if another even more powerful creature awakened from the extreme hollow layer that had existed for millions of years. The extreme South Emperor had awakened from that place. Its power was beyond the realm of the world. The ice dust came from the extreme hollow layer. It was like a heavenly divine gift from another plane. It fell into the extreme south area from the extreme hollow layer like a meteor, and it only appeared during the period of the eternal night. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature believed the ice dust belonged to the otherworldly dust. It contained powerful energy that could never be found in this world. As long as it possessed sufficient extreme dust, it could transform and advance to the same level as the extreme South Emperor. Mu Ningxue disappeared into thin air. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature did not bother to play hide and seek with her. Judging from Mu Ningxue's ability, she could escape from the black abyss if she had the will. However, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature would have to waste a lot of time to kill her. Moreover, Mu Ningxue had an extremely powerful totem beast with her. The White Tiger was an ice elf. It cultivated in places like the extreme Southland. Its level of strength had reached the realm of an ancient king. Kakaka! After the 10,000-year-old demonic creature caught up with the extreme dust that had been cast with space element magic, it was only then that it realized the problem. Where was the cunning White Tiger? Why did it not appear this time? Kakaka! The 10,000-year-old demonic creature stirred up a black wind. It flew toward its 10,000-year ice tomb. It was its lair. In the past thousands of years, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature had been sleeping inside the ice tomb. Meanwhile, its ice abyss undead collected the extreme dust during the eternal night for it. The extreme dust was scarce. Some of them were as tiny as a grain. But it took its time to accumulate the extreme dust. The amount of the extreme dust that the 10,000-year-old demonic creature had accumulated over the years was of the size of a coconut. Even the extreme South Emperor coveted the amount of extreme dust it had. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature hid the extreme dust in the forbidden land of the dead. It did not panic when it realized that Mu Ningxue had lured it out on purpose. After all, a massive seal was in place to protect the large amount of extreme dust where it was hidden. Any Emperor-level creatures that barged into that area would be shredded to pieces. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature was not stupid enough to give its treasure away. However, it soon realized there was something wrong with its ice tomb. The familiar ice element extreme dust energy was gone. Although it was approaching its ice tomb, it did not sense the energy. After the 10,000-year-old demonic creature entered its ice tomb, it was greeted by a sight that made it go crazy. A plowed hole appeared at the absolute forbidden land of death. The size of the hole was like that of a rabbit hole. It perfectly fitted the size of a thief. Several pure white furs had fallen next to the hole. It seemed like the thief had accidentally dropped its fur as it squeezed its round body through the hole. However, it was clear to see that the thief did not mind leaving behind its evidence at the scene. The 10,000-year-old demonic creature rushed into its forbidden land, only to find that the place was empty. Its extreme dust was stolen. It had spent thousands of years and effort to accumulate the extreme dust, and it was now stolen. The white tiger was the thief. How did it use its chubby paws to break the seals, then strut out of the ice tomb? Judging from the direction where the thief had barged in and its escape route, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature knew the white tiger had planned it for a very long time. Kakaka! A shrill sound that shook heaven and earth rang throughout the eternal night at the extreme south. It was so loud that even the stars in the sky were in danger of falling. With the ice tomb as the center, a terrifying and overwhelming demonic abyss grew and rapidly engulfed the white glacial land. Its anger rose from the depth of the black demonic abyss and reached all parts of the extreme south tribes. A true extinction seemed to stir up in the middle of the eternal night. However, the eternal night did not mean it existed forever. There would come a day when the darkness would fade. The extreme south land would then be exposed to a blazing hot sun for a very long time. That day, the ice tomb would be under the sunlight. Before that, the 10,000-year-old demonic creature had to be in hibernation. It was transformed from the undead. Darkness had granted it with infinite power. Despite its terrifying power and status in the extreme Southland, the long extreme day could weaken it. When extreme day came, it had to hide inside its ice tomb. Otherwise, the blazing sunlight would weaken its power. By then, the other Emperor-level creatures that had a deep hatred for it could find it and kill it. No matter how crazy the 10,000-year-old demonic creature was at that moment, or how much it wanted to wipe out the Icefield tribes, it could only vent out its anger near its ice tomb. It would have to hibernate in hatred with its extreme dust of the size of a fingernail. It could spend half a year's time figuring out how the little white tiger dug its solid ice tomb in the Forbidden Land. Chapter 3048. Return from the Eternal Night. Sunlight fell on the snow dune. It had been a long time since Mu Ningxue had seen the sunlight. When the wisp of clean light shone on her, she inevitably looked up to the sky to feel its warmth. She felt as if she had finally broken free of the heavy chains. She felt as though all the pressure and pain had melted away. The land and the sky were pure white. Mu Ningxue was covered in silver fox fur. She stood at the end of the world. She enjoyed the light that fell on the darkness and the snow. She smiled. She was as beautiful as the elf queen who had awakened from the snow mountain. It was the end of the world, but it was also the beginning of a new world. Behind her was the unfaded dark world. She marched forward. Every step she took would bring her further from the lone land and closer to the prosperous world. Mu Ningxue walked out of the eternal night according to the direction of the sunlight. the extreme day gradually took over the glacial world. But Mu Ningxue was the only person who managed to walk out of that world alive. Ushuaia was the southernmost city in Argentina. It was over 1,000 kilometers from the extreme South Island. The lakes were calm, and the mountains were covered in snow. It was a city like those found in fairy tales. Anyone could not help but be intoxicated by the unique place. Many ships docked at the harbor. The sun had come out and winter would be over soon. For people living in the southernmost part of the country, winter was long and terrifying. In the past, when the city was underdeveloped, many people could not survive the winter season. During the winter, food, heating materials, clothing, and medicines were essential. While the rich could stay inside their warm home watching television and eating roast meat by the fireplace, the poor had to face the tragedy of their house collapsing due to heavy snowfall or having no way to warm their frozen food. Therefore, they valued the spring season. Not only because spring meant the end of extreme cold, but also because it signified life and hope. Ushuaia held a food buffet in one of the city's pedestrian streets to celebrate the spring season. The fragrance of meat and wine filled the air. Soon, many people were seen dancing to the radio music. The stray cats and dogs finally appeared in the streets after living through the long and arduous winter. They dared not to grab the food on the grill. Instead, they waited patiently for the leftovers that would be piled up on the street corner. However, a small, white figure was bold and brazen. It not only ate the tasty roasted meat, but also took the uncooked turkey away from the oven. It then hid on a balcony where no one would pay attention to it and ate the food ravenously. It ate until its body was covered in oil and grease. Meanwhile, Mu Ningxue walked in the street in snow fox clothes. Her attire and the way she walked caught people's attention. However, they did not pester her. After all, many people like to wear expensive leather or animal fur clothes. Her expensive snow fox clothing was a symbol of wealth. Mu Ningxue traded some of her finest ice diamonds in exchange for local money. She found a hotel with a quiet environment. The little white tiger was no different from the stray dogs, so she did not care where it had gone to steal food. Soaking in a hot bath was what she desired the most at that moment. She was obsessed with cleanliness. When she was in the glacier, she cleaned her hair and body in the fire spring hidden under the thick, ice rocks. Of course, staying in that kind of place had its own benefits. The weather was too cold. Hence, the microorganisms could not survive the weather. There were no lice in her hair, and her skin was not oily. The only thing that concerned Mu Ningxue the most was that her skin lacked vitality. Soaking inside a hot bath would correct it. Cultivation and beauty would be something that Mu Ningxue would pursue for life. Mu Ningxue felt relaxed inside the fragrant and hot bath. She heard the children playing outside the hotel. Their cheerful laughter gradually soothed her. Her nerves had been on edge in the eternal night in the extreme south. The extreme south offered only a single environment, which was the harshest. There was only one type of relationship between the creatures. They either killed other creatures or waited to be killed by something stronger. Some people danced on the street in the city. Others dined inside the restaurants. The children gathered and played together. Everything seemed surreal to her. She kept feeling that this was all a dream, and she would be back in the extreme cold and dark any time now. Then she would have to be on alert the whole time and fight to survive the day. Fortunately, the stress she felt in the eternal night in the extreme south gradually diminished as she saw others. She could adapt to the new environment within a couple of days. She took more than half of the day to wash up and groom herself. After that, she fell into a deep sleep. As she slept inside the warm and comfortable bed, she realized she was so happy to have these things that she had taken for granted in the past. It was no wonder that the people who traveled appreciated the life they had even more. Mu Ningxue slept until sunlight filtered through the curtain and fell on the plush carpet. A group of children ran outside in the corridor. They could not wait to rush to the big hall to enjoy their breakfast. When Mu Ningxue woke up, she noticed a dirty white tiger stained with liquor sleeping on the floor on the other side of her bed. It laid on its back with its fleshy limbs stretched out. It snored. Mu Ningxue filled up a tub of water. She picked the little white tiger up and threw it into the warm water. The little white tiger was startled awake. It looked at Mu Ningxue innocently. It did not know what it had done wrong to be punished in that way. "You smell like trash." Mu Ningxue took a bottle of shampoo and squeezed a little on her palms. The little white tiger burped. Mu Ningxue did not want to stay around with the dirty tiger. She turned around and went downstairs. The little white tiger scratched its head with its paws. It wondered why it was abandoned again. It thought it would be accepted as a pet after it stole the treasure from that demon. Although it had succeeded, its contribution had done little to improve its relationship with Mu Ningxue. It wondered when Mu Ningxue would hug it in her arms, just like other pets. It did not mind if she only stroked the fur on its chin or neck once in a while. However, Mu Ningxue had never stroked it with affection. Most people would share a very close relationship when they relied on each other to survive. However, in Mu Ningxue's eyes, the white tiger was just a stray dog discovered by her boyfriend. She never fed, teased, or raised it. This had affected the little white tiger's self-esteem severely. But it never gave up. Chapter 3049. Holy Shadow Organization. The restaurant was filled with the fragrance of wheat. It had been a long time since Mu Ningxue had tasted any sweet food. After she finished her breakfast, she bought some necessities. She put them inside her space bracelet. She found it hilarious when she realized that she had been filling up her space bracelet with all the purchased products. She appeared to be in exile even though she could have purchased those items in any city. Mu Ningxue did not linger long in Ushuaia. She was worried about a few things, and Ushuaia was a closed country. She had little access to outside news in the country. Argentina was a long way from China. Mu Ningxue did not intend to cross the Pacific Ocean because it would make her feel lost. Furthermore, there was nowhere to stay in the Pacific Ocean. She couldn't possibly turn the sea into an ice island just to rest. She was also unable to travel by international plane. She was, after all, still a wanted criminal by the Magic Association. As a result, she had to fly alone. Her wind wings did not consume as much energy as before. As a result, she should have no trouble crossing the Atlantic. Her next destination was Portugal. A gust of wind blew up as she approached the border. Mu Ningxue was surrounded by green and white airflow. The outline was as graceful as the blue lake sails. That was her wind wings. She flew to the clouds with a gentle flap of her wings. She flapped her wings once more and flew away into the sky. Tinoeia was a lovely seaside town in Portugal. It was an ideal stronghold from which to explore the Atlantic Ocean. The area was filled with magical elements and aura. On the streets, there were frescoes and ground patterns with the magical formation symbol. Mu Ningxue had some thoughts about the city. During the World College Tournament, this was their first stop in southwestern Europe. She was still haunted by the details of the drowning curse. Fortunately, the drowning curse would never be repeated. Lingling had done something good for the world's oceans. Few people on the planet could cross the vast ocean using wind wings. During a war, the wind wings were used in critical situations. People rarely used it for long-distance flights. If they hadn't reached a certain level of cultivation and their magical reserves were depleted, it was best for them to fly across the ocean in an airplane. Mu Ningxue landed in Tinoeia. She planned to spend a night there to replenish her wind element magic. The night in Tinoeia was noisy. Many hunters came in and went. Among them were the mags who stayed up all night in the tavern after a full harvest. They did not care about day or night. They enjoyed the comfort and the beauty of the city to the fullest. "You look tired from the journey. You must have stayed around some cold island for a very long time, haven't you?" asked a bloated Portuguese landlady. The landlady sized Mu Ningxue up. Many foreigners and Asians chose to stay at her place. Most of the female Asians were smaller in size and with flat faces. However, the landlady found Mu Ningxue to be different. Mu Ningxue had exquisite features and the figure of an international supermodel. She was as stunning as any movie princess or queen. Yes. Mu Ningxue ignored the landlady. The landlady was overjoyed. She had a lot of questions. Even after Mu Ningxue shut her door, the landlady looked for reasons to knock on Mu Ningxue's door. The landlady gave her fresh fruits and local wines in exchange for a few more glances at the lovely foreigner. At Imperial City in China, inside a building that overlooked the prosperous nation, a handsome mixed blood held a glass of red wine and swirled it. When he noticed that the glass of red wine he desired did not appear in the form of a hanging cup, he became irritated and poured the red wine into the leftover dinner plate without taking a sip. "Clark, it seems like you have a big problem with your efficiency lately. You often let the heretics escape from you. It looks like you've been living too comfortably in Asia. It's time to go back to the Holy City and hone your skills for a while." A woman's stern rebuke was heard from the headset. Clark was eating and was startled when he heard her voice. He had not anticipated his boss connecting to his communication tool. His boss was the leader of the Holy Shadow whose strength was unfathomable. She was the nightmare of every member of the Holy Shadow. The Holy Shadow had a special place in the Holy City. They did not look threatening on the surface, but the Holy City deemed them as terrifying heretics. They never executed anything in the name of the Holy City. However, the moment they showed up and located their targets, they would not allow their targets to survive. The Holy Shadows fought without a legitimate reason. But everything they did was according to the Holy City's will. Therefore, the Holy City would not question them. All they needed was the outcome. Many things in the world were uncertain. Even a desperado would show their kind side at moments. The Holy Shadow was in charge of handling ambiguous threats. People inside the Holy City claimed that the Holy Shadow had killed far too many people. Nonetheless, they contributed to the world's peace. To some extent, the Holy Shadow represented the Holy City's dark, cruel, and cold-blooded sides, who would do anything to achieve their objectives. Of course, they also had to bear their sins. The moment the world exposed them for mistakenly killing a heretic, the Holy Shadows would be executed. However, every Holy Shadow was ready to be executed. After all, the existence of the Holy Shadow was to end violence with violence. The Holy Shadow was trained from the moment their magic was awakened. They had to undergo cruel and devilish training. After that, they had to go through a screening process before becoming a killing weapon. At the time, the Holy Shadow Clark was speaking with Fal, the devil training officer. Fal did not have any official position in the Holy City. However, she was the most cold-blooded Jinn angel in the Holy City. Even the 7 archangels did not simply mess with her. Although she did not have any actual position in the Holy City, she had significant control over the Holy Shadow organization in the Holy City that was as powerful as the archangels. "Chief, I've located her. I'll give you a satisfactory answer soon," said Clark respectfully. "I will give you 1 more week. If I don't see the results that I want, you should know what will happen to you," said Jinn Angel, Fal. "I won't let you down," said Clark. Chapter 3050. Evil Lake. After the communication was disconnected, the Holy Shadow Clark heaved a long sigh of relief. A Holy Shadow who failed to contribute to the organization would be at risk of being terminated. Even the members themselves had no idea how they would be terminated. Anyhow, Clark could not let himself be put under the name list of termination. He had to get rid of the heretics wandering around as soon as possible. Fortunately, he obtained a very important clue. With the help of this, he could strike off one of the crucial tasks in his to-do list. He did not come to the building to enjoy tasty food. He was there to wait for an informant who could provide him with important information. It was about dusk when a woman appeared before the dining table. Clark sized the woman up. Her skin was pale, and she exuded a strange aura of coldness. She was wrapped in layers of clothing despite being inside a warm building. "Are you Mu Tingying from the Mu family?" asked Clark. "Yes, sir." Mu Tingying stood there. She hesitated for some time. She dared not to sit down. She was aware that the man before her came from the Holy City and worked for the angels. Mu Tingying seldom encountered people of his level, so she was nervous and uneasy. Then, what is the important information you have for me? Speaking of which, you seem to be cold. I've seen someone with similar symptoms, but he's more serious than you, said the Holy Shadow clerk as he fixed his gaze on Mu Tingying. The cold was a type of erosive power that was similar to a cold poison. Even healing element magic could not heal it. Once the people were infected by the cold, it was hard for them to maintain a normal body temperature. Regardless of how hot the place was, they always felt cold and painful. The Holy Shadow mentioned another person had been infected by the same cold as Mu Tingying. That person was Mu Rong from the Forbidden Curse Association. In fact, Clark watched Mu Rong die in torment because of the cold. Mu Ningxue had been the one to unleash the cold. When the Holy Shadow clerk noticed the similar symptoms on Mu Tingying, he could not help but smile. It was just as well that he had found the right person. She's still alive, said Mu Tingying with great conviction. This is indeed puzzling. I supposed she had escaped the extreme Southland long ago and hid somewhere where we couldn't trace her. The Holy Shadow possesses special tracing ability. We have no idea about her whereabouts or if she's still alive. How can you be sure? Asked the Holy Shadow clerk. We used to be a team. It was only then that Mu Tingying sat down. It was clear to see that she was afraid of staying in the cold. She instinctively covered the hot glass of water with her hands. A team? Clark felt puzzled. We're from the National Institute team. Each of us has a badge. The badge is unique. It will inform us of other members through its glow. It can tell us whether they are still alive or dead, their position, and the distance from them, whispered Mu Tingying. Clark quirked one of his eyebrows. Her words piqued his interest. Mu Tingying took out a badge from her pocket. She surveyed her surroundings once before passing it to Clark. She said, she's still alive. You can use the National Institute commemorative badge to find Mu Ningxue. If I'm not mistaken, she still has the badge with her. Clark took the badge. His eyes lit up upon feeling the magic aura hidden within the badge. It was an associated magic vessel. The person in possession of the badge could sense the other party's whereabouts. If Mu Ningxue had not destroyed her badge, Clark was confident that he could locate her using the associated magic vessel. This was amazing. Locating Mu Ningxue was as simple as that. Why had he never thought of finding clues from her former friends? This would have saved him a lot of effort. Mu Ningxue had killed Mu Rong. If Clark were able to arrest her, he could make up for his past mistake. Ha ha ha. This badge is truly the key to locating Mu Ningxue, thought Clark. Even she would not expect her former friend to betray her. How can I repay you, then? Asked the Holy Shadow clerk as he looked at Mu Tingying. Make her die a painful death. That will be the best repayment of all. Mu Tingying's pale face was tinged with malice. Mu Ningxue had nailed Mu Tingying to the mountain wall with her arrow. Mu Tingying would never forget the humiliation she had suffered. At that moment, everyone stared at Mu Tingying, but she could not break free of it. She looked like a wild dog to be slaughtered before the public. She still remembered the incident. It felt like it had happened only yesterday. As a result, she could not live in dignity in Mupang Mountain. Furthermore, the pain was excruciating. As a result of this magic, she felt as cold as ice every midnight. She was cold no matter what the temperature was in the fireplace. This is a pretty good request. The Holy Shadow clerk laughed. Mu Tingying harbored a deep hatred for Mu Ningxue. Mu Tingying's sickly but vicious appearance revealed that she had suffered greatly at the hands of Mu Ningxue. Fortunately, Clark had met someone like her who did him a great favor. I've made some changes. You can sense her presence even if you're far away from her, said Mu Tingying. That's very thoughtful of you, said Clark. At Tinoea, Mu Ningxue set off as soon as it was dawn. After she left Portugal, she entered the European continent. She crossed the lengthy mountain range. A large expanse of forest appeared before her. The leaves in the forest were silver grey. The silver clouds in the sky appeared to be hanging upside down. The scenery was unique and breathtaking. When she flew to the border of the forest, she saw many towering silver-grey mountains. Mu Ningxue flew past them and saw a large silver-blue lake. Her mood lifted upon being greeted by such a beautiful sight. There were several wooden cottages on the shore of the silver-blue lake. It looked like a small fairyland from afar. Several white boats were stationed on the lake. There were several anglers. They sat motionlessly on the white boat, waiting for the fishes to be hooked. Mu Ningxue was particularly interested in the location of the silver-grey forest and the silver-blue lake. She promised herself that she would spend more time in such a unique and peaceful setting in the future. The lake was enormous. Mu Ningxue flew over a number of mountains. The lake reached both sides of the forest, forming a silver-blue stream. The stream flowed in the opposite direction. Mu Ningxue landed on the lake's narrowest point. She planned to correct the direction of the flight and also take a rest. Right after she landed, the lake shook violently. The lake water seemed to have been granted with a life force. It left the lake and stood up. Mu Ningxue sensed a powerful magic aura, so she quickly ran to the forest and kept herself hidden. The moment she left, the lake water in the middle of the forest transformed into a lake water demonic dragon and ruthlessly lunged at Mu Ningxue.